Chapter 10:13. Oh no. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Wang Zicheng was obviously going to use a forbidden technique. And once he did, Wang Yuer would not be able to resist at all. Whoosh! Activating phantom steps, he flashed behind Wang Zicheng like a bolt of lightning and pressed his index finger against Wang Zicheng's back. Battle chi surged from his fingertips as he chuckled. Brother Wang, why are you so angry? He didn't transmit his voice. Not only did young Master Hao and Wang Yuer hear it, but so did the scarred man. That's right. That's his voice. So he's the one behind it. The scarred man's eyes flashed fiercely. Sensing the battle chi on Qin Feiyang's fingertips, Wang Zicheng's eyes darkened. Brother, what do you want to do? Wang Yuer scanned Wang Zicheng's surroundings and shouted, Mu, where are you hiding? Come out. Can't you be a little gentler? Qin Feiyang said helplessly. With a thought, he stopped using the concealment spell and immediately revealed himself. Brother Mu, how did you do it? Young Master Hao looked at him, dumbfounded. Brother Mu? Wang Zicheng frowned when he heard young Master Hao call him that. What's your relationship? Let's talk about it later. Qin Feiyang smiled at young Master Hao, then looked at Wang Zicheng and said, Technically, I'm his junior brother. So you're with them. Wang Zicheng clenched his fists, then glanced at Wang Yuer and asked, What's your relationship with her? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Didn't I tell you? I got a cheap fiancé. What? Wang Zicheng was stunned. Wang Yuer was angry. She rushed up and pushed Wang Zicheng away, glaring at Qin Feiyang and saying, Tell me clearly today, what do you mean by a cheap fiancé? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and said, That's the truth. That's the truth? Wang Yuer was so angry that she laughed and said, I have talent, beauty, and family background. Tell me, which part of me doesn't deserve you? I don't care. Qin Feiyang said lightly. I like it. Little girl, why don't you come with me? Wang Zicheng leaned forward and chuckled. Scram! Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer roared at him at the same time, and then the two of them stared at each other. You don't say anything, I don't say anything either. Wang Zicheng, who was looking for trouble, pursed his lips and moved to young Master Hao's side. He asked in a low voice, Are they really engaged? Young Master Hao glanced at him, nodded, and said, Of course, and it was my father, the chief pagoda master who personally arranged the marriage. He was careful not to reveal his true identity. Something's not right. Since they are engaged, why is their relationship so stiff? Wang Zicheng asked curiously. I don't understand either. They obviously care about each other, but every time they see each other, they have to quarrel with each other. Bro, do you think people in love are all like this? Young Master Hao asked. I've never been in love. How would I know? Wang Zicheng rolled his eyes, but suddenly he seemed to think of something. He stretched out his hand and said, Wait, what did you call me just now? Brother, are we that close? Young Master Hao was stunned. Then, he suddenly shivered and quickly retreated. After Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer's quarrel, he completely forgot that he had a grudge with this monstrous young man. Hee. Don't be so nervous. If I really wanted to deal with you, you would have died a long time ago. Wang Zicheng looked at young Master Hao disdainfully, then looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer again, his face full of displeasure. Motherfucker. I'm such a handsome man, but I haven't found a woman yet. But this bastard, who looks so ugly, can find such a beautiful fiancée. Where is the justice? The more he thought about it, the more unconvinced he was. He rushed to Qin Feiyang and separated them. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer glared at him impatiently. Wang Zicheng turned a deaf ear to them. He stared at Qin Feiyang and shouted in high spirits, Mu, I want to challenge you. What the hell? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wang Zicheng said, If you win, I promise to do one thing for you unconditionally. But if I win, you have to break the engagement and promise not to pester her anymore. Ah. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. Fu Han and the others in the distance also looked at each other. What was going on this time? Fu Han glanced at them and said in a low voice, "This is a good opportunity. Let's run away while they're having an internal conflict." The other 9 burly men's eyes lit up. They followed Fu Han and quietly retreated into the forest behind them. You want to leave? But they were too naive. Qin Feiyang was a cautious person. How could he give them a chance to escape? Swish. He turned around and stepped out in front of the 10 men. He asked with a smile, "Where do you want to go? Do you want me to send you off?" No, we can go on our own." Fu Han quickly waved his hand with a flattering smile on his face. Qin Feiyang said, "It's not impossible for you to leave. Tell me, who ordered you to assassinate me?" Fu Han hurriedly shook his head and said, "No one ordered us to assassinate you. This is a misunderstanding. I heard your conversation clearly. How dare you say it's a misunderstanding? Do you think I'm stupid?" Qin Feiyang pursed his lips into a smile, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Fu Han and the others could not help but feel a chill down their spines. Fu Han knelt on the ground and begged, "Young master, I can't tell you. Please let us go. I swear that I won't cause trouble for you again." "How much weight do you think your oath has?" Qin Feiyang chuckled as he suddenly swung out his palm, causing crimson-red sword qi to surge explosively and transform into an enormous wave that pounced towards the 9 robust men. Ah! Accompanied by screams, the 9 men died on the spot. Not even their bones were left. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ruthless. Wang Zicheng was speechless. Fu Han was so scared that he peed his pants. His face was ashen, and he felt helpless. Qin Feiyang said lightly, "I heard them call you Lord Fu Han. Fu Anshan and Fu Xiong happen to have the same surname. What's your relationship with them?" Fu Han was in a difficult position. "You're not going to tell me?" Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes and a bone-piercing chill spread out from his body. Fu Han said, "I'll tell you. I'm Fu Anshan's confidant. He asked me to kill you to avenge Fu Xiong." "As expected," Qin Feiyang mumbled. Then, he glanced at young Master Hao and Wang Yuer and continued to ask, "Did Fu Anshan say to kill them too?" "Yes, he said not to leave a single one alive." Fu Han said. "Damn it. That old thing is really asking for courage from the heavens." When Wang Yuer and Fu Han heard that, their eyes flickered with strong killing intent. Wang Zicheng looked at Wang Yuer and Fu Han suspiciously. From their tone, it seemed that their identities were not simple either. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Zicheng and said to young Master Hao, "Brother Hao, take out the image crystal." "Why?" Young Master Hao took out the image crystal and asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and lowered his head to look at Fu Han, saying, "Now, repeat what you said just now." Young Master Hao suddenly realized that he was collecting evidence. He looked at Qin Feiyang in admiration and activated the image crystal. Fu Han also obediently repeated it again. Because he had no choice, he had to do it if he wanted to live. Done. Now, Fu Anshan won't be able to defend himself. After young Master Hao recorded it, he looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Yes. That old fox, if there's no evidence, he'll definitely deny it. Qin Feiyang said. Fu Han looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully and said, "Young master, I've done as you said. Can you let me go now? I still have a few questions." Qin Feiyang said. "Please ask." Fu Han hurriedly said. "I remember that when I first met Fu Anshan, he was only a 9-star war saint. As a war emperor, how could you be willing to be his subordinate?" Qin Feiyang said. He definitely couldn't see through Fu Anshan's cultivation. But at that time, Yan Wei was beside him, and the person who said that Fu Anshan was a 9-star war saint was Yan Wei. "No. You all underestimated Fu Anshan's strength. Fu Han shook his head. Qin Feiyang was startled and frowned. What do you mean? Are you saying that he hid his cultivation? That's right. He is an ambitious person, so he has always hidden his true cultivation. Fu Han nodded. Young Master Hao asked, then what is his true cultivation? Fu Han said, 2-star War Emperor. Young Master Hao was shocked. Amazing, he actually hid it so deeply. Indeed. Wang Yu nodded. She had seen Fu Anshan a few times, but she didn't notice that Fu Anshan was hiding his cultivation. Last question. Did Fu Anshan send someone to assassinate Shen Feiyun and Li He? Qin Feiyang said. Young Master Hao was startled and asked, you also received the news? Qin Feiyang sighed. It's hard for me not to know about such a big matter. Young Master Hao couldn't help but sigh, his expression was slightly gloomy. He then looked at Fu Han and shouted, tell me quickly, did you do this? I don't know. When I left the Divine City and came to the Azure Sea, Fu Anshan didn't mention this to me. But there is a piece of news that might be helpful to you. Fu Anshan is colluding with the Divine Python tribe. Fu Han said. What? Qin Feiyang and the other two were tongue-tied. This news was too unexpected. The Divine Python tribe was one of the super tribes and had an important position in the Central Divine Kingdom, while Fu Anshan was just a manager in the North City of the Trading Pavilion. As for Fu Anshan's cultivation, in front of a super tribe, it was nothing at all. It could be said that the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. How could they be colluding? Is this news true? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Fu Han smiled bitterly. How would I dare to lie to you now? Qin Feiyang said, then why are they colluding? I don't know, because every time Fu Anshan sent a message to the leader of the Divine Python tribe, he would first send the people around him away, including me. But once I faintly heard outside the door that Fu Anshan seemed to have something on the leader of the Divine Python tribe. Fu Han said thoughtfully. That's right. Because only in this case can Fu Anshan collude with the Divine Python tribe. Maybe I already know who killed Shen Feiyun and Li He. Chapter 10:14. He had heard of it. Young Master Hao was shocked and asked in a low voice, could it be the Divine Python tribe? I'm not sure about Li He's strength, but Shen Feiyun is very strong. Fu Anshan alone can't kill him. But if the Divine Python tribe takes action, it will be a very easy thing. After all, these super tribes have 9-star combat emperors. However, before we get confirmation, we'd better not make wild guesses. What I want to know the most now is, what exactly does Fu Anshan have on the leader of the Divine Python tribe? Qin Feiyang said. To be able to make the leader of a super tribe bow his head, this information must be very important. Young Master Hao frowned and said, I know about the Divine Python tribe. They have always been law-abiding and haven't done anything out of line. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, I said, you can't judge people and things by appearances. When he first met this person at the apprenticeship ceremony, he had a very good impression of him. But who knew that this person was actually a villain who killed his own brother and schemed to take the position of leader? So, appearances were not reliable at all. You can't judge by appearances. Young Master Hao pondered for a moment and asked, should I inform my father now and investigate them? Wang Yu scolded, can you be a little more promising? Don't ask others for help for everything. This matter has already involved the Divine Python tribe. Can we handle it with just a few of us? Young Master Hao frowned and his tone was very unconfident. You've already admitted defeat before it starts. You can't do this. Actually, this is a good opportunity to prove your value to your father. As long as you can investigate this matter, I can guarantee that he will definitely look at you in a different light. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Young Master Hao's eyes lit up, but then he became melancholic. This matter was simple to say, but it would be very troublesome to do it. The most important thing was that he had never dealt with this kind of thing before and had no experience at all. He didn't know how to do it. Qin Feiyang saw young Master Hao's worry and patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, deal with the matter here first. When we return to the Divine City, I'll help you." "Okay." Young Master Hao nodded. Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, he felt a lot more at ease. He felt that as long as Qin Feiyang made a move, there was nothing that could not be done. Wang Yu'er looked at Qin Feiyang with a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Fu Han looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully and asked, "I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? You can leave any time." Qin Feiyang smiled. "So straightforward?" Fu Han's expression froze for a moment before he kowtowed in ecstasy. "Thank you for sparing my life, young master." However, as he spoke, an imperceptible cold light flashed in his eyes. After saying that, he got up and ran towards the forest without looking back. "He said he would let you go, but I didn't. People like you should go to the 18th level of hell." But at this moment, a bone-chilling voice rang out. Fu Han's body trembled. He immediately sped up and fled like a madman. However, his sea of qi had been destroyed and his cultivation had been lost. Even if he used all his strength, he could not be fast enough. Whoosh! A battle qi streaked across the sky like an arrow and instantly penetrated the back of his head, killing him on the spot. The person who attacked him was Wang Yu'er. This little girl is also so ferocious. Looking at Fu Han lying on the ground, Wang Zicheng's pupils constricted. Then he looked at Wang Yu'er with fear in his eyes. Wang Yu'er frowned and shouted, "What are you looking at? Be careful not to dig out your eyeballs. Hee hee. Come and try me if you can." Wang Zicheng said with an evil smile. Wang Yu'er narrowed her eyes, revealing a dangerous signal. But suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. She ignored Wang Zicheng and turned to Qin Feiyang, her eyes as sharp as blades. "What?" Qin Feiyang's heart tightened. "Why did you hide in the void just now?" Wang Yu'er walked toward Qin Feiyang with light steps. Her face was full of hostility. Obviously, she had thought of something. Well, Qin Feiyang hurriedly retreated while looking for an excuse. "Are you looking for an excuse? Don't bother. You were the one behind the ghost incident at the Soothing Lake, weren't you?" Wang Yu'er said with a smile. Qin Feiyang was very annoyed. This little vixen was really difficult to deal with. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as an admission. How is it? Do I look good? Don't say that you didn't see it. I had just taken a bath. Unless you're blind." Wang Yu'er smiled brighter, but Qin Feiyang became more and more nervous. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Just took a bath?" Wang Zicheng stared and turned to young Master Hao, asking, "What's going on?" Young Master Hao smiled helplessly and said, "I can't explain it now. But I can predict that Brother Mu will have a hard time in the future. It seems interesting." Wang Zicheng mumbled and looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu'er suspiciously. "Answer me. Do I look good?" Wang Yu'er approached Qin Feiyang step by step with a smile still on her face. However, Qin Feiyang and the other two who were present could feel a chill that made their hair stand on end. "Brother Hao, Brother Wang, I'll go first." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang shouted at young Master Hao and Wang Zicheng, then turned and quickly ran into the jungle. "Dirty bastard. Shameless old thief. I won't let you go today." Wang Yu'er's anger also exploded. She chased after him aggressively. Seeing this, Wang Zicheng and Wang Yu'er looked at each other. Wang Zicheng frowned and said, "Brother, what's their relationship? Why does it look so complicated? Get used to it." Young Master Hao shook his head and smiled. "Then what should we do?" Wang Zicheng asked. Young Master Hao said, "I will definitely follow him. As for you, speaking of which..." Young Master Hao couldn't help frowning. This person was not only powerful, but also had an extremely strange personality. It was hard to tell whether he was an enemy or a friend. Wang Zicheng chuckled and said, "Are you afraid that I will harm you?" Young Master Hao said, "One must be wary of others." "You're quite direct. Since that's the case, you have to be on guard at all times. Because I may attack you at any time." Wang Zicheng laughed mockingly, then turned into a stream of light and chased after Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer. "What does this person want to do?" Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows. Ancestor Mu was like this, and so was Wang Zicheng. Why were these people more unpredictable than the other? Is this the outside world? Young Master Hao looked up at the sky, and a smile quietly appeared on his face. The outside world is very exciting, isn't it? At this time, a young man walked out of the jungle in front and looked at young Master Hao with a smile. It was Qin Feiyang who had escaped before. In fact, he didn't escape at all. After entering the jungle, he immediately went to the castle. Otherwise, with his speed, how could he escape from Wang Yuer's evil clutches? Didn't you leave? Where's my sister? Young Master Hao was stunned and said in surprise. I got rid of her. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and then looked at the sky, with a trace of disappointment between his eyebrows, and said, "For you who have never seen all this, the people and things you meet now are very fresh, and you are full of longing for things in the future, but I am tired of all this." Young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang. In a trance, he saw the pain and sadness in Qin Feiyang's heart. He should be a person with a lot of hidden stories. Next, the two looked at the sky in silence. Woo! A breeze blew, disturbing Qin Feiyang's thoughts. He let out a silent sigh, turned to look at young Master Hao, and said with a smile, "Although I am tired of it, for you, this is just the beginning. Do your best." "I will. You have to work hard too." Young Master Hao nodded and said with a smile, "I have been working hard, and I have never given up." Qin Feiyang smiled, turned around, and walked into the forest. Young Master Hao walked a few steps, and then stopped, looking at Qin Feiyang's back, and said, What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang stopped, turned around, and looked at him suspiciously. Young Master Hao was silent for a while, and then said, "If one day you want to find someone to talk to, you can come to me. I will be a quiet listener." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, turned around, and gradually walked away. His thin back seemed a bit lonely. "Can you tell me? What kind of person are you?" Young Master Hao murmured to himself. Unfortunately, Qin Feiyang was already far away, and didn't hear him. Boom! Crack! Woo! Wang Yuer and Wang Zicheng had now arrived at the end of the island. The sea ahead was covered by dark clouds, and the wind was howling. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Huge waves were dozens of feet high, and could be said to be overwhelming. "Where is he?" Wang Yuer glanced at the inland sea in surprise, and then looked around, her eyebrows furrowed. She had been chasing him all the way, but she didn't catch up. Wang Zicheng said suspiciously, "Could he have gone to the inland sea alone?" "Impossible. He is only a one-star battle saint. Even if he had a pair of wings, he couldn't have escaped from my pursuit. He must be behind. Bastard, he is really like a loach," Wang Yuer said. Wang Zicheng smiled, "He has already broken through to the second-star battle saint." "What? So fast? I remember that he just broke through to the one-star battle saint 2 months ago." Wang Yuer looked at Wang Zicheng in surprise. "What the hell? 2 months ago? Then why did he tell me that it was a year ago?" Wang Zicheng was shocked. "A year ago?" Wang Yuer was startled, and then sneered, "It seems that you are not trustworthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden it from you." Wang Zicheng raised his eyebrows, and said, "Are you sure that he broke through to the one-star battle saint 2 months ago?" Wang Yuer said, "Nonsense, all the disciples of the main pagoda know." "Bastard, you dare to lie to me. You have really disappointed me." Wang Zicheng immediately roared. Cultivating from one-star battle saint to 2-star battle saint in 2 months, How shocking was this speed? Chapter 10:15. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao walked side by side into the forest. They were talking and laughing, looking quite comfortable. When they passed by a mountain ridge, young Master Hao asked, 2 months ago, you suddenly left. What did you do? Investigate that white-haired old man. He is Guoxiangzhong, the steward of the Qilan tribe. Qin Feiyang did not hide anything and told him the whole story in detail. After listening, young Master Hao was shocked and then sighed. I thought he was a good person, but I didn't expect him to have evil intentions. Qin Feiyang said, that's why I warned you again and again, don't just look at the surface. I've learned something. Young Master Hao shook his head and smiled, then said, who is that person? He is actually a 9-star battle saint at such a young age. His name is Wang Zicheng, one of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea. He has amazing means. Guoxiangzhong died in his hands. Qin Feiyang said. So strong. Young Master Hao was stunned. Yes. The strength and talent of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea, I'm afraid that even the disciples of the Holy Land in the main tower can't compare to them. But this Wang Zicheng is said to be very unreliable. You have to be careful. Qin Feiyang warned. I know this. Young Master Hao nodded. During the conversation, Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao arrived in front of a lake. This lake was located in the center of the Divine Island. It was more than 1,000 feet long. Although the lake water was clear and sparkling, there was nothing special about it. However, Qin Feiyang stopped by the lake. What's wrong? Young Master Hao looked at him suspiciously. I don't know why, but since I entered this divine island, I have an inexplicable sense of intimacy. And here, the sense of intimacy is even stronger. Qin Feiyang glanced at the lake and whispered. Intimacy? It shouldn't be. Young Master Hao glanced at the lake and asked, have you been here before? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then it must be an illusion. Young Master Hao laughed. It can't be a misconception. That's because that feeling of intimacy has been pervading my heart the entire time. It has never disappeared. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he suddenly made a decision. Stay here and wait for me. I'll go down and take a look. That's not a good idea. We don't even know what's at the bottom of the lake. It's safer for me to go down with you, said young Master Hao. All right. Qin Feiyang thought about it and nodded in agreement. Dong. The two of them jumped into the lake. Hey, woman, do you like to admire your ancestors? At the end of the island, Wang Zicheng looked at the rolling waves in the inland sea and asked in a deep voice. Wang Yuer was stunned. She looked at Wang Zicheng and asked in puzzlement, are you asking me? Nonsense, who else is here other than you? Wang Zicheng snappily said. I don't like him at all. Not only do I not like him, I hate him. Wang Yuer snorted. Why? Wang Zicheng asked. There are many reasons. First of all, he's younger than me. You can say that he's just a little kid in front of me. But the hateful thing is that he always acts like an old man. Moreover, he despises me very much. He feels that being engaged to me is like having 8 lifetimes of bad luck. The worst thing is that he actually said I'm a burden. You be the judge. I'm a 9-star battle saint after all. How can I be a burden? Wang Yuer was indignant. I see. Wang Zicheng suddenly understood and said with a sneaky smile, then be with me. I definitely won't despise you. Get lost. Wang Yuer's face darkened. Wang Zicheng said unhappily, why? I fell in love with you at first sight. Can't you give me a chance? Do I know you that well? Why should I give you a chance? Wang Yuer looked disdainful. Fine. Wang Zicheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems that you really haven't noticed. Noticed what? Wang Yuer was suspicious. Wang Zicheng said, you've unknowingly fallen in love with him. Fall in love with him? Impossible. Wang Yuer decisively denied it. Don't deny it. Although I've never really been in a relationship with anyone, I'm still very experienced in this aspect. Because he ignored you and made you angry. Because he despised you and made you annoyed. Because he didn't care about you and made you anxious. Finally, because your personality is too strong, if he doesn't take the initiative to confess to you, then in your subconscious, you'll never admit that you like him. You always find trouble with him because you want to attract his attention and make him care more about you. To put it bluntly, you're looking for a sense of existence. Wang Zicheng said. A row of black lines appeared on Wang Yuer's forehead and she said angrily, "Get lost. I can get whatever I want. Do I need to look for a sense of existence in front of him? Perhaps it's as you said. You have a high status in the divine city and can get whatever you want. However, feelings aren't something you can get just because you want to. It won't disappear just because you deny it. Little girl, calm down and think about it. Perhaps you'll have an answer soon." Wang Zicheng said with a smile. "I know what I'm thinking. You don't have to worry about it. By the way, are you very old? Are you calling me a little girl?" Wang Yuer snorted and looked up at the inland sea. Although her eyes were firm, she was a little confused. Did she really start to like him? The lake. Qin Feiyang and the other man searched inside and out, but they didn't find anything. At the bottom of the lake, there was nothing but scattered gravel and mud. Young Master Hao said, "Brother, I told you that you had an illusion, but you didn't believe me. Now you've seen it. It's purely a waste of time. Is it really an illusion? But this sense of intimacy is so real." Qin Feiyang stood at the bottom of the lake and looked around, a little upset. "No." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. "What's wrong?" Young Master Hao was surprised. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "We've been searching all the way, but it seems that we haven't met a single fierce beast." Young Master Hao was stunned, and then his eyes trembled. He said, "You're right. We haven't seen any fierce beasts." "Yes. That's very unreasonable. The lake is so big. Even if there are no fierce beasts, there should be fish and shrimp, right? But we haven't even seen a shrimp or crab." Qin Feiyang said. Young Master Hao said, "There's something wrong. Shall we search again?" "Okay. Let's search separately and be more careful." Qin Feiyang nodded. The two immediately separated and carried out a carpet search at the bottom of the lake, not even letting go of the mud and gravel. Nothing, there's nothing, after a while. Qin Feiyang stood on a piece of gravel, looking quite irritable. "Brother, come here. I found something strange." But at this time, young Master Hao's voice sounded in his mind. Qin Feiyang was refreshed and transmitted his voice, "Where are you?" Young Master Hao said, "In the center of the lake." Qin Feiyang immediately swam over and soon saw young Master Hao standing at the bottom of the lake, looking down at something. Qin Feiyang swam to him and looked down. How is it possible? His eyes trembled immediately, and his face was full of disbelief. There was a smooth stone under young Master Hao's feet, and the mud on it had been wiped away. And on the stone, a pattern was carved. This pattern was a person, but the face was too blurred to be seen clearly. He could only vaguely tell that it was a relatively burly man. However, the other areas were all clearly carved. The man was holding a harpoon in his hand, and there was a pair of wings on his back. However, his lower body had no legs, and instead, it was replaced by a fish tail. This pattern, wasn't it a mermaid? Qin Feiyang's mind was in a mess at once. How could there be a mermaid pattern here? Who was the one who left behind this pattern? Young Master Hao said, "I've never seen this pattern." "Brother, do you know what it is?" "You've never seen it?" Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Hao in surprise. "No. I've never even heard of it." Young Master Hao shook his head. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly flashed. Young Master Hao had never seen it. Did that mean that there were no mermaids in Forgotten Continent? Otherwise, with young Master Hao's status, even if he had never seen it, he must have heard of it. Since there were no mermaids in Forgotten Continent, how could there be this pattern? Could it be? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Could it be related to the great Qin Empire's mermaid clan? That's right. In the inheritance ground of the main tower, there was a statue of the ancestor, and here there was a mermaid pattern, plus that sense of intimacy. Could there be some connection between the two? Suddenly, he remembered a sentence that the mermaid emperor had once said. Because of the ancestor's kindness of not killing, the first-generation mermaid emperor, the Black Wing Emperor, and the White Wing Emperor all followed the ancestor. Similarly, these three people also disappeared with the ancestor. Could this mermaid pattern be related to these three people? Chaos. Complete chaos. Qin Feiyang couldn't figure it out at all. Young Master Hao sized up Qin Feiyang and said, "Brother, from the looks of it, you should know. Can you tell me?" Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, shook his head and said, "I don't know what to say now. I can only tell you that I do know this pattern, and it has some origins." Young Master Hao's eyes revealed surprise, looked at the mermaid pattern again, and said, "Then, the sense of intimacy that you have should be brought by it?" "Very likely." Qin Feiyang nodded, bent down, stretched out his big hand, and rubbed the mermaid pattern. Sure enough, that sense of intimacy multiplied. Young Master Hao suddenly said, "Do you think there's something inside the mechanism here?" Mechanism? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Young Master Hao's words reminded him. Based on his previous experience, there were usually hidden mysteries in such places. Quickly look for it. Young Master Hao urged, also in high spirits. The two carefully groped around the pattern. And they also tried to lift the stone with the mermaid pattern, but both of them showed disappointment. Except for this mermaid pattern, there was nothing else. It seems that I'm thinking too much. Young Master Hao smiled helplessly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also smiled bitterly, and said, "Maybe this is just a simple mark, and there's no other deep meaning at all." "Then let's go. After such a long delay, if we don't hurry to meet up, my sister will definitely go crazy again. It's better not to provoke that tigress." Young Master Hao said. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at the mermaid pattern again, and then flew out of the lake with young Master Hao to the end of the island. Maybe this sense of intimacy didn't come from him, but from the concentric knot. Although he had no blood relationship with the mermaid clan, the appearance of the concentric knot allowed him to have a telepathic connection with the mermaid princess, so he felt the intimacy of the mermaid pattern. But this was just his guess, and he couldn't take it seriously. After Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao left, the pattern still didn't move. Chapter 10:16. At the end of the island, Wang Yuer and Wang Zicheng stood on the edge of a cliff, looking at the inland sea in silence. What's going on? When Qin Feiyang flew over and saw the scene, he was quite surprised. Putting aside the grudge between Wang Zicheng and Wang Yuer, with Wang Zicheng's character, he would definitely make a fuss if he was alone with Wang Yuer. But why was it so quiet now? It's weird. Young Master Hao couldn't help murmuring. They looked at each other and flew over carefully. Young Master Hao smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sister, why are you standing here? Do you still need to ask?" "Of course, we're waiting for you." Wang Yuer turned around, her eyes burning with anger. Young Master Hao stepped back without hesitation and waved his hand. "Sister, calm down and listen to my explanation, however." Before young Master Hao finished, Wang Yuer calmed down in an instant and said lightly, "Don't explain. Let's go." After saying that, she flew into the air and entered the inland sea like lightning. What's going on? She didn't get mad? Young Master Hao was shocked and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shrugged. Who knew what this woman was doing? Young Master Hao leaned over to Wang Zicheng and whispered, "Did something happen just now? Why is she so abnormal?" "Who knows?" Wang Zicheng raised his mouth and smiled. He looked at Qin Feiyang with a meaningful gaze before he also entered the inner sea. It's strange. Young Master Hao murmured. Qin Feiyang patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, don't think about it. Women are fickle creatures. But it's too fast, isn't it? The ghost incident that night, in fact, I can imagine that you must have seen her naked. If it were in normal times, she would definitely fight you to death. Young Master Hao said. Yes, there is indeed a problem. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Wang Yuer's back with suspicion. So, you admit it? Did you also take away the soul refining method? Said young Master Hao. Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he said angrily, after all this time, it turns out that you were trying to trick me? Hee hee. You only noticed it now? It seems that your brain isn't that good after all. Young Master Hao said proudly. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel helpless. What are you guys still mumbling about? Hurry up. Wang Yuer's impatient shout came. All right. I'll be right there. Young Master Hao hurriedly responded. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang seriously and said, since you've seen my sister's naked body, then you should take on the responsibility that a man should have. Qin Feiyang frowned. I'm not joking. Although she is not my biological sister, I see her as family. My father loves her very much and treats her like his own daughter. So, if you dare to abandon her, we won't let you off. At this moment, young Master Hao was filled with a shocking sharpness. After saying that, he chased after Wang Yuer. Headache. Qin Feiyang rubbed his temples. He really didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. If this matter was known by the chief tower master, Wang Su, and Wang Yuer's parents, he was afraid that they would force him to marry Wang Yuer immediately. Why did you come to tease me back then? Isn't this making both of us feel uncomfortable? Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. Looking at Wang Yuer's back, his eyes were full of helplessness. If this woman hadn't gone to the martial arts treasury and snatched the 10th part of the soul refining technique back then, none of this would have happened at all. He shouldn't have stolen the jade scroll when Wang Yuer was bathing. However, it had already happened. It was useless to say anything more. He could only brace himself and face it. Whoosh! He collected his thoughts, turned into a stream of light, and chased after her at lightning speed. Roar! At the same time, a group of sea beasts suddenly jumped out of the sea in front of Wang Yuer. That's right. It wasn't 1 or 10, but a group. There were a total of 50 to 60 of them. They were huge like crocodiles with dense scales. Their roars were deafening. Moreover, each of them exuded a terrifying aura of a saint. Obviously, all of them were saint beasts. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one. These Neptune crocodiles should be between 1-star and 3-star saint beasts. Their target was Wang Yuer, who was flying at the front. Their ferocious mouths were filled with ghastly fangs. It was extremely terrifying. You're courting death. Wang Yuer's gaze turned cold. Her aura suddenly erupted. She stepped into the air and smashed a Neptune crocodile with one palm. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sea below red. Immediately afterward, she turned in the air and charged toward another Neptune crocodile. Wang Zicheng stopped in the air and didn't make a move. After all, in his eyes, even a 9-star saint beast might not pose a threat to him. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao both rushed over and landed beside Wang Zicheng. Did you see that? As soon as you entered the inner sea, you encountered a group of saint beasts blocking your way. Therefore, you must not walk here with the same mentality as you did in the outer sea. Because no one knows when a 9-star saint beast or even an emperor beast will jump out. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao nodded. Indeed. The inner sea couldn't be compared to the outer sea. Here, danger was everywhere and one could lose their life at any time. Young Master Hao looked at Wang Yuer and said with a smile, I found that my sister is particularly energetic today. Why do you say that? Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao were curious. Young Master Hao said, if it were any other time, she would definitely let us deal with it first. But this time, she directly rushed forward without saying a word. Is that so? Wang Zicheng muttered and glanced at Qin Feiyang from the corner of his eyes. Then, he looked at Wang Yuer. It seemed that this woman was confused. Wang Yuer was indeed confused. Her eyes also looked confused. After hearing Wang Zicheng's words on the island, her heart couldn't calm down. She wanted to deny what Wang Zicheng said, but for some reason, she was powerless to do so. It seemed that what Wang Zicheng said really existed. I don't believe it. That bastard is selfish, self-centered, arrogant, shameless, and obscene. I can't wait to hate him. How can I like him? And he's not handsome, his cultivation is not strong, and his family background is not good. There's nothing that can catch my eye at all, that's right. That's it. I will never like him. I, Wang Yuer, am a proud daughter of heaven, and only a proud son of heaven is worthy of me. All the other stinky men, get the hell away from me. She murmured as she killed. Her clothes fluttered, like an otherworldly fairy, wandering among dozens of Neptune crocodiles. His confused eyes gradually cleared up and became firm. Her expression also became incomparably arrogant. At the same time, there was a trace of disdain. Yes. I don't like him at all. I'm only annoyed with him. All of a sudden. She shouted in her heart, and the pressure of a 9-star battle sage fully erupted, turning into an invisible wave that swept in all directions. Roar. Accompanied by a series of painful howls, the Neptune crocodiles exploded one after another. In less than 3 breaths. A group of Neptune crocodiles were all buried in the sea. Now I feel comfortable all over. Looking at the blood-stained seawater, Wang Yuer smiled coldly and arrogantly, turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and said, "What are you still standing there for? Do you want me to pick you up with a palanquin? Hey! If you really get a palanquin, I won't be polite." Wang Zicheng laughed sinisterly. Is that so? Wang Yuer smiled, like a flower blooming in the dark night, charming and incomparably stunning. Not good. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao's expressions changed, and they hurriedly turned their heads to look elsewhere. Obviously. This little demoness had used her charming technique again. But Wang Zicheng didn't know. The moment his eyes met Wang Yuer's, he couldn't help but be intoxicated. Wang Yuer said, "Go run naked." Okay. Wang Zicheng nodded in a daze, took off his big pants again, threw it casually, and ran toward the sea ahead. Poor. Young Master Hao shook his head. Qin Feiyang nodded, then swooped down and grabbed Wang Zicheng's big pants. Because Wang Zicheng's universe bag was tied to this big pants, it couldn't fall into the sea. Otherwise, with this guy's character, when he woke up, he would definitely settle the score with Wang Yuer. Humph, let's see if you dare to be arrogant in front of me in the future. Wang Yuer snorted coldly, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let's go." The two looked at each other. Why did they feel that the old Wang Yuer had returned? Young Master Hao flew over and persuaded in a low voice, "Sister, you'd better restrain yourself, don't really annoy him." So what if I annoy him? Wang Yuer said lightly. Young Master Hao said helplessly, "He is very strong. Do you know Guoxiangzhong, the butler of the Qilan tribe? He died in his hands." Wang Yuer was shocked and asked, "When did it happen?" 2 months ago. Young Master Hao told Wang Yuer everything that Qin Feiyang had told him in detail. Really? Wang Yuer looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang nodded. They even dared to assassinate the chief pagoda master's personal disciple. It seems that the Qilan tribe's wings have hardened, and they want to rebel. Wang Yuer's eyes flashed coldly, then she looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Did you tell the chief pagoda master?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, "It's just a small matter, there's no need to alarm him." "Is there something wrong with your head?" This is a small matter? Do you have to wait until you die to call it a big matter? Wang Yuer was furious. I know what to do. Qin Feiyang smiled, but he was a little puzzled. Why was this woman suddenly concerned about him? Forget it, anyway, the person they wanted to assassinate is you. It's not my fault. Wang Yuer waved her hand impatiently and said, now that he's running naked, let's hurry up and get rid of him. We can't leave him behind. Qin Feiyang said. Why? Don't tell me that you've really cultivated a deep friendship with him. Wang Yuer said. That's not it. It's because he knows the location of the elixir fire, and he entered the inland sea this time for the elixir fire. Qin Feiyang said. Wang Yuer suddenly understood and said, so you've been following him for the past 2 months? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wang Yuer thought for a moment and nodded, this is indeed good news. In this way, we don't have to waste time to inquire about it. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, so you'd better be polite to him in the future. Don't always let him run naked. After all, men have self-esteem. Come on. Not to mention him, even if the two of you annoy me, I'll still let you run naked. Chapter 1017. Bitch, you're courting death. A moment later. Accompanied by a furious roar, Wang Zicheng charged over ferociously. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was not good, so he quickly went to stop Wang Zicheng and comforted him, Brother Wang, calm down. You made me run naked twice. How do you expect me to calm down? Wang Zicheng shouted and pushed Qin Feiyang away. He continued to attack Wang Yuer. Qin Feiyang flashed again and stood in front of Wang Zicheng. He said with a smile, if you want to fight, shouldn't you put on your underwear first? Huh? Wang Zicheng was stunned and his face turned red. He quickly grabbed his underwear from Qin Feiyang and put it on. Brother Wang, I understand how you feel now, but you're a man after all. How can you be so calculated with a woman? Of course, it's not your fault, but other people don't know. What if people say that you bullied the old and the young? Won't it damage the reputation of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea? Why don't you give me some face and let it be a small matter? Qin Feiyang struck while the iron was hot and persuaded with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Zicheng glanced at Wang Yuer with a gloomy face. In the end, he retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. Okay, I'll give you face today, but if there's a next time, it's useless even if God begs for mercy. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. There won't be a next time. Qin Feiyang laughed and then glared at Wang Yuer as if to say, if you don't behave, you'll have to pray for yourself. Humph. Wang Yuer snorted disdainfully and raised her hand. A light flashed in her palm and the Sage King's ship appeared. Huh? When Wang Zicheng saw the Sage King's ship, his face was suddenly filled with surprise. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, it's just a divine artifact. Why are you so surprised? Wang Zicheng didn't answer. Taking a step forward, he landed in front of Wang Yuer and looked the Saint King's ship up and down, his body bursting with intense killing intent. Sweeping his gaze over Qin Feiyang's group of 3, he asked solemnly, where did you get this Saint King's ship? Young Master Hao was shocked. How do you know it's called the Saint King's ship? Wang Zicheng's gaze turned cold as he said, it was mine in the first place, so of course I know. Yours? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other. What was going on? Young Master Hao looked at Wang Zicheng and said, but this is something that we auctioned off in the exchange pavilion. Bastard. You snatched my stuff, and now you're auctioning it off. That's too much. Wang Zicheng was instantly enraged. Qin Feiyang asked, what's going on? This matter started half a year ago. Half a year ago, I was piloting the Saint King in the inner sea in search of some ruins. But on the way, an old man suddenly appeared, saying that he took a fancy to my Saint King's ship and asked me to sell it to him. The Saint King's ship is not only a saint artifact, but it can also prevent the harassment of sea beasts, so of course I was reluctant to part with it. In the end, he attacked me. If I hadn't run fast enough, I'm afraid I would have lost my life. Wang Zicheng clenched his fists. As one of the Azure Sea's 10 heroes, it was a stain on his life that he was robbed. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, to be able to snatch it from you, his strength is not simple. I can't see through him. But I thought that he would cherish the Saint King's ship, but I didn't expect that he would auction it off. This is outrageous, don't let me see him again. Wang Zicheng gritted his teeth, his body full of hostility. Following closely. Wang Zicheng looked at Wang Yuer again, and a flattering smile appeared on his face as he rubbed his hands. No. Wang Yuer decisively refused. Wang Zicheng's smile stiffened, and he said angrily, I haven't said anything yet. If you say no, do you know what I'm going to say? Don't you want me to return the Saint King's ship to you? Dream on. Wang Yuer snorted coldly, then waved her jade-like hand, and the Saint King's ship immediately recovered and expanded. In the blink of an eye, a ship that was 100 meters long appeared in front of them, and a terrifying Saint Aura roared in all directions. Boom! Crash! Wang Yuer waved her hand again, and the Saint King's ship fell rapidly, crashing into the sea below, causing huge waves to surge. Wang Zicheng said angrily, Can you be careful? Don't break it. It seemed that he really cared about the Saint King's ship. The Saint King's ship is mine now, so what does it have to do with you? Besides, how can a saint artifact be broken so easily? Wang Yuer rolled her eyes at him, then swooped down and landed on the bow of the Saint King's ship like lightning. It's just a saint artifact, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Qin Feiyang patted Wang Zicheng's shoulder and said with a faint smile, then quickly landed on the Saint King's ship. I just want to say one thing, it's basically impossible to get back something that's in her hands. The most important thing is that we bought it fair and square, so we have no obligation to return it to you. Young Master Hao chuckled and also flew down, landing next to Qin Feiyang, and curiously looking at the layout of the ship. Wang Zicheng looked at the three people and the Saint King's ship, and his eyes flickered. Do you want to come down? If not, we're leaving. Seeing that Wang Zicheng was still not coming down, Wang Yuer looked up at him and said impatiently. Wang Zicheng looked down at Wang Yuer, and an imperceptible light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then he chuckled and also entered the Saint King's ship. I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. Wang Yuer said coldly to Wang Zicheng, then asked, which direction are we going? Wang Zicheng shrugged and said, you have more people, so how can I dare to play any tricks? Southwest. It's good that you know. Wang Yuer glanced at him, and with a thought, a dazzling white light burst out of the Saint King's ship, forming a barrier that enveloped the entire ship. As soon as the barrier appeared, the wind and waves that were surging from all directions were immediately isolated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following closely. The Saint King's ship was like a sharp arrow, breaking through the waves. So fast. Young Master Hao murmured. After all, it's a saint artifact, so of course it's fast. Let's go, I'll show you around. There are many places that I personally arranged. Wang Zicheng said with a smile. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao immediately followed Wang Zicheng and wandered around the Saint King's ship. As for Wang Yuer, she sat at the bow and focused on steering the Saint King's ship. The Saint King's ship was made of a kind of black ancient wood. Although it was made of wood, it was extremely hard, and ordinary sharp weapons couldn't even scratch a mark on it. The 100-meter-long hull exuded a dazzling treasure light. And on the ship, everything was available. Such as cabins, sails, anchors, and rudders. There was even a tea room, a restaurant, and a cultivation room for seclusion. However, although there were sails and rudders, they were basically useless, because driving the Saint King's ship required one's mind. How do you feel? Qin Feiyang and the other two walked out of the cabin, and Wang Zicheng smiled proudly. Very good. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then I'll take you to the tea room now. If that old man didn't touch it, there should be a jar of good wine. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I won't go, you guys go ahead. He had no interest in wine. Okay, let's go. Wang Zicheng took young Master Hao and strode towards the stern of the ship. But suddenly, Wang Zicheng stopped again and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, saying, "By the way, there's something I forgot to tell you. You can't open the portal in the internal sea." "What?" Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked, "Can you use the image crystal to send messages?" "That's possible, but even if you can send messages, it doesn't mean much here." Wang Zicheng nodded, and then with a meaningful smile, he turned and left. "The situation is not good," Qin Feiyang muttered. Indeed, as Wang Zicheng said, in the case of not being able to open the portal, the image crystal didn't mean much. Because when they encountered danger, even if they used the image crystal to ask for help from the people of the Divine City, without the portal, the people of the Divine City would not be able to rush over immediately. Qin Feiyang quickly walked to Wang Yuer's side and whispered, "You heard what he said, right?" Wang Yuer nodded. "Next, we will really be alone and helpless. We must be careful, especially this Wang Zicheng. I have a feeling that he hasn't given up on the Saint King ship," Qin Feiyang warned. "You don't need to remind me, I know," Wang Yuer said indifferently, with a sense of coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Can't we get along peacefully?" Wang Yuer glanced at him and said coldly, "Not interested." Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly, too lazy to ask for a rebuff. He sat cross-legged on the side, took a battle chi pill, and closed his eyes to cultivate. The environment of the inland sea was extremely harsh. The deeper they went, the stronger the wind and waves, and the more sea beasts they encountered. However, even if those sea beasts came to besiege them, Qin Feiyang and the others didn't have to do anything because they couldn't break through the enchantment of the Saint King ship. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. The group had gone deep into the inland sea. Along the way, they also encountered many explorers, and even saw some explorers mercilessly torn apart by sea beasts. But from beginning to end, Wang Yuer never stopped the Saint King ship to help. It was not that she didn't want to help, but Qin Feiyang didn't allow her to. Because in such a cruel place, no one was a kind person. Once the other party found an opportunity, they would face eternal damnation. This morning, Wang Yuer was still driving the Saint King's ship as fast as lightning on the sea. Suddenly, she seemed to have found something, and her eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the sea directly ahead, and said, "Look, what is that?" Wang Zicheng and young Master Hao went to the restaurant that day, but they didn't find the so-called wine, so they also came to the deck of the bow and closed their eyes to cultivate. Hearing Wang Yuer's exclamation, the three of them opened their eyes in unison and looked up. They saw the sea in front of them was raging with strong winds and turbulent waves, and a behemoth was heading in their direction. But because it was too far away and the wind and waves were too strong, they couldn't see it clearly and could only see a rough outline. It seemed that it was also a huge ship. Why do I have an ominous feeling? Chapter 10:18. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at Wang Zicheng's expression and became nervous. Because Wang Zicheng was the most familiar with the internal sea among them. If even he felt that something was wrong, then they must have encountered something terrifying. The speed of the behemoth was also very fast. In less than 5 breaths, it had clearly entered the sight of the four. It was really a huge ship. It was about the same size as the Sage King, and it was as black as ink. It looked like a monster running wildly on the sea. On the mast of the ship, there was a flag that was fluttering in the wind. On it was a picture of a blood-red venomous snake. It looked rather frightening. On the other side of the flag, there was the word "one." "Oh no, it's them. Quickly change direction, head south." When Wang Zicheng saw the snake pattern, his face changed and he shouted anxiously. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at him in surprise. Wang Zicheng roared, "There's no time to explain, hurry up. Hurry up." Qin Feiyang also immediately looked at Wang Yuer and said. After being together with Wang Zicheng for so long, this was the first time he saw him so panicked. Obviously, the origin of that huge ship was not simple. Seeing that Wang Zicheng did not seem to be joking, Wang Yu did not dare to delay and immediately controlled the Sage King, making a sharp turn and flying south. At the same time, there was also a group of people gathered on the huge ship. There were men and women, old and young, and without exception, all of them looked fierce and dressed strangely, exuding a bandit aura. The strangest thing was that there was a snake pattern between their eyebrows, which was exactly the same as the pattern on the flag. At this moment, a middle-aged man with the head of a snake and the eyes of a mouse stood on the deck of the ship, looking at the sea ahead. Ha! Suddenly, he saw the Sage King, and a trace of surprise climbed up on his face, and he shouted, "Boss, is that the Sage King?" "Sage King? Old Fifth Pan, are you dreaming? Wang Zicheng's Sage King has long been robbed, how could it appear in the internal sea? But then again, the dignified 10 heroes of the Azure Sea can't even keep the Sage King, it's really embarrassing." The others on the ship immediately laughed. Meanwhile, beside the rudder, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. He wore a black eye patch over his left eye. His upper body was bare, revealing his well-developed chest muscles. He wore a pair of black trousers, which were extremely tattered. He wore a pair of tattered straw sandals on his feet. His thick black curly hair fluttered in the wind, looking a little dirty and messy, but the aura he emitted was extremely strong. When he heard old Fifth Pan's voice, a trace of a sneer appeared on his face. "Am I really dreaming?" The man called Old Fifth Pan rubbed his eyes and looked at the Saint King's ship again. His eyes trembled and he shouted angrily, "I'm not joking, that's really the Saint King's ship." The middle-aged man and the others were bewildered as they followed Old Fifth Pan's gaze. "Really? Why is the Saint King's ship here?" Everyone immediately started discussing, talking at once, and it was extremely noisy. "All of you, shut up!" The middle-aged man standing in front of the rudder shouted. The faces of the group of people changed, and they all shut their mouths. In an instant, the place fell into a dead silence. The middle-aged man looked at the Saint King's ship from afar, his eyes flashed with a sinister smile as he shouted, "I ask you, since the Saint King's ship has appeared, what should we do?" "Snatch it!" Old Fifth Pan and the others immediately shouted. "Yes. Wang Zicheng can't protect the Saint King's ship, so we'll snatch it. I'm sure that when Wang Zicheng finds out that the Saint King's ship is in our hands, he will cry and beg us to return it to him." The middle-aged man laughed loudly. "Boss is wise. When that time comes, we can humiliate him. Yes, 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 that guy relies on his forbidden technique and is extremely arrogant. I've long wanted to teach him a lesson. I've long disliked him. When the time comes, I'll make him crawl under my crotch." The group of people waved their fists and roared, full of bandit spirit. "Then let's go." The middle-aged man shouted, and the giant ship suddenly turned into a stream of light, breaking through the heavy waves and chasing after the Saint King's ship. The Saint King's ship. Qin Feiyang looked at the sea behind him and asked Wang Zicheng, "Brother Wang, what is the origin of that ship that makes you so afraid?" "Who says I'm afraid?" Wang Zicheng looked at him fiercely. Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. "If you're not afraid, why do you want us to run?" Wang Zicheng coughed and said indifferently, "I just don't want to cause trouble." Qin Feiyang and the other two stared at him strangely, with a look of disbelief. Wang Zicheng was a little angry and said disdainfully, "If I can use my forbidden technique now, I can kill those small fries with a slap." Wang Yu said disdainfully, "In the end, you're afraid of them now. I say, don't you feel annoyed?" Wang Zicheng glared at her angrily. Enough. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stood between the two to mediate. If he didn't stop them, he was afraid that they would quarrel again. Young Master Hao asked, "Then who are they?" Wang Zicheng sighed and said, "That ship is called Viper No. 1. Like the Sage King, it's also a divine artifact. Those people on the ship are all Viper's subordinates." "Viper?" The three were suspicious. Viper is also one of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea. But unlike us, he has little interest in cultivation. His only interest is to develop poisons, especially deadly ones. That's why we call him Viper. And he likes this nickname, so he simply named himself Viper. Wang Zicheng shook his head. So, he's an old poison? Young Master Hao was surprised. Wang Zicheng nodded and said, anyway, his body is full of poison. If you accidentally touch his body, you may be poisoned to death. And the poisons he developed can't be cured by ordinary antidotes. So horrible. Who dares to be with such a person? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. Just hearing this, they couldn't help but feel creeped out. Wang Yuer asked, what's his cultivation? Does he also have forbidden techniques? Wang Zicheng said, his cultivation isn't very strong. He's just an 8-star battle saint. As for forbidden techniques, each of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea has a forbidden technique. This is the main reason why we're called the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He thought that only Wang Zicheng and the young man had such terrifying forbidden techniques, but he didn't expect that the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea also had them. It seemed that these guys were not to be trifled with. At this moment, Wang Yuer seemed to have noticed something. She turned around and looked at the sea behind her. Her expression changed drastically and she shouted, oh no, they're coming. How troublesome. They must have recognized the Sage King battleship and want to take it. Wang Zicheng said, looking quite annoyed. Young Master Hao looked at Viper number 1 and his pupils shrank. He said in surprise, they're both saint artifacts, but why is Viper number 1 faster than the Sage King battleship? Like other saint artifacts, the Sage King battleship and Viper number 1's power depends on the user's cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the faster the speed. The captain of Viper number 1 is called One-Eyed Dragon. He's a 1-star combat emperor. Wang Zicheng said. So strong? Then how did he become Viper's subordinate? Young Master Hao was surprised. Poison. Viper's subordinates were basically captured by him with poison. And only he has the antidote for the poison he developed. In short, they were forced to do so because they had to die if they didn't submit to Viper. But it's undeniable that each of them is a master who kills without batting an eyelid. In short, Viper and his subordinates are very difficult to deal with. Wang Zicheng rubbed his aching forehead. Why was he so unlucky? Why did he have to encounter these bandits? Listen up, stop the Sage King battleship if you don't want to die. A cold voice came from Viper number 1. Wang Zicheng sighed helplessly and looked at Wang Yuer. Forget it, don't run. We can't escape anyway. Wang Yuer frowned, and with a thought, the Saint King's ship slowly came to a stop. Indeed. They didn't have any combat emperors and couldn't escape the pursuit of Viper number 1. It was better to stop and see what those people wanted. Swoosh. Soon. Viper number 1 broke through the waves and stopped beside the Sage King battleship. At the same time, Wang Zicheng turned around with his back facing Viper number 1. His eyes flickered and no one knew what he was thinking. Hey, there's a beauty. This figure, this beauty, can be said to be of the highest quality. Not bad, little beauty, do you want to live? If you want to, then accompany us, Lele. The people on Viper number 1 looked as if they hadn't seen a woman for a long time. They surrounded the side of the ship and stared at Wang Yuer. Their mouths were also full of obscenities. They were a group of bandits. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and stepped forward to protect Wang Yuer behind him. He glanced at those people and said in a deep voice, please respect yourself. Huh? Looking at the back in front of her, Wang Yuer was stunned. This bastard was protecting her? Respect? Hee, little brat, is this your first time in the inland sea? Let me tell you, women are rare in this place, especially such a beautiful woman. Be sensible and hand over the Sage King battleship and that woman immediately. Otherwise, I will bury all of you in the sea. The one-eyed man walked over and stared at Qin Feiyang with a sinister smile. Hee. One-eyed man, I haven't seen you for only a few months and you've become so powerful. Impressive. At this moment, Wang Zicheng, who had his back facing Viper number 1, suddenly laughed. In fact, he was hesitating whether to escape alone. After all, he couldn't use the forbidden technique casually now. But after thinking about it, if he ran away like this, wouldn't he lose the chance to take back the Sage King battleship? Moreover, he knew the one-eyed man and the others. Once the Sage King battleship fell into their hands, it was basically impossible to get it back. So after thinking about it again and again, he spoke. Who are you? Why do you look familiar? Chapter 10:19. Hee hee. Wang Zicheng grinned and slowly turned around. What? It's you. One-eyed dragon and the others were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Wang Zicheng glanced at them one by one and finally stopped at One-eyed Dragon. He smiled and said, "Who gave you the guts to rob my Sage King ship?" Wasn't the Sage King ship stolen? One-eyed Dragon asked in a panic. Wang Zicheng said playfully, "Yes, it was stolen, but can't I take it back?" Of course. One-eyed Dragon nodded repeatedly. Wang Zicheng smiled and asked, "Do you want us to hand over the Sage King ship now?" "No, we don't dare. This is a misunderstanding. Because our original intention of robbing the Sage King ship was to help you get it back. We definitely won't dare to take it for ourselves. Don't you think so?" One-eyed Dragon said. Yes. That's right." The group behind One-eyed Dragon quickly nodded in agreement. Wang Zicheng sneered, "Then shouldn't this young master thank you? We're all on the same side, don't be so polite. Well, since the Sage King's ship has been returned to its rightful owner, we won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." One-eyed Dragon cupped his fists and said, then drove Viper number 1 away in a panic. It settled just like that? Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. They don't know my current situation, otherwise, a bloody battle would have been inevitable. Don't look anymore. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, they'll notice something and we'll be done for. Wang Zicheng urged. Wang Yuer nodded and immediately drove the Sage King's ship to the south. It's really bad luck to meet Wang Zicheng. Viper number 1. One-eyed Dragon stood at the side of the ship, looking angrily at the Sage King's ship that was gradually disappearing. The others also nodded. If it were anyone else, they would have dared to force it, but they knew Wang Zicheng's methods too well. If they forced it, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Suddenly, Old Fifth Pan said suspiciously, "Boss, why do I feel that Wang Zicheng is a little different today?" "How is it different?" The one-eyed man was taken aback and asked suspiciously. In the past, if we had tried to steal his Saint King's ship, we wouldn't have been able to get away so easily. But today, he didn't even do anything and just let us go. Isn't it strange? Old Fifth Pan said. Maybe it's because he's in a good mood today. Do you see the woman beside him? He likes beautiful women the most. In front of women, I have to maintain my poise. The one-eyed man said calmly. He then took out an image crystal and infused his battle chi into it. A short while later, a young man appeared from the void. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had regular facial features. He could be considered a talent, but the skin all over his body was emitting a strange green color. Especially his eyes. They were green like a snake's eyes, and they were suffused with a cold light. Greetings, Lord Viper. Everyone on the ship kowtowed, including the one-eyed man. What is it? Viper asked. His cold gaze caused the group of people to tremble in fear. The one-eyed man said respectfully, "There's something that I need to report to you. Wang Zicheng has entered the inland sea and has taken back the Saint King's ship." Viper frowned slightly and said, "I heard that the person who took the Saint King's ship is unfathomably strong. How did he take it back?" "I don't know." The one-eyed man shook his head. Viper frowned and turned to the side, asking, "Big Bull, you were with Wang Zicheng some time ago." Have you heard of this? Big Bull? The one-eyed man and the others were surprised. Next to Viper, another young man walked out. So it's him. Why is he with Lord Viper? The one-eyed man and the others' pupils shrank. They were extremely wary. The young man lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He looked at Viper and shook his head, never heard of it. Then that's strange. According to Wang Zicheng's character, if he really took back the Saint King ship, he would definitely send us a message to show off. Could it be that he has changed? Viper frowned. His green eyes flickered with an inexplicable light. Has he changed? Do you think that's possible? The young man sneered, then looked at the one-eyed man and said, "Is there anyone else on the Saint King ship?" "Yes. 2 men and a woman." The one-eyed man nodded and waved his hand. Battle chi surged and condensed into the shadows of Qin Feiyang and the other 2. It's him. The young man looked at Qin Feiyang's shadow and frowned. Viper asked, "Do you know him?" "Yes. I met him in the outer sea with Wang Zicheng." Wang Zicheng seemed to care about him. The young man said. "Forget it. How could someone like Wang Zicheng care about others? He must have a purpose." Viper sneered. "That's what I think too." The young man nodded, then asked the one-eyed man again, "Are you sure you saw the Saint King ship?" "I'm sure." The one-eyed man nodded. "Did he cause trouble for you?" The young man asked again. "No." The one-eyed man shook his head. "He didn't cause trouble for you?" "That's surprising." The young man was surprised, then smiled and said, "That's right, with his current condition, he can't wait to hide when he sees you. How could he dare to cause trouble for you?" "What do you mean?" Viper was slightly taken aback and looked at the young man suspiciously. The one-eyed man and the others were also puzzled. The young man said, "When we were in the outer sea, he continuously used forbidden techniques for 50 to 60 breaths." "What? Does he want to die?" Viper was shocked. No wonder he was so easy to talk to today. It's because he doesn't dare to use forbidden techniques again. I was really scared by him just now. The one-eyed man also came to a sudden realization, and a trace of anger crept onto his face. Suddenly, the green light in Viper's eyes intensified and he smiled sinisterly. "This is a good opportunity. What do you want to do?" The young man frowned. "Usually, we all have forbidden techniques. Even if there is a conflict, we don't dare to act rashly. However, now that he doesn't dare to use forbidden techniques, he's equivalent to a poisonous snake without fangs. Naturally, we have to get rid of him. Even if we can't get rid of him, we have to force him into a corner and let him have a taste of death." Viper smiled sinisterly. "That's interesting." The young man smiled playfully. When he saw that the young man had no intention of objecting, Viper immediately looked at the one-eyed man and ordered, "Go after him immediately. I want to see his corpse if he's dead or alive, understand?" "Understood." The one-eyed man nodded and turned off the image crystal, shouting, "Lads, let the hunt begin. Kill." Instantly, everyone roared and their killing intent shook the skies. On a certain island. On a mountain peak. The burly young man looked at Viper and said impatiently, "Have you thought about what I told you?" Viper played with the ring on his index finger and smiled faintly. "What's the hurry? Let me think about it for a few more days. I don't have time to waste with you. You have to give me an answer immediately or I'll find someone else to work with," the young man said. Viper raised his eyebrows and stared at the young man. His green eyes flashed with a dangerous signal. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not a coward." The young man became more and more impatient. Okay. I agree to work with you. But after we get the elixir fire, we have to make it clear in advance how we're going to split it." Viper smiled sinisterly. "How do you think we should split it?" The young man frowned. Viper's eyes flashed and said, "You can have the elixir fire, but you give me your forbidden technique. Do you think that's possible?" The young man sneered and said, I think the best way is to have a fair one-on-one duel after we get the elixir fire. The winner gets the elixir fire. Okay, we'll do as you say. Viper chuckled, but there was a trace of bone-chilling coldness in his smile. He did not hide it at all. The young man did not care at all. Because he was not afraid of any of the 10 heroes of Qinghai, even if it was the old poison in front of him. Splash. On the sea, the Sage King vessel was like a shooting star catching up with the moon. Wherever it went, waves would surge. Qin Feiyang had been observing the sea behind them. Seeing that Viper number 1 had not returned, he looked at Wang Yuer and said, You can slow down a little. Don't consume too much energy. Reviving the Sage King vessel was the same as reviving other divine artifacts. It required an endless supply of battle chi. In other words, battle chi was the fuel of the Sage King vessel. And the faster it was, the faster it would consume battle chi. Therefore, this extreme speed could not be maintained forever. Otherwise, Wang Yuer would be in danger of running out of battle chi. Wang Yuer glanced at Qin Feiyang. This time, she did not quarrel with Qin Feiyang. She slowed down by half and then took a battle chi pill to replenish her battle chi. She looked at the sea in front of her thoughtfully. Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously, then turned to Wang Zicheng and asked, Brother Wang, have you taken a prolongation pill? No. Wang Zicheng shook his head. It can't be. Qin Feiyang was surprised. How could he have never taken a prolongation pill before? Not only me, but also the 10 heroes of Qinghai have never taken a prolongation pill. Because we all know that once we take a prolongation pill, we will lose our last guarantee. After all, we can only take a prolongation pill once in our lives. And if one day we are really in a desperate situation, we will die. Wang Zicheng said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Everyone would be in a desperate situation. If there was a prolongation pill, even if Wang Zicheng used a forbidden technique and consumed all his life, he could still use a prolongation pill to prolong his life before he died. But once he took it in advance, there would be no way out when he was in a life and death situation. Therefore, whether it was for Wang Zicheng or the other 10 heroes of Qinghai, the prolongation pill was the last guarantee. Unless it was a last resort, they would never take it. Well, suddenly. Chapter 1020. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at her in confusion. Wang Yuer's eyes flickered. In the end, she gritted her teeth and turned to Qin Feiyang. You stood in front of me just now. Are you concerned about me? Am I? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes, yes, yes. Before Wang Yuer could answer, young Master Hao and Wang Zicheng shouted as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at the 2 of them. Couldn't they tell that he was playing dumb? The 2 of them chuckled. It was obvious that they were here to undermine him. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yuer helplessly and said with a smile, Every man will protect a woman. Even if I didn't stand out just now, the 2 of them would definitely stand out. It's just that I was one step ahead of them. Don't mind it too much. We won't do that. Young Master Hao quickly waved his hand. Then, he winked at Wang Zicheng and said, Right? Wang Zicheng understood and nodded. Of course. Haven't you heard of the saying that the hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out? There are so many of them. You're courting death. I say, are the 2 of you interesting? Are you trying to undermine me? Qin Feiyang said angrily in his heart. So? We'll undermine you. Bite us. The 2 of them hooted in their hearts, feeling smug. I'll bear with it. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at Wang Yuer again with a smile. Really, don't mind it too much. After all, we're companions. We should take care of each other. Is that so? It seems that I'm thinking too much. Wang Yuer murmured. Then, she turned to look at the sea and her expression turned cold again. Young Master Hao sighed helplessly and said telepathically, Brother Mu, do you really not understand? Are you playing dumb? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at him suspiciously and asked, what do you mean? Young Master Hao sighed. It seems that you really don't understand. With his EQ, do you expect him to understand? Wang Zicheng said in disdain. What are you trying to say? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Young Master Hao patted his forehead and said to himself, oh my god, I'm about to collapse. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, my sister, kill. However, at this moment, deafening battle cries rang out from the sea behind them. The four men's faces changed and they quickly turned around to look. They saw Viper number 1 rushing towards them like a bolt of lightning. Damn it. Why are they back? Wang Zicheng was incomparably furious. Wang Zicheng, you're good. You actually managed to scare him. The one-eyed man stood at the prow of the ship, looking at the Saint King's ship from afar with a sneer on his face. Wang Zicheng's heart trembled. Could it be that these people had already sensed his presence? However, he did not show anything on his face. He coldly snorted and said, are you guys trying to provoke this young master? You're right. I am provoking you. If you have the ability, then come and kill me. The one-eyed man laughed maniacally. Wang Zicheng's mood instantly sank to the bottom when he saw the one-eyed man acting so unscrupulously. Why aren't you saying anything? Continue. I'm waiting. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but if you can't activate the forbidden technique, you're just a piece of trash. The one-eyed man laughed disdainfully. When a tiger falls, it will be bullied by a dog. Wang Zicheng secretly sighed, and sneered, who told you that this young master can't activate the forbidden technique? Do you believe that this young master will activate the forbidden technique right now and destroy all of you? Still pretending? Is there any meaning to it? Alright, I'll let you die with understanding. This is what the great barbarian bull said himself. The one-eyed man said. Damn it. Wang Zicheng was infuriated. Why was this bastard so talkative? Suddenly, his eyes flashed slightly as he said, so, the great barbarian bull is with Viper now? That's right. The one-eyed man said. Wang Zicheng's face darkened. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang secretly asked. Wang Zicheng said in a low voice, you don't know, when these two people walk together, nothing good will happen. Wang Yuer secretly said, let's not talk about this for now, quickly think of a way to escape their pursuit. We definitely won't be able to escape, unless a war king comes to help us control the emperor. However, it's not impossible to kill them. Wang Zicheng said word by word, killing intent flashing in his eyes. It can indeed be done. Qin Feiyang nodded. Are you too crazy? Young Master Hao looked at the two of them in shock. There were at least 200 people on Viper 1. Other than the one-eyed man, the rest of them were all war saints. How could they do it with just the 4 of them? Crazy? Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng looked at each other, their eyes filled with a dense coldness. Wang Zicheng jumped up, stood at the top of the mast, looked at the one-eyed man, and shouted, I'll ask you one last question. Is it Viper's order for you to chase after us? The one-eyed man sneered. Lord Viper only said one sentence. If you're alive, if you're dead, you're dead. Huh, what a good if you're alive, you're dead, you're dead. Wang Zicheng laughed out loud. Is that guy scared silly? He must be. If he doesn't dare to use the forbidden technique, he's nothing. That's right, even if I'm a 9-star war saint, I can easily kill him. Trash. The people on Viper number 1 started to laugh at him. I'm trash. You want to kill me? Yes, if I'm alone, I can only run for my life. But now, I have a trump card with me. Viper, do you think you'll win just because I don't dare to use the forbidden technique? You're too naive. This time, not only will you fail to kill me, but you'll also lose a lot of your men and Viper 1. Wang Zicheng muttered to himself, then landed in front of Qin Feiyang like a flash of lightning. He looked at Wang Yu and young Master Hao and transmitted his voice. You two drive the Sage King's ship and continue forward. What about you? Young Master Hao asked. Wang Zicheng and Qin Feiyang looked at each other and said in unison, of course, we'll teach them a lesson. Wang Zicheng said, come, follow me to the cabin. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them strode into the cabin. Qin Feiyang immediately activated the concealment art, walked out of the cabin again, left the Sage King's ship, and silently flew toward Viper 1. They were not deliberately mystifying by doing this. They were deceiving the others. Because this way, the one-eyed man and the others would think that they had been staying in the cabin and would not be on guard. As expected. Seeing the two of them enter the cabin and not appear again, the one-eyed man and the others immediately laughed at them. Wang Zicheng, aren't you very powerful? Why are you hiding now? Come out quickly, kowtow to us and apologize. If we're in a good mood, we might let you go. Don't even think about escaping. Viper 1 is much faster than the Sage King's ship. We'll catch up with you in less than 10 breaths. At that time, you bunch of trash will be finished. The one-eyed man stood at the bow and cursed wantonly. He was extremely arrogant. In the past, he could only flatter Wang Zicheng and never thought that there would be a day when he would turn the tables. Stepping on the Azure Sea's 10 heroes under his feet was something that countless people in the Internal Sea dreamed of doing. However, the Azure Sea's 10 heroes were like 10 overlords that could not be violated. But he had done it now. So he felt very relieved. Not only the one-eyed man, but the others on Viper 1 also felt very good. However, what they did not know was that Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng had quietly landed on the bow of Viper 1. And they were standing in front of the one-eyed man. That old fifth pan urged, boss, to avoid long delays, hurry up. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape today. The one-eyed man smiled confidently, then his eyes flashed and he said, when we catch Wang Zicheng, I will make him kneel and beg for mercy. And that woman, she's simply a stunner. It will be fun to fuck her. Later, no one is allowed to compete with me, do you hear me? No, no. How dare we compete with you for a woman, boss? But boss, we've been with you for so long, you can't forget us. Old Fifth Pan smiled obsequiously. Yes, 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 we've been holding back for a long time. The others immediately nodded in agreement. Don't worry. When I'm about to die, I'll definitely let you satisfy your cravings. The one-eyed man waved his hand heroically. Thank you, boss. Everyone was overjoyed and stared at Wang Yu's back, their eyes full of obscene smiles. You're courting death. At the same time. Hearing their conversation, Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with killing intent. These people were simply scumbags. Their lives would only be a waste of food. He looked at Wang Zicheng and said in a deep voice, do it. Wang Zicheng nodded and his killing intent was aroused. He directly stabbed the one-eyed man's lower abdomen with the dagger, instantly destroying his qi. Ah, the one-eyed man immediately let out a painful howl. What's going on? Boss, why are you injured? Who did it? Viper number 1 immediately became restless. Everyone glanced around, and both their eyes and faces were full of surprise. Ah, then. More cries of agony could be heard. The people on Viper number 1 fell down one by one. What's going on? Who is it? Come out, don't hide. The others panicked and roared again and again. The one-eyed man's qi was destroyed, and without the support of his battle qi, Viper number 1 immediately stopped. What's going on? Hearing the commotion from behind, Wang Yu and young Master Hao immediately turned around and glanced at Viper number 1, feeling a little puzzled. I see. Suddenly, young Master Hao laughed. Wang Yu glanced at the cabin and didn't understand. Young Master Hao smiled and said, they're not in the cabin at all. They've activated the invisibility skill and gone to Viper number 1. I see. Wang Yu also understood. She looked at Viper number 1 and whispered, what a cunning guy. This can't be considered cunning. If they didn't deceive others first, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. So to speak, I should say that they're smart. After seeing their means, I finally saw through myself. Whether it's my brain, combat experience, or fearless mentality, I'm far inferior to them. Young Master Hao laughed at himself. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu, to protect him, he wouldn't have been able to enter the inland sea with his own ability. He would have been killed in the outer sea. Chapter 10:21. Wang Yu smiled with relief. This pampered young master had finally come to his senses. It was indeed a wise decision for the chief pagoda master to let him come to Qinghai to gain experience. While the two were talking, the killing on Viper number 1 had also ended. Except for the one-eyed man, no one was left alive. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed along the deck. It was like an Azura hell. It was terrifying. They're all dead. What the hell is going on? Are there ghosts? Looking at his living companions all lying on the ground, the one-eyed man muttered to himself. His eyes were full of horror. I said, don't mess with me. Suddenly, a bone-chilling voice entered his ears. Wang Zicheng. How is this possible? When did he come on the ship? Where is he now? The one-eyed man's body trembled. He hurriedly looked around, but except for the corpses on the ground, he saw nothing. Seeing how arrogant you were before, I thought you had a lot of ability. Turns out you're just a useless trash. The mocking laughter sounded again. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Zicheng and Qin Feiyang appeared in front of the one-eyed man at the same time. You, the one-eyed man looked at the two dumbfounded. Wang Zicheng joked, do you want to ask why you can't see us when we're right in front of you? The one-eyed man nodded. This was too strange. They came and went without a trace. Were these two ghosts? If you want to know, I won't tell you. Tell me, how do you want to die? Wang Zicheng sneered. The one-eyed man's eyes trembled. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged, Sir, I don't dare anymore. Please let me go this time. Hey, is this interesting? Didn't you just say that you want me to kneel and beg for mercy? You even said that you want me to crawl between your legs. Why are you kneeling now? Where's your backbone? Get up quickly. I'm just a trash. I can't accept your kneeling. Wang Zicheng had a friendly smile on his face. He bent down and helped the one-eyed man up. Don't. One-eyed dragon hurriedly knelt and took a few steps back. He said with a crying face, Sir, can you stop torturing me? Yes, it's all my fault. I'll slap myself. Smack. The one-eyed man raised his hand and slapped his own face again and again. Yes. That's it. Don't stop. If you dare to stop, yours truly will destroy you. Wang Zicheng took out the image crystal. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang frowned. Of course it's to send a message to Viper. Wang Zicheng smiled playfully as his battle chi surged into the image crystal. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. In the end, he retreated to a corner where the image crystal could not reach. Wang. A moment later, the shadow of the Viper appeared. Hi. Wang Zicheng greeted him warmly. Looking at the one-eyed dragon who was slapping him crazily, then looking at the corpses on the ground, Viper's eyes immediately darkened. You didn't expect this, did you? Not only did I not die, I even killed so many of your subordinates. How is it? Are you satisfied with this gift? Wang Zicheng grinned. Viper's pupils shrank as he said in a low voice, How did you do it? That's none of your business. Answer me. Are you satisfied or not? Wang Zicheng asked aggressively. Viper's green eyes also shot out a threatening cold light as he said, You're too vicious. He had killed his men and even sent him a message. This was clearly a provocation. That's not right. How am I vicious? Didn't you start it first? Why are you blaming me now? Wang Zicheng looked depressed. Viper clenched his fists and his face was extremely ugly. Oh, Viper, I can't believe you have such an expression. It's rare. Wang Zicheng laughed mockingly. Don't you go too far. Viper shouted angrily, his body full of murderous intent. So what if I bully you? Bite me? Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Now, make your choice. Do you want Viper number 1 or the one-eyed dragon's life? Remember, you can't negotiate. You can only choose one of the two. Wang Zicheng shook his finger and chuckled. Hearing this, the one-eyed dragon immediately looked up at Viper with pleading eyes. Wang Zicheng raised his eyebrows and glanced at the one-eyed dragon. Did I ask you to stop? Slap. The one-eyed dragon's body trembled as he slapped the one-eyed dragon again. His face was smashed into a bloody mess. Viper glanced at the one-eyed dragon and then at Viper number 1. He then looked at Wang Zicheng and said, I want the one-eyed dragon. Although Viper number 1 was a sacred artifact, the one-eyed dragon was a genuine combat emperor. Between a combat emperor and a sacred artifact, he would definitely choose a combat emperor. He had heard of it. The one-eyed dragon was instantly moved to tears. Wang Zicheng was not surprised by Viper's choice. He smiled brightly and said, You really have a loyal person. But I'm sorry, I was just teasing you. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his leg and kicked the one-eyed dragon's head. With a crack, the one-eyed dragon's head exploded on the spot. He fell to the ground and died. Wang Zicheng, Viper, was furious. His eyes were filled with green light, like an enraged beast. Does your heart ache? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Since you want to play, I will definitely play with you until the end. As for this Viper number 1, I will gladly accept it. Wang Zicheng smiled proudly. Then, he waved his hand and the bodies of the one-eyed dragon and the others all flew out and fell into the sea. Viper's eyes were cold as he said word by word, Wang, I swear, I will never let you go. You're welcome at any time. Wang Zicheng grinned and said, If you are really angry, you can come and settle the score with me now. I will give you the coordinates. Bastard, don't be so proud. Viper roared. This was no longer a provocation, but a direct humiliation. Am I that proud? Oh right, where is that big bull? Wang Zicheng asked. Gone. Viper gritted his teeth and said. Wang Zicheng shook his head and sighed, That's a pity, I didn't have the chance to see you like this. Wang Zicheng, Viper gritted his teeth and shouted out Wang Zicheng's name. His tightly clenched fists made cracking sounds. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. I'm here, do you have any orders? Wang Zicheng became more and more excited as he looked at Viper suspiciously. Viper was about to explode. His eyes were filled with anger, but he suddenly took a deep breath and said, It's too early to be proud. Wang Zicheng, let's wait and see. After saying that, the illusory figure collapsed and dissipated. Huh, Wang Zicheng immediately laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang. Did you see his face? It's so angry that it's about to change shape. Good, too good, Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Killing someone else's subordinate, snatching their sacred artifact, and even sending a message to show off. This guy was really wicked. After a while, Wang Zicheng stopped laughing and glanced at Viper 1. He leaned over to Qin Feiyang and said with a sneaky smile, Brother, can we discuss something? Qin Feiyang was about to speak, but at this time, Wang Yu and young Master Hao left the Sage King and flew over. After landing in front of the two, young Master Hao immediately asked, How are you? Very good. Wang Zicheng smiled proudly. Young Master Hao looked at the two with admiration and said, I really admire you more and more. If the two of you join forces, I believe that the alchemy fire that is about to be born will be easy to obtain. What a coincidence. That's what I think too. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang smiled but did not say anything. Some things were better left unsaid. It was enough to know it in one's heart. Wang Zicheng glanced at the three and coughed dryly. You came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. What? Young Master Hao asked. The Sage King has been with me for hundreds of years. I really can't bear to part with it. Can you return the Sage King to me for the sake of our acquaintance? Of course, I won't take it for free. This Viper one will be my compensation for you. Wang Zicheng said, his eyes shining. Sure, it's a sacred artifact anyway. It doesn't matter. Young Master Hao nodded without hesitation and smiled. No. Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu said at the same time. The two of them looked at Wang Zicheng with a rather gloomy expression. What's wrong? Young Master Hao looked at the two of them in confusion. Wang Zicheng also put on an innocent look and said, Why are you looking at me like that? I really don't mean any harm. Qin Feiyang said lightly, You'd better use that to deceive others. What do you mean? Wang Zicheng frowned. You really know how to play dumb. Okay, since you want me to make it clear, I'll make it clear for you. Since Viper 1 has been stolen, Viper will definitely not let it go. In other words, this Viper number 1 is a hot potato. Whoever obtains it will have to face the vengeance of Viper. You want to transfer Viper's anger to us. That's a good plan. Unfortunately, not everyone is a fool who can be played by you. Qin Feiyang sneered. What a shrewd guy. Wang Zicheng muttered, feeling quite annoyed. He thought that the three of them would agree since he was so sincere, but he didn't expect them to see through his little trick at the first moment. When young Master Hao heard Qin Feiyang's words, he suddenly realized that there was a secret behind it. Don't even think about the Sage King. As for this Viper one, it's up to you whether you want it or not. Let's go. Qin Feiyang said coldly and flew toward the Sage King with Wang Yu, and young Master Hao. Wang Zicheng stood alone on Viper 1, looking at the backs of the three with a gloomy face. Sigh. I suddenly feel so tired. Young Master Hao sighed. Is that so? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yes. I really don't understand. Why must everyone scheme against each other? Can't people trust each other more? Look at Wang Zicheng. Every word, every action, and even every look is hiding a conspiracy. Isn't it tiring? Young Master Hao frowned. Actually, you can't blame him. Because this is the way of the world. Even if he doesn't scheme against others, others will scheme against him. In short, to survive in this world, you have to be careful of everyone. Qin Feiyang said. I don't like this kind of world. Young Master Hao shook his head, feeling annoyed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. I don't like it either. Does Wang Zicheng like it? He definitely doesn't like it either, but we have no choice. We have to face it. All right. I've learned another profound lesson. Chapter 1022. Should I try to snatch the Saint King battleship? On Viper number 1, Wang Zicheng was struggling. He couldn't let go of the Sage King's ship, but he had some concerns. This concern was Wang Yu. He didn't care about Qin Feiyang and Mr. Hao's strength, but Wang Yu's cultivation was on par with his. Of course. If it were someone else of the same level, he wouldn't care either. Because he was confident that he could suppress the other party even if he didn't use the forbidden technique. This was his confidence as one of the 10 heroes of Qinghai. But after these days of getting along with Wang Yu, he faintly felt that her strength might not be inferior to his. Without using the forbidden technique, he really didn't have the confidence. Even if he used the forbidden technique, it was hard to guarantee that Wang Yu didn't have other means to compete with the forbidden technique. After all, Wang Yu came from the Divine City. Although he didn't know who Wang Yu was, it wasn't difficult to judge from the arrogance that Wang Yu usually showed that she shouldn't be inferior to Qin Feiyang. Therefore, he didn't dare to take it lightly. Forget it. There's still a long way to go. I'll slowly find an opportunity in the future. In the end, Wang Zicheng, who hesitated for a while, gave up the idea of snatching the Sage King's ship for the time being. Then he cut his finger and dripped blood on Viper number 1 to bind it. After the blood contract was completed, he put away Viper number 1 and chased after Qin Feiyang and the other 2. At the same time, he said angrily, "You 3, now we're companions. Is it appropriate for you to leave me like this? Wait for me." At the same time, on a certain island. "Wang Zicheng, you bastard, how dare you kill my people, I'll never let you go," on a mountain peak. Viper stood with his hands behind his back, and a cold light surged in his eyes. Furthermore, his body was surrounded by a dark green mist. The flowers and trees in the surroundings all withered and withered. Not far away, a few saint beasts fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching crazily. Obviously, this mist contained a strong poison. Is it useful to talk tough? If you want revenge, take action. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. Who? Viper's face changed, and he quickly glanced around. There was actually someone who could hide from his senses and enter this island without making a sound. Whoosh! High in the sky, a green-robed old man descended from the sky and landed in the void in front of Viper. He had white hair and a white beard, a benevolent appearance, and his green clothes were spotless, causing him to seem like an expert that lived in seclusion and emanated an otherworldly aura. What a powerful aura! When Viper looked at the green-robed old man, his pupils constricted. As one of the Blue Sea's 10 heroes, he had seen all kinds of experts. However, he couldn't tell the cultivation level of the old man in front of him. Let's make a deal. The green-robed old man sized up Viper and smiled faintly. What deal? Viper frowned. The green-robed old man said, "Help me kill someone. After you're done, I'll give you a good fortune." Viper was stunned and asked, "Kill who?" "A person called Ancestor Mu." The old man in cyan clothes waved his hand as Qin Feiyang's figure appeared in the air with his battle chi. Viper sized up Qin Feiyang's silhouette. His brows gradually furrowed as he asked, "What's his cultivation like? Where is he now?" "He's a 2-star battle saint. He's with Wang Zicheng now. Wang Zicheng was able to kill your men and take Viper 1 away because of him," the green-robed old man said. Viper said, "That's impossible. I was talking to Wang Zicheng just now. I didn't see this person at all. This person is very smart. He probably didn't want to attract your attention. That's why he didn't stand with Wang Zicheng when you were communicating. By the way, I'll tell you one more thing. Wang Zicheng didn't take back the Sage King. It was this person's companion who was controlling it." The green-robed old man smiled. "Damn it." Viper's eyes flickered, but then he asked in confusion, "Since you know him so well and he's so strong, why don't you do it yourself? It is indeed very easy for this old man to kill him. However, there is a reason why this old man cannot do it personally. As for the reasons, don't ask. Just answer me. Will you do it or not?" The green-robed old man said. "No." Viper didn't even think about it and shook his head. The green-robed old man was stunned. He frowned and said, "Why don't you ask me what I'll give you first?" Viper sneered and said, "Compared to the so-called good fortune, I cherish my life more." "Why do you say that?" The green-robed old man asked with interest. "You don't have to pretend anymore. If you don't dare to kill him, how can he be a simple person? You want me to be cannon fodder just because of some benefits? You've underestimated me." Viper sneered. The Azure Sea's 10 heroes are indeed extraordinary. However, it's not up to you whether you want to do it or not. The green-robed old man chuckled. However, Viper saw a trace of coldness in the old man's smile. He turned around without hesitation and wanted to escape. Boom! However, a terrifying Emperor's aura imprisoned him in the void. "This Emperor aura, it's at least a 5-star combat Emperor. Who are you?" Viper's face turned pale as he shouted angrily. Whoosh! The green-robed old man didn't answer. He walked up to Viper and took out a transparent jade bottle from his cosmos bag. The jade bottle was half filled with a black liquid. "What are you doing?" Viper panicked when he saw the jade bottle. Although he didn't know what it was, he knew that it wasn't anything good. "Aren't you famous for using poison in the Azure Sea? I'll give you a chance now. If you can get rid of this poison in 3 days, I'll let you go. However, if you can't do it, you'll have to complete this task for me." The green-robed old man smiled and poured out a drop of poison. Then, he waved his arm and the poison entered Viper's mouth. Next. The green-robed old man withdrew his aura and took a few steps back. He looked at Viper quietly. The effect was immediate. Viper immediately lay in the void and howled miserably. Wisps of black mist quickly climbed up from his green skin and even spread to his eyes and lips. "How is this possible? I've been testing poisons for years and am immune to all poisons. How can it poison me? What kind of poison is this?" Viper muttered to himself in shock. "There's always someone better than you. You're just a frog in a well." The green-robed old man put his hands behind his back. There was a faint smile on his old face, but there was a hint of contempt. "A frog in a well, how dare you say that I, Viper, am a frog in a well?" Haha. Hearing the green-robed old man's words, Viper looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. The panic from before disappeared. "What are you laughing at?" The green-robed old man raised his eyebrows. "I'm laughing at your stupidity. If you use other methods to deal with me, I might not be able to do anything. However, using poison to deal with me is the worst decision you've ever made in your life." Viper grinned at the green-robed old man and quickly took out a jade bottle from his chinkuan bag. The jade bottle was as thick as a thumb and half filled with liquid. However, it wasn't black. It was milky white and sparkling. It faintly emitted a sacred aura. The green-robed old man looked at the jade bottle curiously. "Do you know what this is?" "This is an antidote that I've spent 10 years and countless effort to create. It's called sacred water. Let me tell you, this sacred water is more useful than the antidote pill. It can even be called a poison without poison." After saying that, Viper poured out a drop of sacred water and placed it into his mouth. "Can it really be detoxified without poison?" The green-robed old man smiled faintly. "Of course. I'm very confident in the sacred water." Viper nodded with certainty. "Then let's wait and see." The green-robed old man chuckled and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Viper looked at him gloomily and sat cross-legged in the air. He closed his eyes and sensed the poison in his body. Time passed bit by bit. Impossible, suddenly. Viper opened his eyes and they were filled with disbelief. There was a hint of disappointment in the green-robed old man's eyes. He shook his head and said, "It seems that your so-called sacred water isn't very useful." "No, this is the sacred water that I've spent 10 years to create. How can it be useless? Yes, it must be that there's not enough." Viper shook his head and took a few more drops of sacred water. However, it still did not detoxify the poison. "Why is it like this? Why, I don't believe it." Viper went crazy and drank the entire bottle of sacred water. However, it was still useless. Is it really not working? I've spent 10 years doing something meaningless? He did not want to accept this fact, but the truth was right in front of him. He slowly collapsed and sat in the air like a pile of mud. His eyes were dim and lifeless. Obviously, this result was a huge blow to him. The green-robed old man looked at the jade bottle in his hand and strode over. He took the jade bottle and sniffed it. Next, he crushed the jade bottle and grabbed a piece of it. There was some sacred water on the piece. He placed it by his mouth and licked the sacred water on the piece. He then tasted it carefully. A moment later, the green-robed old man's eyes lit up. He lowered his head and looked at Viper. He smiled and said, "Your 10 years of hard work did not go to waste." Viper looked at him in bewilderment. The green-robed old man said, "This sacred water can indeed cure hundreds of poisons. It can even barely cure the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion." Viper said, "Then why can't I cure your poison?" "It's very simple. That poison is even more terrifying than the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion." The green-robed old man said. Boom! Hearing that, Viper's body and mind trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. It was even more terrifying than the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion. How could anyone in this world develop such a terrifying poison? "All right, this old man can see that you're at your wit's end, so stop struggling and obediently do as this old man says. After it's done, this old man will give you the antidote." After the green-robed old man finished speaking, he took out another jade bottle. Inside it was a red liquid. He handed it to Viper and said, "This can be considered the antidote, but it can only temporarily suppress the poison in your body. Keep it, don't die before completing the mission." Viper looked at the green-robed old man and then at the jade bottle. In the end, he raised his hand and took the jade bottle. "This old man will wait for your good news," the green-robed old man said with a smile. Then, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Viper's sight. "Damn bastard!" Viper cursed angrily. His expression was incomparably ferocious. Then, he retracted his gaze, swallowed a drop of red liquid and took out an image crystal. Buzz! Soon, an enchanting and gorgeous woman appeared and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Viper." Viper said gloomily, "Inform everyone to search for Wang Zicheng's whereabouts." "What do you mean, Lord?" The gorgeous woman was surprised. "Just do as I say. Once you find him, inform me immediately," Viper said. "Yes." The gorgeous woman responded respectfully, and the phantom dissipated. "Wang Zicheng, Ancestor Mu, and that old thing, all of you, remember this. Anyone who provokes me, Viper, will not have a good ending." Chapter 10:23. Roar. Splash. Inland sea, southwest. In the sky above the sea beasts roared continuously. Some were as big as mountains, while others were as small as boulders. They exuded a monstrous aura. The sea below was rolling and deafening. Their ferocious eyes were fixed on a giant ship below. It was the Sage King. At the bow of the ship, Wang Yuer stood in the wind. Her skin was as smooth as ice, and her black hair danced in the wind. She looked like a fairy who was about to ride the wind. Qin Feiyang, young Master Hao, and Wang Zicheng sat aside and meditated. It had been 5 days since they snatched Viper One. In these 5 days, other than the harassment of various sea beasts, it was considered peaceful. The Sage King also sailed into the depths of the inland sea. According to Wang Zicheng, they were only 2 days away from the location of the alchemic fire. And they encountered more and more sea beasts. Roar. Accompanied by deafening roars, the sea beasts from all directions pounced on the Sage King. However, Wang Yuer did not panic at all. She did not even look at them as she drove the Sage King forward. Buzz. Bang. Bang. When the sea beasts pounced on them, a light curtain suddenly appeared around the Sage King. Immediately after, the sea beasts were sent flying one after another. The Sage King was a divine artifact. Unless an emperor beast appeared, no one could break into this forbidden area and hurt Qin Feiyang and the other 3. An hour passed. Wang Yuer suddenly looked to the left and whispered, "There's an island there." Qin Feiyang and the other 2 opened their eyes and looked up. There was indeed an island a few miles away. It was very large, with a diameter of about 50 to 60 miles. However, the island was barren and filled with rocks. In the center of the island, there was a huge rock that was emitting a dark red light. It was like a blood-stained magic sword that towered into the sky. Wang Zicheng's pupils constricted slightly as he said in a low voice, "Don't go near that island." "Is there a problem?" Young Master Hao was puzzled. "Yes. That island is called Demon Island. None of the creatures that enter the island survive. It's one of the 3 most dangerous places in the inland sea. Wang Zicheng. So dangerous? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were shocked. Yes. It's said that there's a mysterious power on the demonic island that can rob the life force and lifespan of living beings. And once you enter, it's like entering a prison. There's no way out. Don't think that I'm trying to scare you. Once, I saw a 2-star combat emperor with my own eyes. He thought that he was strong enough to break into the Devil Island despite the advice of his companions. In the end, his lifespan was slowly robbed by that mysterious power until he finally died in despair. Wang Zicheng said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other. Even battle thearchs couldn't survive after going in. Wasn't that too terrifying? If you don't believe me, you can go closer and take a look. The island is filled with the skeletons of humans and sea beasts. Wang Zicheng said. Young Master Hao asked, will it be dangerous if we get closer? Wang Zicheng shook his head. As long as you don't step onto the island, your life won't be in danger. Young Master Hao's spirits were lifted. He turned to Wang Yu and said, Sister, let's go and take a look. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. Wang Yu shook her head. With a thought, the Sage King's ship slowly turned around and headed toward the Devil Island. Seeing the Sage King's ship heading toward the Devil Island, the sea beasts that were chasing after them all stopped in the void. Their eyes that were originally flickering with a fierce light were instantly filled with fear. Dong! Immediately afterward, they dove into the sea one after another and disappeared. Seeing the sea beast's reaction, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. It seemed that this Devil Island was really not a good place. Soon, the Sage King's ship arrived in front of the Devil Island. There was only a distance of half a mile between the 2. Wang Yu didn't dare to go any closer and stopped the Sage King's ship. At this point, not a single sea beast came out to cause trouble. To be precise, there was not a single beast in the sea around the Devil Island. Other than the sound of the wind and waves, there was dead silence. Wang Zicheng stood up and glanced at the Devil Island. He warned again, don't go in with the mentality of a fluke. In fact, even without his warning, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 didn't dare to go in. Because they had already seen the skeletons on the Devil Island. As long as they could see, there were piles of white bones. This could no longer be described as shocking. It was a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones. It was a Jura hell. It made one's scalp hair stand on end. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at Wang Zicheng and said, You just said that there is a mysterious force on the island that can plunder the vitality and lifespan of living beings? Yes. Wang Zicheng nodded. Qin Feiyang said, You also said that the Devil Island is like a cage that you can't get out of? Yes. Wang Zicheng nodded again. Qin Feiyang looked at the Devil Island again with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He thought of the Black Dragon Mountain Range. If what Wang Zicheng said was true, then this place was exactly the same as the Black Dragon Mountain Range. Wang Yu suddenly looked to the side and said in surprise, Hey, look, there's another island over there. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao raised their heads and looked. There was indeed another island a few miles away from the Devil Island, but it was much smaller than the Devil Island, only about 5 or 6 miles wide. On the island, the faint traces of trees and sea beasts could be seen. Young Master Hao said in surprise, Brother Wang, that island can't also be a savage island, right? How can there be so many savage islands? That's just a very ordinary island. There are some sea beasts on it. However, there used to be a ruin on that island, but it has already been swept away by us. Wang Zicheng smiled slyly. Qin Feiyang said, Are there many ruins in the inner sea? Of course there are. Especially in the deep sea. If you're lucky, you can find one in half a year. However, there are powerful emperor beasts lurking in the deep sea. Ordinary people don't dare to explore. Sometimes, I'll go down to look for it on a whim. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wang Zicheng's words revealed a very important piece of information. Emperor beasts usually lurked in the deep sea. In other words, emperor beasts rarely appeared on the surface of the sea. As long as they didn't go to the bottom of the sea, they wouldn't encounter any fatal danger. Wang Zicheng said, "Let's not waste time. Let's hurry." Wang Yuer nodded and steered the Sage King toward the southwest. Qin Feiyang had been paying attention to the demonic island, and a strange light flickered in the depths of his eyes. After the Sage King left, a figure suddenly rushed out of the small island next to the demonic island. It was an old man with unkempt hair and a dirty face. He was in his 50s, wearing a shabby black robe and holding a shabby snake-headed walking stick in his hand. The black-robed old man looked at the Sage King from afar. His eyes, hidden under his hair, emitted a faint green light, giving off a cold feeling like the eyes of a snake. Moreover, there was a snake tattoo between his eyebrows, just like the one-eyed man. Hee hee. I've finally found you. Suddenly, the black-robed old man chuckled, looking rather ferocious. Then, he took out an image crystal. Buzz. Soon, the illusionary figure of a glamorous woman appeared. The gorgeous woman asked, "Black Snake, is there any news?" The black-robed old man said, "There is news. They are near the demonic island and should be preparing to go to the Blood Dragon Island." "Isn't the Blood Dragon Island where the alchemy fire was born?" "It seems that they are all aiming for the alchemy fire," the gorgeous woman said. The black-robed old man nodded. "Okay, wait for me there. I'll meet up with you right away." After the gorgeous woman finished speaking, the image quickly dissipated. About 100 breaths later, the gorgeous woman arrived in the sky above the demonic island. Accompanying her were more than 200 burly men, all of whom looked fierce and ferocious. Between their eyebrows, there was a tattoo of a venomous snake. Obviously, they were all the subordinates of the snake. Boom. Next, the gorgeous woman waved her hand, and a huge ship appeared out of thin air and landed on the sea below, setting off huge waves. The shape and size of the ship were exactly the same as the Snake No. 1, and it also emitted a terrifying saint aura. The only difference was that the flag on the mast had the word 2. "Let's go." The gorgeous woman waved her hand and led the group of burly men to land on the deck of the ship one after another. Then the gorgeous woman glanced around and soon saw the black-robed old man standing in the sky above the island. The gorgeous woman shouted, "Black Snake, where are your men?" The black-robed old man chuckled and waved his hand. Another huge ship rose into the air from the mountain stream on the island below. The huge ship looked exactly the same as Viper No. 1. The only difference was the flag on the mast, which had the word 3 printed on it. There was also a group of people standing on the ship, all of whom looked fierce. It was obvious that they were not kind people. The black-robed old man leaped and landed on the bow of the ship. Then he steered the ship to land on the sea and galloped toward the gorgeous woman. After the two groups of people met, the black-robed old man immediately looked at the gorgeous woman and said disdainfully, "That one-eyed man is really useless." Not only did he lose his life, but he also lost the Snake No. 1. "What do you mean?" The gorgeous woman was suspicious. "I saw them with my own eyes just now. 2 9-star battle saints, 1 1-star battle saint, and 1 2-star battle saint. What can they do with their weak cultivation?" The black-robed old man laughed sinisterly. "So weak?" The gorgeous woman was surprised and then asked in confusion, "If they are so weak, how did one-eyed man die?" The black-robed old man said, "He must have been careless and was crippled by Wang Zicheng." "That makes sense. After all, it's not that Wang Zicheng can't activate the forbidden technique, he just can't activate it casually." The gorgeous woman nodded and said thoughtfully, "That's right. At the critical moment of life and death, Wang Zicheng will definitely not wait for death. So when we catch up with them later, we can't be careless like one-eyed man," the black-robed old man said. The gorgeous woman smiled coldly and said, "You don't have to tell me that. I know. Then let's go. The black-robed old man's eyes flashed coldly. The ship under his feet suddenly turned into a stream of light and broke through the waves. Chapter 10:24. Crack. The sky of the inland sea was filled with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder every day. Rumble. The two giant ships were like two monsters, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, running wildly on the surface of the sea. We've caught up. The black-robed old man looked at the sea ahead, and his pupils suddenly constricted, shooting out rays of cold light. On the horizon ahead, there was a giant ship moving forward. It was the Sage King. The gorgeous woman glanced at the Sage King and said with a smile, "Don't kill Wang Zicheng later." Why? The black-robed old man raised his eyebrows. He used to look down on me when he saw me. This time, I want him to take the initiative to lie in front of me and lick my toes. The gorgeous woman's red lips curled up slightly, filled with a wild and lascivious aura. When the burly men on the two ships heard this, they couldn't help but stare at the gorgeous woman's red lips and majestic twin peaks, their mouths dry. What a promiscuous bitch. However, the black-robed old man cursed in his heart, his old eyes full of disgust. Then, he looked up at the Sage King and asked, "Does Lord Viper have any other instructions?" "Yes. No matter what the final result is, that man called Ancestor Mu must die," the gorgeous woman said. "Ancestor Mu," the black-robed old man muttered and smiled sinisterly. "It's hard for him not to die after encountering us." The Sage King. "There's Saint Aura." Wang Yu suddenly turned her head and glanced at the sea behind her. When she saw the two giant ships, her expression immediately changed. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang and the other two were surprised and immediately turned to look. "Not good." Wang Zicheng's expression also changed. Young Master Hao said in surprise, "Those two giant ships seem to be saint artifacts." "It's not like, it's actually one," Wang Zicheng said in a deep voice. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Wang Zicheng said, "Do you see the two flags on the ship?" Qin Feiyang and the other two fixed their gazes and immediately saw the pattern of the viper on the flag. "They are the viper's minions?" Young Master Hao said in surprise. "Yes. Viper has a total of 3 saint artifacts. They are Viper 1, Viper 2, and Viper 3. And these 3 sacred weapons are controlled by the one-eyed dragon, the black snake, and the red snake respectively. You all know one-eyed dragon, and black snake is the black-robed old man standing on Viper number 3. He is the cruelest of the 3. Anyone who falls into his hands will be tortured to death. And the gorgeous woman on Viper number 2 is Red Snake. This woman has a lustful nature. Her greatest pleasure is to seduce men, and then when they're having sex, she'll slit their throats when they're unprepared." Wang Zicheng said. "So cruel." Young Master Hao was dumbfounded. Wang Zicheng said, "Most importantly, both of them are 1-star combat emperors." "All of them?" Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. If there was only one 1-star combat emperor, they could still use the old method to assassinate him at lightning speed. But 2 1-star combat emperors wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Even the black snake and the red snake were sent out. It seems like Viper is really going against me this time. Anyway, we're in trouble this time. Wang Zicheng rubbed his head that was about to explode and was extremely vexed. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and lowered his head to ponder. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Wang Yu. "Sister, why don't you use charm arts to make them kill each other or drive them away?" "Charm arts?" Wang Zicheng was startled and looked at Wang Yu suspiciously. Wang Yu ignored Wang Zicheng and glanced at the people on Viper number 2 and number 3. She said, "For people like them who are filled with the desire, charm arts can indeed easily control them, but it's only limited to combat saints. The black snake and the red snake are both combat emperors. I'm afraid I can't do it." "Can't you control them by force?" Young Master Hao asked. "No. But it should be possible to confuse them a little," Wang Yu said. Qin Feiyang said, let's not take the risk and think of another way. Wang Zicheng said, there's no other way but to run. Then run. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. If they fought head-on, even if they could kill these people, they would definitely pay a heavy price, so it was better to just run away. With his concealment art, it was very easy to escape. He looked at Wang Yuer and said in a low voice, quickly put away the Sage King's ship. In front of a powerful enemy, Wang Yuer did not dare to be negligent. She soared into the sky like lightning and waved her jade-like hand gently. The Sage King's ship immediately shrank. Qin Feiyang and the other two also left the Sage King's ship and landed beside Wang Yuer. Soon, the Sage King's ship shrank to the size of a palm and disappeared into her Qi Sea. At the same time, Viper number 2 and number 3 flew over, flanking Qin Feiyang and the other three. Brother Zicheng, we haven't seen each other for so long. You didn't even come to see me. You're too much. The gorgeous woman immediately looked at Wang Zicheng and said in a coquettish voice. Pfft. Qin Feiyang and the other two burst out laughing. Brother Zicheng? Isn't this too mushy? Goosebumps appeared on their skin. Wang Zicheng's expression was also quite awkward. He looked at the gorgeous woman helplessly and said, Hong Shi, we're all old friends. Can't you stop disgusting me? Brother Zicheng, you're so annoying. I like you so much, how could I bear to disgust you? Brother, come with me, okay? I promise I'll make you happy to death. Although her words were so explicit, the gorgeous woman did not feel ashamed at all. Instead, she kept throwing flirtatious glances at Wang Zicheng. Wang Zicheng's face darkened and he said angrily, I say, woman, can't you be more reserved? Brother, don't pretend. I know you like women like me. The gorgeous woman was not angry at all. Her eyes were full of lust, and she deliberately puffed out her chest, as if she was waiting for him to taste her. Oh my God, kill me, I'm going crazy. Wang Zicheng roared. That painful look on his face made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Don't, if you die, what will I do? I've already made up my mind to marry no one but you. The gorgeous woman looked at him pitifully. This woman is really extreme. Young Master Hao laughed secretly. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen Wang Zicheng so embarrassed. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Zicheng and could not help but laugh secretly. Then, he looked at Hong Shi and Black Snake, and his eyes suddenly flashed. Mississippi, he looked at Hong Shi. What's wrong? What's the matter, little brother? The gorgeous woman looked at Qin Feiyang, and her eyes rippled. Little brother? Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he could not help but feel disgusted. Why did he have the urge to beat this woman up? He suppressed it and said with a smile, Miss, since you're here for Wang Zicheng, we'll give Wang Zicheng to you. Please let us go. Hey, what do you mean? Are you selling your friend for glory? Wang Zicheng immediately glared at him. I have no choice. Look, there are so many of them. We don't even have a chance to escape, so I can only hand you over. Besides, Hong Shi is not bad. She has a good figure and a good face. Most importantly, she likes you so much. Don't be ignorant of your good fortune. Qin Feiyang said. I'm ignorant of my good fortune. Wang Zicheng was about to explode, and smoke was coming out of his head. It was fine if they did not help him, but they actually said that. Wasn't this adding fuel to the fire? Actually, thinking about it, Brother Mu is right. Brother Wang, don't run away. Live a good life with Hong Shi. Young Master Hao also wanted to see the world in chaos. He patted Wang Zicheng's shoulder and said with a smile. You, bastards. Wang Zicheng gritted his teeth and glanced at the two. He was about to go crazy. Brother Zicheng, you can't say that about these two little brothers because they are telling the truth. The gorgeous woman scolded Wang Zicheng. Yes. They are telling the truth, and it's all my fault. Wang Zicheng nodded repeatedly. He wanted to cry but had no tears. What was this? It was simply killing him. At this time, the black snake who had been watching coldly looked at the red snake impatiently and said, "Are you done?" The gorgeous woman said, "What's the hurry? They are already turtles in a jar. They can't escape." "Can't escape? Humph. Don't forget that your opponent is Wang Zicheng." The black-robed old man secretly shouted. The gorgeous woman raised her eyebrows and glanced at Wang Zicheng. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "I'm sorry. You are wrong. We are not here for Wang Zicheng." Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. What did she mean? Not for Wang Zicheng? Then for whom? Was she here for them? That was impossible. Although the death of the one-eyed man was related to them, it was mainly because of Wang Zicheng. Besides, Viper One was also with Wang Zicheng. You are really not here for me? Wang Zicheng himself was also dumbfounded. No. The gorgeous woman shook her head. That's good, that's good. Wang Zicheng immediately patted his chest. He was really shocked. Seeing the gorgeous woman dawdling, the black-robed old man finally lost his patience. He looked at Wang Zicheng and sneered, "Although we are not here for you, you will not be able to escape death today." Is that so? Wang Zicheng narrowed his eyes and stared at the black-robed old man. His eyes gradually turned cold. The black-robed old man smiled coldly and glanced at Qin Feiyang. He asked, "You are Ancestor Mu?" Young Master Hao was secretly shocked and sent a sound transmission. "How does he know your name?" Qin Feiyang guessed. It's very likely that the young man told Viper, and then Viper told them. Finished. He looked at the black-robed old man and nodded, "Yes, I am." "It's good that you admit it." The black-robed old man's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of ferocity. His emperor's might erupted and firmly imprisoned Qin Feiyang and the other three. "Wait." Qin Feiyang's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. The black-robed old man said, "Any last words?" "Then say it quickly." Qin Feiyang glanced at the black-robed old man and the gorgeous woman and said in a deep voice, "I have never met Viper, let alone had a grudge with him. But why does he want to kill me? And why does he want to kill me? We don't know the reason either. Even if we know, we don't care. What we need to do is to complete the order given to us by Lord Viper." The gorgeous woman shrugged. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows. What was going on? You are going to die anyway. Why are you still worrying about this? Besides, it is your honor to be killed by Lord Viper, do you understand? The black-robed old man smiled coldly, killing intent surging in his eyes. Then, he waved his arm and a roaring battle chi rushed out, turning into a torrent that rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the other three. Honor? It's just a rotten venomous snake. You really think he is the ruler of the internal sea? How ridiculous. Go back and tell him that I will find him sooner or later. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and then shouted to Wang Zicheng, "Break his emperor's might. Let's go. Break for me." Wang Zicheng suddenly roared, and a terrifying aura rolled in all directions. The emperor's might that imprisoned the four immediately relaxed a little. Catch me. Chapter 1025. What? Where are they? In the sea, strong winds howled and huge waves covered the sky. The black-robed old man, the gorgeous woman, and the hundreds of burly men stood on the two giant ships in a daze. A moment ago, the four of them were still in front of them, but the next moment, they seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Had they seen a ghost? I don't believe that there are ghosts in this world. They must be hiding somewhere. Come out now. The black-robed old man suddenly shouted. His emperor's aura surged and roared in all directions. How could he not be angry when the duck in his mouth flew away just like that? Hurry up. Feeling the terrifying emperor's aura, Wang Zicheng urged anxiously. Because once the emperor's aura hit them, the invisibility technique would be broken. At the same time, his heart was filled with resentment and helplessness. He was one of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea, but he had to run for his life. How miserable. Qin Feiyang was also very anxious. However, he was only a 2-star battle saint. How could he compare with the black-robed old man? The Emperor's aura surged and shrouded the 4 of them. Crack. The invisibility technique immediately collapsed. There they are. On Viper number 2, a burly man immediately discovered the 4 of them. You're quite capable. The gorgeous woman also put away her previous contempt, and her entire body was filled with a murderous aura. She waved her arm and released her battle chi, which turned into a huge wave and spread across the sky. It rushed toward the 4 of them aggressively. Didn't I tell you before? Don't underestimate them. The black-robed old man glared at her and also activated his battle chi. With a shocking murderous aura, he charged toward the 4 of them. What should we do? Young Master Hao asked. This was not the Divine City, nor was it a game. This was a real battle. Similarly, this was the first time he was chased by a battle saint and the first time he was faced with such a desperate situation, so he did not know what to do. Wang Yuer was also at a loss. Although she was very powerful, she had not experienced any life and death situations like young Master Hao. However, Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng were very calm. Because this kind of situation was nothing out of the ordinary for them. Go to the bottom of the sea. The 2 of them shouted in unison. Only by going to the bottom of the sea could they have a chance of survival. Boom! Wang Zicheng's aura erupted as he forcefully broke through the black-robed old man's emperor's aura. Together with Qin Feiyang and the other 2, he dove into the sea without looking back. The moment they left, the battle chis of the black-robed old man and the gorgeous woman whizzed past their original positions. That was close. Young Master Hao patted his chest, his face full of fear. If they had been just a little bit later, they would definitely have been smashed into pieces. Wang Zicheng shot a glance at young Master Hao and secretly asked, "Brother, how is your relationship with this person?" "Why do you ask?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Wang Zicheng said, "One look and you can tell that he used to be someone who lived like a prince. If our relationship isn't that good, I suggest we leave him behind so that he won't drag us down." "No. Because my mission this time is to protect him." Qin Feiyang thought. What? He actually made you protect him? Then it seems that his identity is not simple. Wang Zicheng was surprised. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Black Snake and Red Snake will definitely not let this go. We have to think of a way quickly. I really have no choice. Let's just surrender." Wang Zicheng transmitted his voice helplessly. "Can we survive if we surrender?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "No." Wang Zicheng said. "Then what's the point?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, pondered for a moment, and transmitted his voice again. "How about this, you activate the forbidden technique and take us away. After that, I'll give you a 6-veined life prolongation pill." "What?" Wang Zicheng's expression froze. A 6-veined life prolongation pill? Did he hear it wrong? Qin Feiyang said, "I'm not lying to you, I really have a 6-veined life prolongation pill." The more veins there were, the higher the effect of the life prolongation pill. 6 veins could extend one's life for at least a few thousand years, so he thought that this could completely let Wang Zicheng put down his worries. However, Wang Zicheng didn't agree and transmitted his voice. "Brother, although we are in a desperate situation now, I really don't want to take the life prolongation pill until the last step." In fact, this was all an excuse. The most important thing was that he didn't trust Qin Feiyang. As Qin Feiyang said, the 2 of them were just strangers who met by chance. How could he bet his life on him? And this point naturally couldn't escape Qin Feiyang's sharp observation. He transmitted his voice angrily. "Can't you trust me for once? You actually saw through it. You really can't be compared with the 2 of them." "Okay. As long as you give me the life prolongation pill first, I'll activate the forbidden technique and take you away. Wang Zicheng said to himself. They naturally referred to Wang Yu, and young Master Hao. Qin Feiyang frowned. Now, he really couldn't take out a 6-veined life prolongation pill because he hadn't refined it yet. And to refine a 6-veined life prolongation pill, he had to go to the ancient castle. He couldn't take these 3 people to the ancient castle. Of course. He could also take out the nether devil flame and the pill furnace and refine it outside, but he didn't have the time to do so now. Because the black-robed old man and the gorgeous woman had already chased after them. Don't waste your energy. You can't escape. It's better for you to surrender obediently. Hundreds of people were filled with killing intent. Wherever they went, an undercurrent would surge. The black-robed old man and the gorgeous woman's speed was even more astonishing. As War Emperor, it was only a matter of time before they caught up with Qin Feiyang and the other 3. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Running like this wasn't a solution at all. He had to find an opportunity to fight back. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice to the 3 of them. Their primary target is me. I'll lure them away. You guys find an opportunity to slip away. That's a good idea. Wang Zicheng's eyes lit up as he nodded. No. Young Master Hao shook his head decisively. Facing 2 War Emperor and hundreds of War Saints, even if Qin Feiyang had heaven-defying abilities, there was no hope of survival. This was a dead end. Wang Yu did not say anything, but her eyebrows were tightly knitted, indicating that she did not agree with it in her heart. Qin Feiyang turned to look at young Master Hao and Wang Yu. His eyes were resolute as he said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to be sentimental. Protecting our lives is the most important thing." Finished. Qin Feiyang then looked at Wang Zicheng and said secretly, "Brother Wang, I'll have to trouble you to take care of them first." No problem. Wang Zicheng nodded. He did not object to Qin Feiyang's suggestion, not because he was a selfish person, but because he understood that this was the only way. Otherwise, everyone would have to die, so he might as well take a gamble. And with regards to Wang Zicheng's attitude, Qin Feiyang did not have the slightest complaint in his heart. Because it was wise. If it were him, he would also agree. Without any hesitation, Qin Feiyang took out the water avoidance pearl and resolutely turned around and rushed in the other direction. Young Master Hao immediately looked at Wang Zicheng and said angrily, "Why did you agree? Aren't you sending him to his death? It's better for him to die alone than for all of us to die. Also, don't be so naive. The outside world is not as beautiful as you think. Killing is everywhere. If you continue like this, you'll lose your life sooner or later. Besides, since he dared to make such a suggestion, it means that he must have a certain degree of confidence. What you need to do is listen to him and not cause trouble for him." Wang Zicheng snorted coldly, took out a water avoidance pearl, and left with the 2 of them without looking back. "Red Snake, what should we do?" Seeing Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng go their separate ways, the black-robed old man was somewhat at a loss. Lord Viper said that Ancestor Mu must die, so we can only give up on Wang Zicheng and the others first. Let's go. The gorgeous woman waved her hand, and the group immediately turned around and chased after Qin Feiyang. They really caught up. Sensing the rapidly approaching Emperor pressure behind him, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a grim look. The gorgeous woman and the others had caught up, which meant that they were not joking before. Viper's target was him. Viper. That old poison seemed to be tired of living. He scanned the front, then suddenly turned in the air and rushed down to the bottom of the sea. Still running? You really won't cry until you're in the coffin. The black-robed old man mocked. Finally, Qin Feiyang entered the bottom of the sea and landed on a huge rock covered in mud. He looked up at the group and said indifferently, "You're all here? To tell the truth, I was afraid that you wouldn't come. Are you joking with us?" The black-robed old man swooped down and stood above Qin Feiyang, his face full of contempt. "Joking? I'm not in the mood. I'm just buying time for Wang Zicheng and the others. Now that they've escaped far away, my goal has been achieved. Qin Feiyang smiled. You can still smile? You're really not afraid of death. The black-robed old man grinned maliciously. You're so sure that I'll die? Qin Feiyang asked. Huh, is he scared out of his wits? I think so. Otherwise, why would he say such childish words? Lord Black Snake, he's looking down on you. You have to torture him well. Don't let him die too quickly. The group of battle saints behind the black-robed old man and the gorgeous woman immediately roared with laughter, their faces full of ferocity. The gorgeous woman looked at Qin Feiyang with a sneer. A mere 2-star battle saint dared to be so arrogant in front of Black Snake. Wasn't he courting death? Of course, I won't let him die too easily. The black-robed old man smiled malevolently. His emperor's aura was like a waterfall, enveloping Qin Feiyang. In his opinion, killing Qin Feiyang was just a matter of waving his hand. However, just as the emperor's aura was about to imprison Qin Feiyang suddenly disappeared without a trace. It's useless. I could let you out before, and I can do the same now. The black-robed old man sneered. His emperor's aura rolled in all directions, but he did not see Qin Feiyang appear. What's going on? The black-robed old man was dumbfounded. The gorgeous woman and the others were also stunned. Chapter 1026. At the same time. Inside the castle. Hearing the black-robed old man's words, Wolf King sneered. Those minions really think that you're a fish on the chopping board? Lu Hong laughed. They don't know Qin Feiyang's identity, otherwise, they wouldn't be so careless. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. No matter what, I still prefer to act alone. Yes. If you're alone, you won't have so many concerns. But then again, young Master Hao and Wang Yu are two burdens. They didn't help us along the way, but they've been dragging us down. Especially that Wang Yu, she's always going against you. If it were someone else, they would have already left them behind and let them fend for themselves. The two-winged snow eagle said, its eyes full of disdain. Qin Feiyang smiled. You can't say that, they're born to be useful, they just haven't shown their worth yet. You're still speaking for them, is there something wrong with your brain? The two-winged snow eagle rolled its eyes. Don't you know him? He's always been a good guy, otherwise, how could so many women like him? Wolf King said with disdain. In the face of the two-winged snow eagle and Wolf King's ridicule, what else can Qin Feiyang say? He can only helplessly shake his head. Lu Hong looked at Wolf King and Qin Feiyang. Actually, the alchemy fire is only secondary, the main thing is to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. After all, the time before the miracle opens is getting shorter and shorter. The pangolin thought for a moment and nodded. That's true, if we're not strong enough, we can't compete with the Mujia. After hearing Lu Hong and the pangolin's words, Qin Feiyang's heart also became heavy. Carefully calculating, it's been more than 3 months since they entered Qinghai, that's to say, there's only 1 year and 9 months left before the miracle opens. And to compete with the Mujia, at least the cultivation of a war emperor. Breaking through to the combat the arch realm in 1 year and 9 months. Just thinking about it made him feel unconfident. However, according to his current cultivation speed, as long as he was willing to work hard, he might be able to do it. Wang. Suddenly, the image crystal began to vibrate. Qin Feiyang took it out, and Yan Wei's shadow quickly appeared. Looking at Yan Wei's smiling face, Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, did something good happen? Yan Wei said, after this period of hard work, I have already gained Fu Anshan's trust. Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment before he smiled and said, this is indeed a good thing. Then, did you find out what kind of information Fu Anshan has on the Divine Python tribe's chief? No. These days, Fu Anshan hasn't contacted the chief of the Divine Python tribe. I didn't dare to ask too much, lest I arouse his suspicion. Yan Wei said. Qin Feiyang nodded his head, and you can't take the initiative to ask. Yan Wei continued, however, although I didn't find out about this, I entrusted Fu Anshan to find out about the origins of the 5 colors fruit. What is it? Qin Feiyang asked immediately. Yan Wei said, that fruit is called the 5 colors glass fruit. It is a rare treasure that is hard to find in 1,000 years, but Fu Anshan did not find out what kind of effects it has. How could he not find out? Qin Feiyang frowned. I heard from Fu Anshan that there are no detailed records in the ancient book beside the pavilion master of the trading pavilion. It only has a rough idea. Yan Wei said. Lu Hong said in surprise, from the looks of it, this 5 colors glass fruit is still a little mysterious. I think so too. Yan Wei nodded, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I will think of a way to investigate again, and try to give you a satisfactory answer. Just do what you can, don't force yourself. Qin Feiyang smiled, then his eyes suddenly focused. He carefully looked at Yan Wei and said in surprise, did you break through? Yes. A few days ago, I broke through and became a 1-star combat emperor. Yan Wei rubbed his head, looking a little embarrassed. Not bad. Now, our small team will have a battle emperor to hold the fort. Lu Hong and the others were overjoyed. Qin Feiyang was also overjoyed. The difference between a combat emperor and a combat saint was a watershed. Although a combat saint was considered a top expert in the Forgotten Continent and the Great Qin Empire, in front of the Mu family and the imperial capital, they could not do anything. But a combat emperor was different. Each of the battle monarchs had an important position. Qin Feiyang smiled, continue to work hard. When I return from Qinghai, I hope you will have become a 2-star combat emperor. I will. Yan Wei nodded. If it was in the past, he would not have dared to say such words. In the past, he did not even dare to hope that he would be able to become a 1-star combat emperor in this lifetime. But now, he had opened the door of potential and was reborn. The combat emperor was no longer his goal, nor was it his destination. His current goal was the war god. And he would never forget who gave him all of this. Therefore, he was now completely loyal to Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, Yan Wei seemed to have thought of something, and said, oh right, there's one more thing I need to tell you. What is it? Qin Feiyang asked. Yan Wei said, Fatso is in trouble. What kind of trouble could he be in? Qin Feiyang frowned. Hasn't Fatso been chasing after Chu Xian? However, I don't know how Chu Xian's parents found out about this matter. Right now, they are threatening and tempting him to stop harassing Chu Xian. Yan Wei said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood, his brows relaxed, and laughed. Are they looking down on Fatso? I've asked Fatso, but he didn't say anything. He even said that he could handle it himself and didn't need us to interfere. However, I guess that Chu Xian's parents don't look down on Fatso. After all, everyone knows about the relationship between Fatso and you, so they can't wait to curry favor with you. I reckon that it should be related to his size. Yan Wei guessed, his expression strange. Heard of it. Everyone laughed. Fatso's body was indeed a huge problem. However, this was innate, so there was nothing they could do about it. Regarding this matter, they were indeed unable to help. They could only rely on Fatso's sincerity to move Chu Xian's parents. Qin Feiyang looked at Yan Wei and asked, is there anything else? No. Yan Wei shook his head. All right then, stay by Fu Anshan's side and be careful. Qin Feiyang reminded. I know. After Yan Wei finished speaking, the virtual image quickly dissipated. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal. Outside, the gorgeous woman and others were still looking for Qin Feiyang, while the black-robed old man kept cursing, trying to provoke Qin Feiyang to go out. But obviously, he underestimated Qin Feiyang's temperament. What hadn't Qin Feiyang seen before? How could such a trivial matter make him angry? Buzz. After a while, Qin Feiyang's image crystal made a sound again. He was slightly stunned, looked at Lu Hong and others, and said, "It should be a message from Mr. Hao, you guys retreat to the side." Everyone quickly retreated to a corner. As expected. When Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal, Mr. Hao's virtual image immediately appeared. However, on his face, there was no joy of escaping, only anxiety and worry. Wolf King secretly said, "Although this guy is useless, he is really sincere to little Qin Zi." Lu Hong and others nodded. Because everyone could see that Mr. Hao was worried about Qin Feiyang. Mr. Hao frowned and said, "Where are you now? Why do you seem to be in a cultivation room?" Qin Feiyang smiled calmly and said, "Just now I accidentally found a secret room at the bottom of the sea, and now I'm hiding in it." "What about you?" Mr. Hao breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's good. We are also hiding in a cave on an island." Qin Feiyang looked behind Mr. Hao and asked suspiciously, "Where are Wang Zicheng and Wang Yu? Why don't I see them? They are outside learning about the island. By the way, where are Viper's minions?" Mr. Hao asked. "They are still guarding outside," Qin Feiyang said. "Then I'll give you the coordinates. You can use the portal to teleport here." After saying that, Mr. Hao gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. "Have you forgotten? Wang Zicheng said that the portal can't be opened in the inland sea," Qin Feiyang said. "Besides, it was impossible to open the portal in this castle." "Yes, I'm so forgetful." Mr. Hao patted his head. "Well, I happen to have something to do now. You go to the birthplace of the elixir fire first. When I'm done, I'll rush to meet you," Qin Feiyang said. "Something else?" Mr. Hao was stunned and said helplessly, "You are really a busy man. Well, I'll send you a message when we arrive at the birthplace of the elixir fire." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded, then turned off the image crystal and lowered his head, lost in thought. Isn't it his first time in Shanghai? Why is he so busy? At the same time, in the cave, Mr. Hao also lowered his head and pondered. Thud. After a short while, Wang Yuer and Wang Zicheng entered the cave one after the other with the sound of footsteps. Wang Zicheng looked at Mr. Hao and asked, "How is it? Did you get in touch with him?" "Yes. He's out of danger. But he still has something to deal with. He asked us to go to the birthplace of the elixir fire first," Mr. Hao said honestly. This, Wang Zicheng was dumbfounded. Not to mention the group of battle saints, Black Snake alone was enough to make any 9-star battle saint feel despair. However, this guy, who was only a 2-star battle saint, managed to escape. Wasn't it too unbelievable? Wang Yuer was also shocked. It was not easy to escape from 2 battle emperors. How did this bastard do it? She looked at Mr. Hao and asked, "Did he say anything?" "No." Mr. Hao shook his head. "Bastard." Wang Yuer immediately scolded him angrily. After Wang Zicheng came to his senses, he glanced at Mr. Hao and Wang Yuer and mumbled, "It seems that Ancestor Mu doesn't trust these 2 people very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't hide everything from them. But here's the problem. Wang Yuer is his fiancé. How can there be someone in this world who doesn't trust his fiancé? What's the relationship between these 2 people?" The more Wang Zicheng thought about it, the more curious he became. Wang Yuer noticed Wang Zicheng's gaze. She immediately frowned and said, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing. I'm just thinking that it doesn't matter what happens to him as long as he's out of danger, right?" Wang Zicheng said. The 2 nodded. Wang Zicheng said, "Then let's go. We'll wait for him at the birthplace of the elixir fire." Whoosh. Immediately. Chapter 1027. Inside the castle. Seeing Qin Feiyang pondering, Lu Hong asked, "What are you thinking about?" Qin Feiyang pondered and said, "I'm thinking, should we ask Yan Wei to help us fight our way out?" "That's not necessary. If they want to wait, then let them wait. We won't lose anything anyway. What's more, we can't directly teleport here. If we ask Yan Wei to help, we still have to wait. By the time Yen Wei arrives, these people will have already lost their patience and left. After all, they don't know the situation inside the castle. Lu Hong said. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wolf King suddenly said. Actually, we can ask Mu Qing. Ask him? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The Mu Jia has a spacetime gate. Maybe they can directly teleport here. It just so happens that Mu Qing can also bring some people over to slaughter that stinking snake. Wolf King said. The winged snow eagle coldly snorted. Asking the Mu Jia for help is too shameful. You don't understand. This has nothing to do with face. It's called using the resources around you. Wolf King despised. The pangolin nodded. I agree with Brother Wolf's suggestion. Let the Mu Jia and the snake fight first, then we can reap the benefits. You're too simple-minded. With the strength of the Mu Jia, what can that stinking snake do? I'm afraid it will be killed before it even starts. The winged snow eagle disdainfully said. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and smiled. What you said is reasonable, but what the eagle said is more realistic. Let's wait. Anyway, the alchemy fire hasn't been born yet. It doesn't matter if they wait a little longer. He can also take the opportunity to cultivate and try to break through to the 3-star battle saint. Time flew. The next morning, Qin Feiyang received a message from young Master Hao. The three of them have arrived at the birthplace of the alchemy fire. But there are no signs of the alchemy fire being born. After Qin Feiyang learned about the situation, he asked them to wait there and inform him when the alchemy fire is about to be born. As for Black Snake, Red Snake, and the others, their search was fruitless and they left on the same day. Qin Feiyang continued to cultivate. In a flash. 2 months passed. This morning. His calm aura suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation. Boom! Immediately. A terrifying holy aura rushed out of his body. Breakthrough again so fast. Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other beasts opened their eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. If he remembered correctly, the last time Qin Feiyang made his breakthrough, he was together with Wang Zicheng and that robust young man. Only 3 months, only 3 months. To break through from a 2-star battle saint to a 3-star battle saint in just 3 months, wasn't this speed a little too outrageous? For example, Wolf King, who cultivated in seclusion in the castle all day, was only a 2-star battle saint. The double-winged snow eagle had already broken through to the battle saint realm when they were in the 9 districts. But now, he had just become a 3-star battle saint. After calculating, Qin Feiyang's speed was indeed twice as fast as theirs. Is the purple gold dragon blood really so powerful? Swoosh. After a while, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes. 2 rays of bright light burst out of his eyes. The aura he emitted was also restrained. However, not only was he not happy about this breakthrough, but he also frowned. He remembered that it only took him 2 months to break through from a 1-star battle saint to a 2-star battle saint. But now, it took him 3 months to break through from a 2-star battle saint to a 3-star battle saint. In other words, the higher the level, the longer the time needed in the future. It was hard to imagine how long it would take to break through from an 8-star battle saint to a 9-star battle saint. Of course, this situation was very normal. Because no matter if it was a warrior, a battle king, or a battle emperor, the higher the star level, the longer the time needed. But at this rate, the remaining 1 year would not be enough for him to step into the battle emperor realm. Sigh. Why is it that my time is always not enough? Qin Feiyang sighed. Little Qin Zi, let's discuss something. Suddenly, Wolf King came in front of Qin Feiyang and smiled flatteringly. What? Qin Feiyang restrained his emotions and looked at it suspiciously. Wolf King grinned and said, Brother wants to change blood. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The double-winged snow eagle, Lu Hong and the others were also stunned. Obviously. The white-eyed wolf was jealous. But this kind of thing could not be forced. Qin Feiyang could obtain the purple gold dragon blood because of the Qin Emperor's affection. And they were not the descendants of the Qin Emperor, nor did they have the Qin Emperor's bloodline power. How could they obtain the purple gold dragon blood? Wasn't this wishful thinking? Rather than having unrealistic dreams, it's better to cultivate. Good luck, I will wait for you in front. Qin Feiyang patted Wolf King's head and smiled playfully. He got up, took out the water avoidance pearl, and left the castle. Damn! This is simply unreasonable. If you want to be handsome, brother is more handsome than him. If you want to be awesome, brother is also more awesome than him. Why can he get such a great fortune, but brother can't? Wolf King was indignant. Lu Hong and the others rolled their eyes. A wolf was so narcissistic, did it know shame? At the bottom of the sea. The sea water was bone-chilling. The traces of sea beasts could be seen everywhere. Qin Feiyang restrained his aura to the extreme, avoided the sea beasts, and swept towards the sea surface. Dozens of breaths passed. Splash. Finally, he swept out of the sea surface and stood above the sea. He glanced around, turned into a stream of light, and sped towards the southwest. But not long after, he was heavily surrounded. It was the sea beasts that surrounded him. In the past, with the Sage King's ship and the two 9-star battle saints, Wang Yu and Wang Zicheng, the sea beasts could not get close to him. Now that he was alone, he naturally could not be so relaxed. Fortunately, he had broken through to the 3-star battle saint. Fortunately, the beasts he encountered so far were not too strong, and he could barely kill his way through. But as time passed, he began to feel tired and his body was covered in wounds. But he did not ask for help. Because ever since he entered the Central Divine Kingdom, he had not fought seriously. It was not that he had become lazy, but that he did not dare to. Because he did not dare to use many methods, once he used them, his identity would be exposed. Boom! Splash! Roar! At this moment, Qin Feiyang had completely released himself. The purple gold dragon blood, the red sword qi, the flaming battle qi, and various perfect battle arts were frequently used. The more he fought, the braver he became, and the more he killed, the more energetic he became. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and he spilled blood all the way. Finally, he transformed into a fighting machine, crazily killing without exhaustion. Wherever he went, there were floating corpses everywhere, and the sea was dyed red. Roar! Suddenly, accompanied by a loud roar, a huge monster rushed out of the sea. Qin Feiyang's head was buzzing, and his eardrums were almost shattered. That sea beast was a king snapping turtle. Its body was several tens of meters long, and it resembled a lofty mountain. It emitted a frightening oppressive power. Like an invisible tide, it pounced toward Qin Feiyang with earth-shattering momentum. Qin Feiyang could not see through its cultivation, but judging from its aura, it should not be lower than a 6-star battle saint. He could fight it. He used the phantom steps, and like a god of war, he stepped toward the king snapping turtle step by step. Clang! The red sword qi surged and turned into a flaming sword shadow, and with a sharp edge that could destroy the world, it slashed toward the turtle. Clang! Accompanied by a loud sound, the sword's shadow slashed on the king snapping turtle's shell, and sparks flew everywhere as if it had slashed on divine iron. Roar! The next moment, accompanied by a painful howl, the king snapping turtle's huge body was cut in half on the spot, and blood poured down like a waterfall. Qin Feiyang did not stop, and directly passed through the king snapping turtle's body. Bathed in the rain of blood, his fighting spirit was soaring. Next, the sea beasts he encountered were all 6-star battle saints and above. Although he killed them one by one, his injuries were getting more and more serious. There were even a few times when his sea of qi and heart were almost injured. Time flew. 4 hours passed. He had also been killing for 4 hours. An island came into sight. Qin Feiyang took a healing pill and prepared to enter the island to rest. However, just as he killed his way out of the encirclement of the sea beasts and was about to enter the island, there was an explosion of shocking saint aura on the island. Whoosh! Following closely. One by one, burly men rushed out from the island, and their aura shook the sea. "It's you guys." Qin Feiyang's face instantly darkened. "We guessed that you would go to the birthplace of the alchemy fire, so we waited for you here." Accompanied by a hoarse voice, an old man in a black robe walked out from the crowd and looked coldly at Qin Feiyang. That's right. This person was Black Snake. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one, and frowned. "Where's Hongxi?" The old man in the black robe grinned. "She wanted to compete with me to see who's lucky enough to catch you first, so she brought people to another island to wait. Now it seems that my luck is obviously better." Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. Only the old man in the black robe alone was not that difficult to deal with. "Give up." The old man in the black robe's eyes flickered. "Are you joking?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and decisively activated the concealment art. He used the phantom steps and quickly retreated. He disappeared again. What's going on? The old man in the black robe was bewildered. The group of burly men behind him were also in disbelief. "Little bastard, what kind of man are you to hide? If you have the guts, come out and fight face to face." The old man in the black robe was mad with hatred. This was not the first or second time. He felt like a clown, being played around by the other party. Emperor's aura erupted like a volcano, sweeping in all directions. The sea instantly boiled, setting off huge waves hundreds of feet high. But this time, because Qin Feiyang retreated at the first moment, the concealment art was not broken by the old man in the black robe. He stood far away in the void, looking at the crazy old man in the black robe silently. He was waiting for the time to counterattack. Time passed breath by breath. About a few hundred breaths passed. The old man in the black robe finally withdrew his emperor's aura, took out Viper 3, and shouted to the group behind him, "Let's go and meet up with Hongxi. It's time for you to die." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Like a poisonous snake bearing its fangs, he silently approached the old man in the black robe. The old man in the black robe was recovering Viper 3 and did not notice at all. Chapter 1028. Just as Viper number 3 was fully recovered, Qin Feiyang flew to the black-robed old man's side. Without hesitation, he took out the Chang Shui and stabbed the back of the black-robed old man's head from behind. The black-robed old man's head was directly penetrated, and his sea of consciousness and soul were instantly shattered. "Ah!" Accompanied by a shrill scream, the black-robed old man died on the spot. His angry eyes were filled with horror. Lord Black Snake. The group of burly men was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang took out the Chang Shui and quietly retreated again. Bang! The black-robed old man fell on the deck, and blood spurted out from between his eyebrows and the back of his head. Lord! After the group of burly men came to their senses, they immediately surrounded the black-robed old man, and their faces were filled with panic. Why did this happen? Ancestor Mu did not appear, so why did he suddenly die? This concealment art is really a killing weapon. Qin Feiyang stood in the air, looking down at the group of burly men and muttering to himself. Without the concealment art, even if he used all his trump cards, he would not be able to kill the black-robed old man. No. He could not even hurt a hair on the black-robed old man. He could not even get close to the black-robed old man. Although the concealment art was only a perfect battle technique, in his opinion, it was more practical than the Divine Dragon technique and the 6-word Divine technique. Prepare to despair. Qin Feiyang whispered, turned into a stream of light, and swooped down, landing behind the two burly men. Clang! The Chang Shui suddenly attacked, and it was invincible. It instantly pierced through the heads of the two men. Where are you? Come out quickly, don't hide in the dark and attack us. Everyone on the ship went crazy. Not only could they not see him, they could not even detect his aura. There was no way they could fight back. This is too scary. A thin middle-aged man roared in horror and left Viper number 1, fleeing into the void in the distance without looking back. Everyone was already in a state of panic, but when they saw the middle-aged man running away, they all broke down. They all fled in a panic, not even caring about the sacred artifact, Viper number 3. However, the god of death descended once again. With a flash, the head of the skinny middle-aged man who was the first to escape was immediately separated from his body. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Looking at this scene, everyone's body and mind trembled. They were in extreme despair. "Don't run. Come back," a slightly older man roared. "That's right. We're like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. We'll only die faster if we flee like this." Another burly man anxiously roared. Everyone shuddered and returned to the deck of Viper number 3. "Don't panic. Hurry up and send a message to Lord Hongxi. Before Lord Hongxi arrives, let's gather together and be careful." "That's right. As long as we don't disperse, he won't be able to take advantage of us," the old man and the burly man shouted. Everyone quickly gathered around the two, and the big man immediately took out an image crystal to send a message to the gorgeous woman. However, just as he took out the image crystal, a bloody hole appeared on his head, and he fell to the ground, dead. "Damn it. It's useless." The crowd that had just gathered immediately panicked again. "Don't run around. There will be a way. Everyone, think carefully," the old man roared. Just as he roared, another 5 people lost their lives. The remaining people had no choice but to gather around the old man again. Both their faces and eyes were filled with helplessness. "I have an idea." Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up. His battle aura burst out and formed a barrier that enveloped the entire Viper number 3. No matter how terrifying he is, he's only a 2-star battle saint. He can't break through this defensive barrier. As long as we stay here, he can't do anything to us, the old man said. Someone immediately said, "Old he, you're wrong. He's not a 2-star battle saint. He's a 3-star battle saint." "What? Wasn't he just a 2-star battle saint the last time I saw him?" The old man's gaze trembled. "I noticed his cultivation level just now. He's really a 2-star battle saint," that person said again. "I noticed it too." Another person followed. A trace of disbelief crept into the old man's eyes as he said, "Don't panic. I'm a 9-star battle saint. Even if he's a 3-star battle saint, he can't break through this barrier. Hurry up and inform Lord Hongxi." Immediately, someone took out an image crystal. Outside the barrier, Qin Feiyang looked at the old man and frowned. He didn't expect Viper to have such a powerful subordinate. One had to know. In the face of such a situation, anyone would be at a loss. As for this person, although he was a bit flustered at first, he only panicked for a short while before he quickly calmed down and thought of a countermeasure. Indeed, with this defensive barrier, he couldn't do whatever he wanted like before. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't have a way to break through this defensive barrier. For example, Chang Shui. With Chang Shui's ability, it would be easy for him to break through the barrier. However, if he did so, there would definitely be fluctuations in the barrier. The people inside would be able to detect it immediately and determine his location based on the fluctuations in the barrier. What's the matter? At this moment, the image of the gorgeous woman appeared. She looked at the old man and the group of people and asked coldly, "Lord Hongxi, bad news. Ancestor Mu has appeared. He killed Lord Black Snake and many of our brothers." The old man cried out sorrowfully. "What? Black Snake is dead?" The gorgeous woman's expression suddenly changed. She felt as if she was dreaming. She was very clear about Black Snake's strength. Even a 1-star combat emperor of the same realm might not be able to hurt him. However, she was told that he was killed by a 2-star combat saint? The old man cried out, Lord Hongxi, please come and save us. We really have no other way. Are you still on that island? The gorgeous woman asked in a low voice. The old man nodded. The gorgeous woman asked, what about Viper number 3? Still here. The old man said. The gorgeous woman said, quickly sign the blood contract. Don't let Ancestor Moose snatch it away. The old man said, don't worry. With my defensive barrier, he can't snatch it away. Okay, be careful. I'll bring people over immediately. It'll take at most half an hour. After the gorgeous woman finished speaking, the image quickly dissipated. Ancestor Moo, don't run if you have the guts. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. When Lord Hongxi comes, you'll be dead. The people on Viper number 3 finally heaved a sigh of relief and began to provoke him. Hongxi, Qin Feiyang glanced at those people and his eyes flickered. Hongxi would need half an hour to get here. However, the concealment art could last for half an hour. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to get rid of Hongxi. Oh right. I forgot to tell Lord Hongxi that Ancestor Moo can hide in the void and kill people without leaving a trace. Just as Qin Feiyang had this thought, the people on the ship also thought of it. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but tremble. If Lord Hongxi was assassinated like Lord Black Snake, then they would be completely hopeless. Of course. They could also ask Viper for help. However, the problem was that Viper was a person with a proud personality. Other than the one-eyed dragon, the gorgeous woman, and the black-robed old man, he didn't bother to establish a contract with anyone else. Therefore, as long as these 3 people died, no one would be able to contact Viper. The old man quivered and shouted, quickly send another message to Lord Hongxi. Tell her to be careful. Hearing the old man's words, Qin Feiyang decisively turned and left because there was no need to continue squatting. Half an hour passed. The concealment art dissipated on its own. Qin Feiyang also found an island and stood on the peak of a mountain. His head was lowered and his expression was uncertain. Viper had completely angered him. If he didn't find Viper to settle this score, he would always be unhappy. Swish. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he took out the image crystal. Buzz. Soon, young Master Hao's shadow appeared. Wang Yu, and Wang Zicheng were also beside him. Young Master Hao asked, are you done? Not yet. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, then looked at Wang Zicheng and asked, where is Viper's lair? The 3 of them were stunned. Young Master Hao said in shock, you're not going to find Viper, are you? Qin Feiyang said coldly, I have always been a person who takes revenge, especially those who take the initiative to cause trouble. Huh? The corner of Wang Zicheng's mouth twitched fiercely. If these words were to reach Viper's ears, he would probably be so angry that he would jump up and down. Young Master Hao advised, brother, although we haven't seen Viper before, we can tell from his subordinates that he is definitely not a kind person. You'd better not be rash. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Qin Feiyang said. You're really stubborn. Young Master Hao shook his head helplessly and didn't try to persuade him anymore. You really want to go? Wang Zicheng asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wang Zicheng said, did you meet Viper's men again? Qin Feiyang said, we were ambushed by them, but Black Snake has already been killed. TSK TSK TSK. A 2-star battle saint killed a 1-star battle emperor. How amazing! Wang Zicheng exclaimed. No, he broke through. Wang Yu suddenly opened her mouth and looked at Qin Feiyang as if she was looking at a monster. What? Broke through? Young Master Hao and Wang Zicheng were shocked. They couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang seriously. They wouldn't know if they didn't look, but once they looked, they couldn't help but feel numb. 3 months to break through to 3-star battle saint. Oh my God. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? Was this a dream? Young Master Hao's mood was the worst. When they were in the Divine City, both of them were one-star battle saints. How long had it been since they came to the Azure Sea? There was a gap of 2 whole stages between the two of them. Young Master Hao said, "Brother, you lied to me at that time, right?" "What do you mean I lied to you?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Don't you remember? When I took you to see my father, you said you had cultivated for more than 100 years. But with your current speed, it's impossible." Young Master Hao said. "So it's about this." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Isn't this for your own good? So that you won't be affected. Now I'm affected even more." Young Master Hao smiled bitterly. Chapter 1029. Although Qin Feiyang's words were a huge blow to young Master Hao, it also made him recognize himself. It was a good thing. "You really want to go?" Wang Zicheng looked at Qin Feiyang and asked again. Qin Feiyang nodded. No one could change his mind once he made up his mind. Wang Zicheng was too lazy to persuade him. He asked, "Where are you now?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I'm on a small island." "I don't know the name of the island." Wang Zicheng said, "Show me the full view of the island." Qin Feiyang nodded. He grabbed the image crystal and rose into the air. Standing in the air, he pointed the image crystal at the island below. In this way, the full view of the island was clearly displayed in front of Wang Zicheng. Wang Zicheng observed carefully for a moment and said, "I know. It's a nameless island. I've been there before. It's only about 200 li away from the nest of viper." "Which direction?" Qin Feiyang asked. "West. You'll pass by 4 more islands on the way. The 5th island after that is the nest of viper. It's called Viper Island. Viper Island has a very obvious characteristic. It's like a giant python wriggling on the surface of the sea. You have to be careful. Viper Island is not only the gathering place of poisonous insects and monsters in the inland sea, but also the air is filled with a kind of poisonous gas that can paralyze one's nerves." Wang Zicheng warned. "Thank you. After I'm done with this matter, I'll rush over to meet you guys." Qin Feiyang said and was about to put away the image crystal. "Wait. How are you going to deal with him? Are you going to use the invisibility technique? If you're going to use the invisibility technique, I advise you to give up. Viper's body is full of poison. With your current cultivation, you won't be able to get close to him." Wang Zicheng said. "If the invisibility technique doesn't work, I have other methods. Anyway, this time, I'll make him disappear from the world forever." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. After turning off the image crystal, he looked toward the west. His eyes were filled with a murderous aura. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking killing intent roared out from his body. That murderous aura had already materialized. It was like wisps of blood-colored flames burning around him. At the same time, a bloody glow flickered between his eyebrows, and a bloody red kill character quickly appeared. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a god of death. His terrifying killing intent caused even the nearby saint beasts to tremble in despair. That was right. This was the kill character formula. This was also the first time he had activated the kill formula. One could only imagine how much he hated Viper. Xinghai's 10 heroes, just wait and see. You'll soon know that you don't have the qualifications to dominate this sea. Qin Feiyang mumbled as he activated the phantom steps, stepping into the air step by step. Roar! Several 6-star battle saint sea beasts roared as they rushed out from the sea. Their bloody mouths were wide open, revealing their dense fangs. Boom! Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands, and the divine dragon seal appeared, instantly killing them. Thus, a shocking scene unfolded. The blood that flowed out from the sea beasts turned into waves of blood-colored waves, surging towards Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. In the end, all of it was absorbed by the kill character. As the kill character absorbed more and more blood, his aura gradually increased. Kill character formula: I want to see if you can increase one's cultivation by a whole realm. It was recorded in the Iron Book that the essence of the kill character was that it could increase the user's cultivation by a whole realm by continuously absorbing the blood of living creatures. Take a closer look. It was not a small realm, but a whole realm. In other words, Qin Feiyang, who was a battle saint, could forcefully step into the Battle Emperor realm by using the kill character formula. This was a godly formula that defied the natural order. However, whether this was the case or not had yet to be confirmed. Qin Feiyang's long hair danced in the wind. He was like a demon god as he killed his way through. All the sea beasts that blocked his way were buried in the sea. Their blood was completely absorbed, leaving behind dried corpses that floated on the sea surface. Boom! After absorbing the blood of the 50th sea beast, Qin Feiyang's aura suddenly soared to the level of a 4-star battle saint. However, this was just the beginning. Roar! Splash! Rumble! After advancing to the level of a 4-star battle saint, his methods became even more powerful. Those 5-star and 6-star sacred beasts were even more vulnerable. He went berserk with his killing spree. Boom! After absorbing the blood of the 100th sacred beast, his cultivation increased again, stepping into the level of a 5-star battle saint. He stepped on the corpses and blood as he advanced. His entire body was shrouded in a bloody mist. His eyes and black hair were gradually dyed red with blood. He looked like a grim reaper walking in hell. This is too terrifying. Is he a human or a devil? Those sea beasts that usually ran amok in the inner sea felt an indescribable sense of fear in their hearts at this moment. Some sea beasts that had just escaped immediately turned around and fled back into the sea when they saw this situation. Boom! After killing the 200th sea beast, Qin Feiyang's cultivation broke through again, stepping into the level of a battle saint. He felt an unprecedented power. His blood surged and he felt that he could pierce through the sky with a single punch. He is a devil, a malefic star. Run! This part of the sea was boiling. Countless sea beasts jumped up and down, fleeing in fear. A mere human dares to come to the inner sea and cause trouble. You are courting death. An angry roar sounded. A Neptune lion broke through the waves. Its huge body was like a mountain and its ferocious aura was monstrous. It had the cultivation of an 8-star battle saint. Without saying a word, it pounced toward Qin Feiyang. The fangs in its mouth were more than a meter long and were like sharp blades. They flickered with a cold light and were extremely terrifying. If you didn't block my way, would I have killed you? You are courting death. The 4th style of the Ruins of End technique, Ruins of End. Qin Feiyang's expression was extremely cold. He pointed his index finger in the air and an invisible force roared in the sky, killing it in an instant. Blood gushed toward his glabella like a waterfall. The bloody word, kill, between his glabella became even more eye-catching. The murderous aura all over his body became even more shocking. Boom! After absorbing the blood of the 400th saint beast, his cultivation had stepped into the level of a 7-star battle saint. At this moment, regardless of whether it was his long hair or his eyes, they had all turned blood red, as if he was bathed in blood. The murderous aura was overwhelming. Do I need so much blood? Qin Feiyang muttered. After absorbing the blood of 50 sea beasts, he had stepped into the level of a 4-star battle saint. After absorbing the blood of 100 sea beasts, he had stepped into the level of a 5-star battle saint. After absorbing the blood of 200 sea beasts, he had stepped into the level of a 6-star battle saint. After absorbing the blood of 400 sea beasts, he had stepped into the level of a 7-star battle saint. This was an exponential increase. And they were all saint beasts. Although the kill technique was heaven-defying, it was indeed too bloody. Furthermore, as he absorbed more and more blood, he gradually lost his mind. This was caused by his murderous aura. The murderous aura had already replaced his consciousness. In the end, he might even lose himself completely and become a demon king who only knew how to kill. Boom! It was unknown how much time had passed. Finally, Qin Feiyang's cultivation had stepped into the level of an 8-star battle saint. This also meant that he had killed a total of 800 sea beasts. Of course. The sea beasts that he killed were basically those that took the initiative to provoke him. At this point, he finally saw the first island that Wang Zicheng had mentioned. The island had a diameter of about half a mile and there was an extremely powerful aura on the island. A 9-star battle saint. Obviously, there was a 9-star battle saint beast lurking on the island. What? Is he a human? Why does he look like a demon? It was a lion-headed eagle. It was not big in size and was only slightly more than 3 meters long. It had the head of a lion and the body of a falcon. Its fur was bright and shiny like satin. It was the king of this area and ruled over countless sea beasts. However, at this moment, it stood on the peak of a mountain in the middle of the island and looked at Qin Feiyang from afar. Its huge eyes were filled with terror. Whoosh! When Qin Feiyang stepped into the sky above the island, the terrifying murderous aura enveloped the entire area. The lion-headed eagle trembled and quickly turned to flee. Qin Feiyang did not give chase. He glanced at the island coldly and continued to fly forward. Afterward, there were no more sea beasts that dared to block his way. Soon after, the second island that Wang Zicheng had mentioned also entered his line of sight. There was not a single aura of a beast on the island. Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. At this rate, he might not even be able to reach the level of a 9-star battle saint. However, after thinking about it, it did not matter. Although Viper had mastered the forbidden skill, he was only an 8-star battle saint. Although he did not have the forbidden skill, he had mastered 2 divine arts. Whoosh! Without further delay, he used the phantom steps and increased his speed to the maximum, heading straight for Viper Island. He passed by the 3rd island and the 4th island. Finally, Viper Island appeared in front of him. Viper Island covered an area of more than 10 miles. There were undulating mountains and lush greenery on the island. From afar, it really looked like a giant python lurking on the surface of the sea. At the same time, there was a mountain peak in the middle of Viper Island. It was more than 10,000 feet tall and the peak of the mountain was flat and neat. At the peak of the mountain, there was a black ancient castle. There was no one around, making it look mysterious and eerie. However, there was a young man sitting in the ancient castle that was tightly shut. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a slender figure. He had regular facial features and could be considered a talent. However, his skin was eerily green. Especially his pair of green eyes. They were like a pair of snake eyes that were emitting a cold glow. That's right. This man was Viper, the old venomous creature that struck fear in people. What exactly is this? After studying it for so long, I still have no clue. At this moment, Viper was holding a jade bottle in his hand. There was a red liquid in the bottle. This was the temporary antidote given to him by the green-robed old man. Viper was quite confident in the art of poison refinement. Originally, he wanted to dissect the red liquid and research the real antidote from it. By then, he would no longer be threatened by the green-robed old man. However, after a period of analysis and dissection, he realized that he could not identify the composition of the red liquid. Since he could not identify the composition, he could not concoct the real antidote. This made him very angry. Chapter 1030. Maybe I'm not careful enough. I need to study it carefully. Viper muttered and poured out a drop of red liquid into his mouth. He closed his eyes and savored it carefully. Whether it was the poison or the antidote, they were all refined from various medicinal herbs. The only difference was whether they were poisonous or not. Therefore, as long as he could figure out which medicinal herbs were used to refine this red liquid, he would definitely be able to concoct the real antidote. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a terrifying murderous aura coming from afar toward the island. Who's here? He opened his eyes, which were filled with shock. After living for hundreds of years, this was the first time he felt such a strong murderous aura. This murderous aura even terrified him and made him feel hopeless. Swoosh! He suddenly stood up, kept the jade bottle, and said coldly, "I'd like to see who has the guts to come to my territory and cause trouble." After saying that, Viper waved his hand and the gate of the ancient castle quickly opened. Whoosh! Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew out of the ancient castle. He stood at the peak of the mountain and looked ahead. Why does he look so familiar? When he saw Qin Feiyang flying toward him from the sky above the sea, a trace of doubt crept between his brows. It's him. Ancestor Mu. Suddenly, he remembered. Wasn't that the person who the green-robed old man wanted to kill? But that wasn't right. Hadn't the black snake and the red snake already dealt with him? Why would he come here? Could it be that the black snake and the red snake failed? Impossible. Both of them were battle emperors and this ancestor Mu was only a 2-star battle saint. When Viper thought of this, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because he saw Qin Feiyang's cultivation level clearly. 8-star battle saint. What was going on? Viper was dumbfounded. Previously, the green-robed old man had personally said that this person was only a 2-star battle saint. Moreover, previously, the black snake and the red snake failed to kill him on the Devil Island and reported to him that he was indeed only a 2-star battle saint. But how did he suddenly become an 8-star battle saint? Let's talk about Qin Feiyang. Before entering the island, he had already sensed Viper's aura. He raised his head and scanned the island. Very soon, when he saw Viper standing on the peak of the mountain, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Back then, when Wang Zicheng and Viper were communicating via voice transmission, he had seen Viper in person, so he recognized him at a glance. Rumble. Crack. As Qin Feiyang stepped onto Mamba Island, his horrifying holy power and murderous intent turned into huge waves that destroyed everything on the island. It could be described as unstoppable. Wherever he went, mountains would collapse, plants would fly, and the ground would sink. It was like a scene from the end of the world. At the sight of this, a sinister look crept into Viper's eyes as he hollered, "Kill him!" Boom! His voice fell. The entire Mamba Island was filled with ferocious auras. Following closely, rays of light and shadow surrounded Qin Feiyang from all directions. Those shadows were formed by poisonous creatures. Poisonous scorpions, poisonous spiders, poisonous snakes, poisonous frogs. In short, all the poisonous creatures that Qin Feiyang had seen in his life were here. There were also many poisonous creatures that he had never seen before. There were hundreds and thousands of them, and the air was filled with poisonous gas. Moreover, every poisonous insect and every poisonous beast had the cultivation level of a battle sage. This is indeed a nest of poisonous creatures. Even Qin Feiyang could not help but feel his scalp go numb when he saw the densely packed poisonous creatures. Just like what Wang Zicheng had said, every corner of the island was filled with poisonous substances that could not be dissolved. Even the plants and trees were poisonous. It was not an exaggeration to say that. As long as any battle saint in the world entered this island, only death awaited them. However, he was not afraid. Clang! Red sword chi gushed out from his body like a torrent. 10 rays of sword shadows appeared in the blink of an eye, exuding an aura that could destroy the world. Die! As he shouted in a low voice, the sword shadows spread out and slashed in all directions. It was as though a real divine sword had been unsheathed. The ear-piercing sound of the sword resonated and tore the mountains and rivers apart. Chirp! 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 Hiss! In an instant, Mamba Island was drowned in all kinds of miserable cries. Hordes of poisonous creatures were smashed into pieces by the peerless aura of the sword shadows. In less than 5 breaths, almost all the poisonous creatures that came from all directions were killed. Their blood dyed the sky red. Qin Feiyang glanced at the blood that was left behind by the poisonous creatures and his eyes flickered. If the kill formula absorbed the blood, his cultivation level would definitely reach the level of a 9-star battle sage. However, he was hesitant. These were all highly poisonous creatures and their blood contained deadly toxins. Would it hurt him if he absorbed the blood? In the end, he gave up on this idea. He was about to fight with Mamba Island and he could not afford to make any mistakes now. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Mamba Island, who was standing on the peak of the mountain. He said coldly, "Don't you think you can stop me with these poisonous creatures? Aren't you too naive?" Mamba Island's face darkened and he said coldly, "What happened to your cultivation level? I'll tell you when you kneel down at my feet." Qin Feiyang took a step forward and left a trail of afterimages as he dashed toward the peak of the mountain. Perfect auxiliary combat art. Mamba Island's pupils contracted. When the green-robed old man asked him to kill this person, he had already expected that this person was not simple. He did not expect it to be true. A perfect auxiliary combat art was not something that an ordinary person could possess. However, this was nothing in front of him, Mamba Island. I don't know why Black Snake and Red Snake failed. However, once you enter Mamba Island, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Mamba Island stepped on the void and said coldly as he walked toward Qin Feiyang. That was also a perfect auxiliary combat art. At the same time, his aura spread out bit by bit like the sign of a volcano eruption. Boom! When the holy aura of an 8-star battle sage was fully released, the entire island shook violently. Even the void was shaking and twisting. Qin Feiyang was also emitting an imposing aura that shook the heavens. It was as though the heavens and earth could no longer contain him. Two young men with similar appearances. Although they did not look strong, at this moment, they were like two towering mountains. At this moment, time seemed to have slowed down. Both of them were moving at a fast speed. After all, both of them had used perfect auxiliary combat arts. However, the process seemed to take a long time. It seemed as though a few centuries had passed before both of them crossed the void and met each other. Both of them did not speak and the island fell into a dead silence. However, this dead silence did not last long. Kill, both of them seemed to have discussed this beforehand. They growled at the same time and charged toward each other at the same time. When both of their fists met, the heavens and earth were silent. Boom! However, at the next moment, a loud, deafening sound suddenly exploded. Both of them trembled and took a few steps back. Their faces were pale. That's right. This is the strength of an 8-star battle sage. The information can't be wrong. He must have used some shocking means. Could it be a forbidden technique as well? However, there is a gap of 6 small realms between a 2-star battle sage and an 8-star battle sage. What kind of forbidden technique can achieve this? Viper was shocked and his eyes were filled with disbelief. At the same time, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at his fist. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He saw that there was a layer of green mist on his fist. It was like gangrene attached to his bones. Not only was it impossible to get rid of, but it also flowed along his arm and entered his body. This was the poison on Viper's body. He was a poisonous creature. As long as one came into contact with his body, the poison would immediately stick to his body. Indeed, he is not simple. However, it's not impossible. As long as I don't fight with him naked, Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Viper as he muttered to himself. With a thought, a crimson sword aura soared into the sky and turned into a 1,000-foot sword shadow. It was as sharp as a giant mountain. Viper's pupils contracted again. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Not only do you have perfect auxiliary combat arts, but you also have perfect offensive combat arts. How dare you challenge me?" Challenge you? You think too highly of yourself. Look carefully. I'm not challenging you. I'm going to crush you. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with disdain. With a wave of his hand, the 1,000-foot sword shadow pierced through the sky and slashed toward Viper. Arrogant. Even Wang Zicheng and the others wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words in front of me. Who do you think you are? Venom Snake was enraged. A green stream of air gushed out of his body like a flood from an open dam. This was his battle chi. Just like him, his battle chi also contained a lethal poison. You're not the only one who has perfect combat arts. He roared furiously. His battle chi quickly condensed into a giant python in the air. Its size was more than 1,000 feet long. Its entire body was covered with green snake scales. Its eyes were as big as a dustpan and they shone with a bone-chilling light. Crush it. Viper angrily pointed at the sword shadow. Hiss. The giant python immediately bared its fangs and dragged its mountain-like body toward the sword shadow. Rumble. Crack. The two giant objects collided with each other. Like fireworks, the sky was filled with flames. At the same time, a destructive stream of air gushed out in all directions like a torrent of ferocious beasts. In less than 3 breaths' time, the entire Viper Island was torn apart and swallowed by the raging waves. You've destroyed my home. I'll kill you. Viper was completely enraged. Using his perfect auxiliary combat arts, he charged toward Qin Feiyang crazily. I'm not only going to destroy Viper Island. I'm going to destroy you too. Qin Feiyang sneered. He executed his phantom steps to the extreme. As he retreated, he maintained a certain distance from Viper and used the ultimate skill. Ultimate skill. Suddenly, he raised his arm and pointed at the sky. An invisible force covered the sky and caused huge waves to rise from the sea below. Another perfect slaughter combat art. Viper's heart trembled when he sensed the danger brought by the invisible force. How many tricks does this person have? You're scared already? Then kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, I'll waste my time attacking you. Qin Feiyang said. Arrogant. Continue to be arrogant. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Viper's face was ferocious. His battle chi surged to the sky. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a green poisonous dragon appeared. The first style of the poisonous dragon incantation, Poisonous Dragon's Light. Chapter 1031. Qin Feiyang took a few steps back and said indifferently, to be able to resolve that attack, not bad. You're not as weak as I thought you were. Although it was a compliment, Viper was displeased by his indifferent attitude and tone. That was because in his opinion, Qin Feiyang was mocking him. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me with such an attitude? Just you wait. Soon, you'll be kneeling on the ground and begging me to let you off. Second style of the Poison Dragon Manual, Poison Dragon Hellfire. As Viper finished his sentence, the Poison Dragon roared deafeningly. Following that, the Poison Dragon opened its mouth and spat out a green flame that swept through the sky and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. The flame was not a real flame. It was condensed from Viper's poison gas. The terrifying poison spread in all directions and even Qin Feiyang could not help but feel dizzy. He hurriedly consumed an antidote pill. However, because he was fast, Viper did not see how many elixir patterns it had. If an antidote pill can resolve my poison gas, how can I dominate this sea region? Viper sneered and his eyes were filled with mockery. Qin Feiyang remained silent. It was undeniable that Viper's attainments in poison refinement were indeed terrifying. The antidote pill he consumed earlier on had 5 elixir patterns. As for the antidote pill with 5 elixir patterns, it could even remove the black malice poison refined by the ugly old woman. But now, it could only alleviate the effects and could not completely remove it. As such, it could be seen. Viper's poison gas was enough to kill people of the same realm. It seemed like he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, if the poison gas in his body accumulated, he would be in a passive situation instead. Clang! In an instant, the scarlet sword chi in his chi sea poured out and dozens of flaming sword shadows were formed. Each of them exuded a sharp aura that could destroy the world. There's such a method? Viper was shocked. Slash. Qin Feiyang roared and his voice was like thunder. It shook the sea region for miles and set off huge waves. Clang. Immediately, the dozens of sword silhouettes moved out in full force, carrying thousands of sword chi as they charged towards Viper. The poison dragon underworld fire was unable to put up any resistance and instantly turned into nothingness. It could be said to be unstoppable. Puff. Venom Snake spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not panic at all. Instead, his expression became even more ferocious. You think you can defeat me? Dream on. Third style, Poison Dragon Possession. Viper waved his hand and the poisonous dragon swooped down. It turned into a waterfall and entered the space between his eyebrows. Boom. Immediately, a terrifying aura rushed out from the snake's body. Moreover, his aura was rising crazily. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation level had actually reached the level of a 9-star battle saint. Do you see that? This is the true profundity of the poison dragon art. It can raise my cultivation by a minor realm. Now that I am a 9-star battle saint and you are still an 8-star battle saint, what do you have to fight me? The viper roared, and with a wave of its hand, a giant python appeared. The giant python's body was like a mountain ridge, releasing a monstrous ferocious might. It revealed its dense venomous fangs and actually shattered the dozens of sword shadows with irresistible force. Puff. The sword shadows were continuously shattered, causing Qin Feiyang to suffer heavy injuries. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The true profundity of the poison dragon art? He looked at the viper with eyes full of mockery. In terms of power, the poison dragon art was indeed a pinnacle perfect battle art. However, in front of the kill art, it was not worth mentioning. This was because the poison dragon art could only raise the cultivation level by a minor realm. However, the kill art could raise the cultivation level by a major realm. What kind of difference was this? A frog at the bottom of a well, how pitiful. Qin Feiyang shook his head and placed his hands in front of his chest to form a seal. A vast and mighty dragon power surged out like a volcanic eruption. Hum. Boom. In the next moment, a square seal appeared. It was the size of a palm and emitted a dazzling purple gold divine light. At the bottom of the square seal, there was a lifelike purple gold divine dragon. That's right. It was the first style of the divine dragon art, the divine dragon seal. When the divine art appeared, its godly might intimidated the surroundings. Viper's heart suddenly surged with an uncontrollable fear. Kneel down. Qin Feiyang roared and his aura surged. Hum. The divine dragon seal streaked across the sky and the roar of the dragon shook the heavens. The giant python let out a hiss and instantly collapsed. Then, the divine dragon seal carried a shocking might and suppressed the venom snake. Plop. The mighty godly might shrouded the world. Viper could not help but tremble and kneel down in the void. This kneel was like a bolt from the blue, causing his mind to rumble. I am one of the 10 heroes of Qinghai. I am an invincible king of the same realm. How can I kneel to others? I want. Bastard, I want to destroy you and make you never reincarnate. Viper suddenly stood up and a destructive aura surged out of his body. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. It seemed that Viper was desperate and wanted to use a forbidden technique. Poison domain. As expected. The venomous snake let out a hysterical roar. Green poisonous mist burst out from its body and surged in all directions like a tide. In an instant, Qin Feiyang was drowned by the poisonous fog. Immediately, he sensed that wisps of terrifying poisonous gas were madly drilling into his pores. His face, lips, and skin quickly turned black. This was the sign of being poisoned. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The poison now was several times more terrifying than before. He quickly used his battle chi to seal his pores. However, he was shocked to find that it was meaningless. Not only was it meaningless, the poisonous gas also had a terrifying corrosive power, crazily eroding his battle chi, including the power of his bloodline. This. Qin Feiyang was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. He could feel that facing this poisonous fog, even a 9-star battle saint would not be able to escape death. Even a 1-star battle emperor would not be able to escape safely. Haha. Crazy, continue. Viper was like a demon god, standing proudly in front of Qin Feiyang and laughing wildly. The poison domain was his forbidden technique. The domain covered an area of 10 miles. Any living creature that entered this domain, unless they had overwhelming strength, would not be able to escape. Once the poisonous fog entered the body of a living creature, it would immediately pounce on all the vital points. For example, the chi, the heart, and even the soul. These places were undoubtedly the most fatal places. Once entangled by the poisonous gas, even if a god descended to the mortal world, he would not be able to save him. Qin Feiyang glanced at the poisonous fog, looked at Viper and sneered, "Then as you wish, continue to be crazy." Boom! His body shook, and the purple-gold battle chi broke out of his body, transforming into a huge purple-gold dragon. Roar! The purple-gold dragon turned in the air and let out a loud dragon roar at Viper. Immediately, a sound wave was born, like an invisible wave, sweeping across the sky, and all the poisonous fog was instantly annihilated. This. Viper turned pale with fright. Even a forbidden technique could be forcefully broken. What level of battle art was this? Ah! Just as he was in a daze, the sound wave roared and arrived. With a blood-curdling scream, his body was instantly drenched in blood. This roar of the purple-gold dragon was not just a simple roar. It was the second move of the Divine Dragon method, the Divine Dragon's Roar. There was no suspense. Viper was heavily injured by this attack. His entire body was a mess of flesh and blood as he powerlessly fell to the ground. The 10 heroes of the Azure Sea are only so-so. Qin Feiyang laughed in disdain. He took a step forward and pierced through Viper's chi with a finger, crippling his cultivation. Then, his hands quickly formed a seal, and an enslavement seal quickly appeared, fusing into the top of Viper's head. Ah! Viper hugged his head and screamed for a while. Suddenly, he realized that there seemed to be something extra in his head. He stared at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger, and roared, "What did you do to me?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a battle chi appeared, holding Viper in the air, and said indifferently, "This is an enslavement seal. It can control your soul, and now, with just a thought, your soul will scatter." Impossible. How could there be such a thing in this world? Viper shook his head, his face incomparably ferocious. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to answer. He directly used his actions to prove it. Viper immediately screamed miserably. He felt as if his head was about to split open, and his face was distorted. At this moment, he could clearly feel the aura of death. "Don't kill me. Stop it." He hurriedly cried out in fear. Qin Feiyang stopped operating the enslavement seal, and said indifferently, "Now tell me, do I have the qualifications to be arrogant?" "Yes, yes, yes." Viper nodded repeatedly. Originally, he thought that he could easily get rid of this person. Who would have thought that he would be so ridiculously strong? Qin Feiyang swallowed another detoxification pill to relieve the poison in his body, and said, "Then do you need me to remind you what to do now?" "No need." Viper hurriedly waved his hand, and then knelt in the air, begging for mercy and kowtowing. "I thought that the 10 heroes of the Azure Sea were some amazing people. It turns out that they are also so spineless." Qin Feiyang crossed his arms in front of his chest and mocked. "Spineless?" Viper sneered. What was the use of spineless? Only when one was alive would there be hope, a future, and a chance. Qin Feiyang shook his head. As the saying went, in the face of death, self-esteem and face were worthless. He said indifferently, "Tell me, why do you want to kill me?" This. Viper hesitated. The strength of the old man in green was even more terrifying than the person in front of him. If the news was leaked, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape death. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he shouted, "Tell me." Viper's eyes trembled, and he hurriedly said, "It's an old man who wants to kill you, but I don't know him." "If you don't know him, why do you want to help him?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "He forced me to take a kind of poison. If I don't do as he says, he won't give me the antidote." There was a trace of resentment in his tone. If the old man in green had not forced him, he would not have ended up in this state. No way. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wasn't Viper an expert in refining poisons? Was there a poison that he could not cure? In the past, I thought that I was the best in refining poisons because I could even cure the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion. However, it was only when I met that old bastard that I realized that I had been deceiving myself and others the entire time. I had been viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. Viper sighed, looking rather lonely. What? Even the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion can be cured? Qin Feiyang was in disbelief. He had personally experienced the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion. Other than the poison of the blood soul spider, there was almost no antidote. However, Viper told him that he could cure the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion. How could he not be shocked? After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang asked, "Is it the poison of the blood soul spider?" "No. It's the universal antidote that I concocted myself." Viper shook his head. Universal antidote? Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly said, "Let me see." Viper took out a jade bottle that was half filled with a milky white liquid that had a hazy luster. One could vaguely feel a sacred aura. Qin Feiyang took the jade bottle, opened the cork, and sniffed it. There was a pleasant fragrance that could make one feel refreshed. Viper said, "This is called sacred water. It can cure hundreds of poisons." Cure hundreds of poisons? Qin Feiyang was surprised and said, "You're not lying to me?" "How would I dare to lie to you now?" Viper smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang did not dare to let his guard down. He secretly peeked at Viper's inner thoughts. After confirming that there was no evil intention, he poured a drop of sacred water and put it into his mouth. Immediately, he felt that the sacred water turned into a majestic energy that surged to his limbs and bones. Wherever it passed, the poison that had seeped into his body was swept away. Not bad. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. With this thing, he would not have to worry about being poisoned in the future. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, Viper's heart skipped a beat. He said fawningly, "If you like it, I'll give it to you." "Give it to me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he joked, "Even if I snatch it now, can you stop me?" Viper's expression froze. Yes. Now that he had become a prisoner, there was no need to talk about what he had. As long as the other party asked, he had no right to refuse. Qin Feiyang glanced at Viper, lowered his head and fell into deep thought. As for Viper, he had come with the intention of killing him. But now, he was a little hesitant. Because this person was still valuable. If he kept him by his side, he might be able to help him in the future. He might even become his right-hand man. At the same time, seeing that Qin Feiyang was silent, Viper could not help but feel nervous. After some time, Qin Feiyang looked up at Viper and asked, "What does the old man who ordered you look like?" Viper hurriedly used his battle chi to create the image of the old man in cyan. Qin Feiyang sized up the old man in cyan and asked Viper, "Have you seen him in Shanghai before?" "Never. It should be his first time in Shanghai." Viper shook his head and deduced. First time in Shanghai, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes and he took out the image crystal. Buzz. After a while, a young man appeared. It was Wu Yang. Qin Feiyang pointed at the image of the old man in cyan and asked, "Do you know him?" Wu Yang glanced at the old man in cyan and his eyes trembled slightly. He said in surprise, "Why are you asking about him? You know him?" Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes and asked. Wu Yang said in a deep voice, "Of course I know him. He is the former steward of the Divine Python tribe. His name is Pei Qin, commonly known as Elder Qin. He is the confidant of the leader of the Divine Python tribe. His methods are very terrifying." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. How could he be from the Divine Python tribe? Although he knew that Pei Zhangfeng was killed by the leader of the Divine Python tribe, the leader of the Divine Python tribe did not know that. Therefore, there was no such thing as killing people to silence them. But other than that, what else could it be? There must be a reason why a person wanted to kill another person. Or was it purely Pei Qin's idea and had nothing to do with the leader of the Divine Python tribe? But he did not remember when he had offended Pei Qin. What was going on? Chapter 1032. Is there anything else? Wu Yang asked. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head, but he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Has your chief received the news of Guo Xiangzhong's death?" What? Housekeeper Guo is dead? Wu Yang was surprised. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Where did he die? How did he die? Wu Yang asked. Although Qin Feiyang had asked him about Guo Xiangzhong's situation before, he did not tell him the reason. Therefore, there were many things that he did not know. Qinghai. As for how he died, he must have been killed. Qin Feiyang smiled. Qinghai, Wu Yang's heart trembled. Wasn't Ancestor Mu in Qinghai now? In an instant, he thought of a general idea and said, "I didn't hear about Guo Xiangzhong's death. I guess the chief hasn't received the news either. It's good that he didn't receive the news. Also, I don't want any more twists and turns, so you must keep this matter a secret." Qin Feiyang said. If the chief of the Qilan tribe knew about Guo Xiangzhong's death, he might send someone else. Moreover, he might send someone stronger than Guo Xiangzhong. It would be troublesome then. I will. Wu Yang nodded and turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal and lowered his head to look at Viper, who was kneeling in front of him. Viper's body trembled and a trace of flattery appeared on his face. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "I can spare your life, but in the future, you must obey my orders." Viper's expression stiffened and he frowned. "You want me to submit?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang said. Viper's eyes flashed with anger and said, "I can submit to you, but what about the poison in my body? If I don't kill you, Pei Qin will definitely not give me the antidote." Qin Feiyang said, "As long as you agree, I will find a way to get you the antidote." You? Pei Qin is a 5-star combat emperor, or even stronger. How can you help me? Viper said disdainfully. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "There will always be a way. Besides, do you have a choice right now?" Alas. Viper let out a long sigh. That's right, he had no choice. If he wanted to live, he could only submit. Don't look so reluctant. Many people cry and beg to follow me, but I don't like them. Qin Feiyang sneered. Who would believe such nonsense? Viper secretly despised Su Tao, but he did not dare to show it. Nodding his head, he replied, "All right, I'll follow you, but you must help me get the antidote." Once he got his hands on the antidote, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? Follow? Humph, naive. He, Viper, was one of the Blue Sea's 10 heroes. How could he follow a nobody? Qin Feiyang said, "Do you really think I'm a nobody?" Viper was shocked. How did this person know what he was thinking? The slavery seal has another function, and that is to peek into your heart. No matter what you are thinking, I will know. Qin Feiyang said. This. Viper was dumbfounded. In that case, there would be no more secrets. Let me tell you, in terms of identity, the Blue Sea's 10 heroes are nothing in my eyes. Qin Feiyang sneered. Then I shall wait and see. Let's see what kind of identity you have. Viper snorted. Then you will wait and see. Qin Feiyang did not talk nonsense and asked, "Do you have Pei Qin's continuous method?" "No." Viper shook his head. Qin Feiyang asked again, "Then how long will the antidote he gave you last?" "About half a year." Viper said. "Half a year." Qin Feiyang pondered and suddenly said, "If I use the antidote with 6 veins, can it clear the poison in your body?" 6 veins? Are you kidding? Who in the world can refine a pill with 6 veins? Besides, even if someone can refine it, it may not be useful. Viper said. "It may not be useful, which means it may be feasible. Let's try it first." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took Viper into the castle. "Where is this place?" Viper immediately looked at this unfamiliar place in bewilderment. "Beat him." At the same time, Wolf King roared and quickly rushed to Viper with the double-winged snow eagle and the other beasts, punching and kicking him. "Ah! Bastard, who are you? Get out of my way." Viper was stunned. After a scream, he roared again and again. Wolf King and the other beasts ignored him and crazily beat him up. After a while, Viper turned into a pig's head. The wounds on his body that were about to scab burst open again and were dripping with blood. The double-winged snow eagle snorted. "If little Qin Zi didn't like you, I would have swallowed you. Yes, how dare you go against us? You are really reckless." Wolf King stood in front of Viper like a human, his eyes full of coldness. "Who the fuck are you guys? Why are you attacking me for no reason? Are you crazy?" Viper roared angrily. "Who are we?" Wolf King and the other beasts looked at each other and laughed evilly. "Don't fight, let's talk." Viper saw that the situation was not good. He quickly waved his hand and his swollen face was full of flattery. "Coward." Wolf King glanced at him disdainfully and looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. "Little Qin Zi, isn't it enough that you have so many brothers to accompany you? Why do you have to take in this coward?" "What do you mean?" The double-winged snow eagle also said, "Are you starting to alienate us because we are weak and can't help you?" Qin Feiyang's face darkened. How could these guys have such a rich imagination? When did he have such thoughts? He was really wronged. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these guys. He turned and walked to the furnace. With a thought, the nether devil flame swooped down and floated below the furnace. "You're an alchemist?" Looking at this scene, Viper did not care about the pain in his body. He crawled up and asked in surprise. "Are you surprised?" "The surprise is yet to come. A frog at the bottom of a well wants to dominate a region." "How ridiculous." Wolf King and the other beasts ridiculed him mercilessly. Viper was angry, but he tactfully shut his mouth when he saw the fierce eyes of the other beasts. Qin Feiyang ignored him and took out a set of herbs for the detoxification pill. He revived the nether devil flame and started to refine the pill. "This is..." Viper was shocked when the nether devil flame was revived. Very quickly, a detoxification pill with 6 elixir veins was refined. "Try it." Qin Feiyang grabbed the detoxification pill and threw it to Viper. Viper caught it in a panic. He lowered his head and looked at it. It was as if he was struck by lightning and his mind rumbled. Six elixir veins. How was that possible? This person could refine a pill with 6 elixir veins. Was he dreaming? He rubbed his eyes and looked at it again. The 6 elixir veins on the detoxification pill were like the halo of an angel, emitting a dazzling light that was enchanting. Viper gulped and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang. "If I'm not wrong, that elixir fire is also a grade 7 elixir fire." "Who are you?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Didn't Barbarian Bull tell you? I'm the personal disciple of the Chief Pagoda Master." "No. I'm asking about your true identity," Viper said. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and he asked curiously, "How did you know that I have another identity?" "Intuition," Viper said. Qin Feiyang said, "Intuition is too vague. Don't take it too seriously. Viper looked at him deeply and did not continue asking. He consumed the detoxification pill in his hand and closed his eyes to check the situation in his body. A moment later, he opened his eyes, shook his head and sighed. It's just as I expected. His face was also full of disappointment. This, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other. Even the detoxification pill with 6 elixir veins did not have any effect. What kind of poison did Pei Qin give Viper? Viper said again, it's not that it has no effect. At least it has a relieving effect. If there are more elixir veins, maybe it can be done. What about the 7 elixir veins? Qin Feiyang asked. Viper was slightly stunned and asked excitedly, can you refine it? Not for the time being. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Viper instantly became dispirited and sighed. It seems that I can only think of a way to get the antidote from Pei Qin. Qin Feiyang said, Pei Qin wants me. Unless you give me to him, he won't give you the antidote. Viper could not help but feel desperate. How could he, who had been reduced to a prisoner, hand this person over to Pei Qin? Unless this person was willing. But this kind of thing, no one was willing to do. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, why don't you fake your death? When I get the antidote, we can escape. Fake my death? Qin Feiyang was stunned and nodded, this is a good idea, but I'm worried, speaking of this. Qin Feiyang fell silent and was a little uneasy. Viper asked, what are you worried about? I'm worried that Pei Qin will not only not give you the antidote, but also kill you to silence you. After all, I am the disciple of the chief pagoda master. He will definitely worry that you will leak it out. Because once exposed, his divine python tribe will face the wrath of the chief pagoda master. This is not something they can bear. Qin Feiyang said. Viper's eyelids twitched. Not to mention, this was really possible. The best way is to research the antidote yourself, or find a way to get me a cluster of 7th grade elixir fire. Qin Feiyang said. Why do I need a 7th grade elixir fire? Viper was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, to refine a 7th grade elixir pattern antidote. Now he had a 7th grade elixir fire. As long as he got another 7th grade elixir fire, plus the 7th grade elixir fire that was about to be born, the Nether Devil Flame could be upgraded to the 8th grade. And the 8th grade Nether Devil Flame could allow him to refine a 7th grade elixir pattern antidote. Maybe he could remove the poison in Viper's body. The double-winged snow eagle raised its eyebrows and looked at Qin Feiyang helplessly, saying, aren't you finding a problem for yourself? Why bother? Just kill him and end it all. Don't. I have already chosen to surrender, which means that we are family now. You can't do anything treacherous. Hearing the double-winged snow eagle's words, Viper's face changed and he quickly said. Who's family with you? Don't flatter yourself. The double-winged snow eagle rolled its eyes. Wolf King and the other beasts also looked indifferent. Chapter 1033. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wolf King and the other 2 beasts and smiled. They're just joking. Don't take it seriously. So they're just joking. Viper sighed in relief. Wolf King frowned. Little Qin Z, we're not joking this time. The double-winged snow eagle nodded. That's right. I feel uncomfortable staying with an old poison all day long. Viper hurriedly said, don't worry. Although I'm full of poison, I can control and release it freely. It won't hurt you. Really? Wolf King and the double-winged snow eagle didn't believe him. Viper nodded. With a thought, the green color on his skin quickly faded. Soon, it became the color of an ordinary person's skin. And his eyes turned from green to black. Don't say it. Viper, who had returned to normal, looked different in an instant. He had exquisite facial features, deep eyes, a slender figure, and thick eyebrows. He was the epitome of a handsome man. You can really do it? Wolf King was surprised and asked suspiciously, if you can look like a normal person, why do you always look like that? Viper said, if you want to survive in the inland sea, you have to be careful at all times. And poison is my natural defense. That's how it is. Wolf King suddenly understood. Indeed. As long as Viper activated the poison in his body, no one dared to approach him. Can you accept it now? Viper looked at Wolf King and the other two beasts and asked pitifully. The two beasts looked at each other and finally nodded in agreement. But there was an additional condition. They must obey their orders in the future. In order to survive, Viper had to compromise. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Viper. Let's get down to business. Besides the alchemy fire that's about to be born, are there any other 7th grade alchemy fires in the inland sea? Viper thought and shook his head. I haven't heard of any. That's not good. The medicine that Pei Qin gave you can only last for half a year. I'm afraid it's difficult to gather 3 7th grade alchemy fires in half a year. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Could it be that only Pei Qin could remove the poison in the snake's body? Wolf King said, why don't we just go straight to the divine python tribe and force them to hand over the antidote? It's feasible. The two-winged snow eagle nodded. I think it's feasible too. Although we don't know whether it was Pei Qin's idea to murder you or the order of the chief of the divine python tribe, we can be sure that they don't dare to make a big deal out of it. If they don't want to make a big deal out of it, they have to do as we say. In other words, we can use this matter to blackmail them. Lu Hong said, and her face was covered in a wisp of frost that couldn't be melted. Not bad. You already know how to use your brain to think of problems. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Hong and Wolf King in surprise. His eyes were filled with gratification. Yes. Now, they could completely grasp this point and turn from passivity to initiative. Right. I remember now. There is a grade 7 pill fire in the inner sea. At this moment, Viper suddenly said. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. He asked, where is it? Dan Wangkai. Viper said. Dan Wangkai? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wolf King, the other beasts, and Lu Hong were also puzzled. Viper said, I don't know if you have heard from Wang Zicheng that there is an alchemist among the 10 heroes of Qinghai? Yes. I heard from Wang Zicheng that this person can refine 5 pill veins. I have a deep impression of him. Qin Feiyang nodded. Dan Wangkai is him. This person is more arrogant than me. He claims that no one can surpass him in alchemy, so he calls himself the Elixir King. And the pill fire he is using now seems to be a grade 7 pill fire. Viper said. Dan Wangkai. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered, and he asked, can you contact him? Yes. Viper nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he took out a spiritual sea pill and a healing pill, threw them to Viper, and said, take them. After you recover, ask him to come here immediately. Okay. Viper looked at Qin Feiyang meaningfully, took the spiritual sea pill and the healing pill, sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to heal. Qin Feiyang also took 2 steps back and leaned his back against the altar. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and lowered his head in silence. No one knew what he was thinking about. Wolf King glanced at Viper, and then sneakily approached Qin Feiyang and whispered, are you thinking about whether to take the 10 heroes of Qinghai as your subordinates? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Wolf King, and his eyes seemed to ask, how do you know? Wolf King said with a sneaky smile, it seems that I guessed right. You know me the best. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile and asked secretly, what do you think? Wolf King pondered for a while and said, in fact, it's not a bad idea. The 10 heroes of Qinghai are all geniuses. If we can take them as our subordinates, they will be of great use in the future, especially Dan Wangkai. Why do you say that? Qin Feiyang asked. Because he knows alchemy. And his talent in alchemy is not bad. As long as we can subdue him, you don't have to make battle chi pills for us anymore, and you will have more time to cultivate. The most important thing is that I will have a few more awesome followers in the future. How cool will it be when I go out? Wolf King chuckled. That's why you asked me to subdue them, right? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, but Viper just said that this person is arrogant. I'm afraid it won't be easy to subdue him. That's easy. Doesn't this person claim to be the best alchemist in the world? As long as you show him a few tricks and let him know how powerful you are, I guarantee that he will be obedient. Wolf King said disdainfully. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. For an alchemist, alchemy fire and alchemy furnace were indispensable, but the most important thing was the recipe. If Dan Wang Kai were to see pills like the potential pill, there might not even be a need to threaten him, he would voluntarily lower his head and submit. Just as Qin Feiyang was thinking, his body suddenly shook violently. At the same time, the word kill between his eyebrows suddenly released a murderous intent that was countless times more terrifying than before. In an instant, the people and beasts in the ancient castle seemed to have fallen into a sea of murderous intent, and their bodies and minds trembled. Everyone hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang, and their faces were suddenly filled with horror. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's long hair was as red as blood, and his scarlet eyes were like two seas of blood, full of bloodlust and indifference, like a puppet that had lost its humanity. In short, whether it was his eyes or his body, they were filled with a murderous and evil aura that could not be dispersed. How could this be? Lu Hong hurriedly got up and anxiously ran towards Qin Feiyang. However, as soon as she got close, Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his arm and grabbed her neck, his blood-red eyes revealing a kind of emotionless indifference. What a strange look. Seeing Qin Feiyang's eyes, Lu Hong's gaze trembled. However, there was no fear, nor was there alarm. She was only worried for Qin Feiyang. She was so worried that tears were flowing out of her eyes. This sudden turn of events gave the Wolf King and the other beasts quite a fright. The double-winged snow eagle hurriedly rushed up and shouted, "Little Qin Zi, what are you doing? Let go of her." Kiki, however, not only did Qin Feiyang turn a deaf ear to her, he even revealed a terrifying, evil grin. In addition to his blood-red hair and blood-red eyes, he looked extremely like a devil that came from hell. What the hell is going on? Everyone was in a mess. Suddenly, Wolf King looked at the kill character between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted, "Not good, it should be the kill formula that has eroded his consciousness." The kill formula has side effects? The pangolin beast was shocked. Wolf King said in a deep voice, "Such a bloody divine formula must have some side effects. The most important thing is that he has been using the kill formula for too long. Then what should we do? If we don't stop him, he may be possessed by the devil." The double-winged snow eagle roared, somewhat at a loss. "Nonsense, beat him." Wolf King shouted and took the lead to slap Qin Feiyang with his claws. The double-winged snow eagle, the pangolin beast, the black dragon snake, and the spirit snake emperor also immediately attacked Qin Feiyang. They wanted to use this method to call back Qin Feiyang's consciousness. Boom! Bang bang bang! But the current Qin Feiyang was an 8-star battle saint, how could they shake him? Qin Feiyang only waved his hand, and the beasts were all sent flying, crashing into the 4 walls, blood spurting out. No. He is too strong now, we can't even get close to him. Wolf King shook his head, got up and looked at Viper. Viper also had a look of horror. Originally, Wolf King wanted Viper to help, because now, only Viper could compete with Qin Feiyang. But Viper's Qi had not been repaired, and his cultivation was lost. He was even weaker than them, how could he awaken Qin Feiyang? "Little Qin Zi, wake up. Qin Feiyang, open your eyes and look carefully, we are brothers who have gone through fire and water with you. The woman in your hand is also a family member who has accompanied you to this day." The beasts roared. Now, they had no other choice but to roar to wake Qin Feiyang up. Qin Feiyang? Is this his true identity? Viper heard Wolf King and the other beasts call out Qin Feiyang's name, and his eyes were full of surprise. Hee, but from the beginning to the end, Qin Feiyang did not let go of Lu Hong, and the bloodthirst in his eyes became more and more intense. However, he didn't really want to kill. And if one looked carefully, one would find that there was a hint of struggle in his eyes, as if he was fighting against the killing intent. What should we do? Who can help him? Looking at Qin Feiyang's current appearance, Lu Hong's face was full of tears, and her heart was pierced by a knife. Whoosh! At this moment, the void was distorted, and a blood-red figure appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. Someone could break into the ancient castle? They hurriedly looked at the person. When they saw the person's face, everyone present turned pale with fright. It was a young man in blood-red clothes. Blood-red hair, blood-red eyes, and a murderous aura that could not be dispersed from his body. The strangest thing was that the young man in blood-red clothes looked exactly the same as Qin Feiyang, whether it was his face or his figure. It could even be said that they were carved from the same mold. Moreover, the young man in blood-red clothes did not look like Qin Feiyang, but Qin Feiyang's original appearance. Who are you? Why do you look exactly the same as little Qin Zi? I don't remember him having a twin brother. Chapter 1034. Who am I? The blood-red clothed young man's eyes flickered with blood-red light as if a sea of blood was surging. He said, "Of course I can't be his twin brother, but we're the same person." The same person? Everyone was surprised. Looks like Qin Feiyang hasn't told you yet. That's true. If he told you, you'd be worried about him. The young man smiled coldly. The double-winged snow eagle asked, "What's the matter?" The blood-red clothed young man grinned hideously. A long time ago, he already had an inner demon, and I'm his inner demon. What? Inner demons? Everyone was shocked. Everyone knew about the inner demons, but this was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Inner demons can only be born when someone is in extreme pain. What did he go through? Snake Viper was also in disbelief. This was too scary. Suddenly, Snake Viper seemed to have thought of something. His face changed and he shouted, "Oh no, get rid of him." Everyone was shocked and looked at him suspiciously. Inner demons are formed from the darkest side of a person. There's no humanity in him, only killing. And no matter what kind of inner demons they are, they will fight with the original body for control of the body. Now that he's here, he must be trying to take advantage of the situation to erase Qin Feiyang's consciousness and replace him. If he really replaces Qin Feiyang, with his cruel nature, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape death. Snake Viper shouted anxiously. Replace. Everyone's face turned pale when they heard that. The so-called replacement meant destruction. Boom! Wolf King and the double-winged snow eagle rushed toward the inner demons. You're just an ant trying to shake a tree. The inner demon sneered and waved his hand. A blood-red wave roared and blew Wolf King and the double-winged snow eagle away. So powerful. Viper's pupils contracted. Lu Hong was also very anxious. She looked at the inner demons and begged, "Please, don't hurt him." Then can you give me a reason why you shouldn't hurt him? The inner demons looked at Lu Hong playfully. Lu Hong stammered. The inner demons teased, "I know you like him and don't want to see him die, but is it worth it?" "Yes, I can die in his place," Lu Hong said resolutely. What a foolish woman. You know, he only has the mermaid princess in his heart. The inner demons shook their heads and laughed. Is that so? Lu Hong's expression was slightly sluggish. The inner demons said, "Of course, I'm his inner demons. I know better than anyone what he's thinking. As for you, he only sees you as family. That's enough. I've never wanted too much. As long as I can stay by his side, it's enough." Lu Hong whispered. She looked at Qin Feiyang in front of her with deep feelings. He's so lucky to have met such a good woman like you. But he's also stupid. Everyone around him has already seen your feelings for him, but he's still living in a dream and doesn't know anything. As Wang Zicheng said, he's really a person with a very low EQ. The inner demons shook their heads. There was a trace of sympathy in their eyes. You even know Wang Zicheng? Viper was surprised. The inner demon said, nonsense, I've always lived in his inner world. I know everything and everyone he meets. Viper said, I'm very puzzled. Since you were born long ago, why didn't Qin Feiyang think of a way to get rid of you? The inner demon sneered, because his obsession hasn't disappeared. He can't get rid of me. Obsession, Viper's pupils shrank. What obsession does this person have in his heart? How could he give birth to the inner demons? You used to live in this body and lived in peace. Why do you want to come out now? Wolf King said in a deep voice. I'm tired of it. You won't understand how lonely and boring it is to stay in the inner world all the time. I've tried to seize control of this body several times, but this guy's temper is too bad. If I really did that, he would definitely die with me. So, I chose to endure and wait for the right time. I thought this day would be a long time coming, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. After he activated the kill formula, his murderous aura was too strong. It had already eroded his consciousness. With his current state, I can erase his consciousness with a casual wave of my hand. So, I came out. And now, no one can stop me. I will completely replace him and open up an era that belongs to me, Qin Feiyang. The inner demon's bloody hair fluttered in the wind. He was incomparably domineering. Then, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows like lightning. Don't, Lu Hong cried out in grief, full of helplessness. Wolf King also roared hysterically, bastard, get out of his body for me. It's too late. The inner demon's voice sounded from Qin Feiyang's body. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and his temperament underwent a tremendous change. Boom! Finally. A monstrous murderous aura rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body. He also opened his eyes. Those blood-red eyes were filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Success. I've finally replaced him. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang looked at this body and suddenly laughed. It's over. Wolf King and the other beasts collapsed on the ground in despair. Everything was gone. Everything that Qin Feiyang did before was a wedding dress for the inner demons. Don't be like this. Although I'm the inner demons, I'm still Qin Feiyang. As long as you listen to me obediently in the future, I promise to treat you better than the original body. However, if you dare to go against me, I will kill you without mercy. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang grinned. His eyes were ruthless and indifferent. What about the slave seal? Viper asked. Of course the slave seal exists. Now you are my slave. A slave should have the consciousness of a slave. Don't bare your fangs and brandish your claws in front of me in the future. After all, I'm not as merciful as the original body. Kneel down immediately and call me master. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang shouted. Viper's body and mind trembled. He quickly knelt on the ground and respectfully said, Greetings, master. That's more like it. Be obedient. There will be plenty of benefits for you in the future. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He then looked at Lu Hong and said with an evil smile, The original body doesn't cherish you. That's because he is stupid. From now on, you are my woman. As he spoke, he hugged Lu Hong's slender waist. He lowered his head and greedily smelled Lu Hong's body fragrance. His eyes were full of lecherous smiles. You demon, let go of me. Lu Hong struggled frantically. Don't you like me? Now that your wish is granted, why are you still not happy? The inner demon's Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The one I like is Qin Feiyang, not you. Lu Hong roared. Is there a difference between me and Qin Feiyang? He is me and I am him. We are the same person. Come, submit to me. I will let you stay by my side for the rest of your life. Be a happy woman. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang laughed evilly. His hands directly pressed on Lu Hong's chest and began to knead it wantonly. Get lost. Lu Hong was extremely ashamed and angry. She slapped Qin Feiyang's face. You have a personality. I like it. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang was not angry. Instead, he laughed excitedly. But suddenly. He let out a scream and quickly let go of Lu Hong. He squatted on the ground and covered his chest. His face was distorted. Under the clothes on his chest, there was a trace of blood. That's right. It was the concentric knot. Damn concentric knot. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang roared angrily. When the pain disappeared, he got up and looked at Lu Hong. He laughed evilly. I wanted to be intimate with you, but it seems that there is no other way. But don't worry, after I marry the mermaid princess, the concentric knot will disappear. At that time, I will immediately make you my woman. Lu Hong looked at him with disgust and retreated to the front of the Wolf King and the winged snow eagle. She said helplessly, What should we do? Don't worry. There will be a way. The two beasts comforted her softly, but their eyes flashed with a shocking light. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang looked at the two beasts with disdain. He looked at Viper and said, Hurry up and heal your injuries. Although the original body is dead, he still has to continue what he wants to do. Yes, yes, yes. Viper nodded repeatedly. He sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to heal his qi. However, his heart couldn't calm down. The current Qin Feiyang was even more terrifying than the previous Qin Feiyang. If he was careless, he could lose his life. At the same time, the inner demon's Qin Feiyang also stopped using the kill part. His cultivation level quickly dropped to the level of a 3-star battle saint. However, his appearance didn't change at all. His blood-red hair and eyes emitted a shocking bloody aura. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Viper finally opened his eyes. He got up and looked at the inner demon's Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, Master, my injuries have completely healed. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang nodded. He glanced at Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other beasts and left the ancient castle with Viper. They appeared in the deep sea. Since Viper Island no longer existed, the exposed ancient castle would sink into the sea. The two avoided the sea beasts and flew out of the sea, standing in the sky above the sea. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang said, Send a message to them. Them? Viper was slightly surprised and asked, Didn't you only ask Dan Wangkai to come? The inner demon's Qin Feiyang said, I changed my mind. Except for Wang Zicheng, call all of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea here. Master, what do you want to do? Viper asked. What do I want to do? Of course, I want to make them all my slaves. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth. His whole body emitted a monstrous domineering aura. Viper was shocked. One had to know. The 10 heroes of the Blue Sea were all geniuses. Each of them had mastered forbidden techniques and perfect combat arts. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if they entered the divine city, they would immediately become the favored sons of the heavens. If they didn't die, they would at least become formidable characters in the future. But now, this guy in front of him actually wanted to take all of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea as his subordinates. Wasn't this guy too ambitious? The inner demon's Qin Feiyang said impatiently, Hurry up. After it's done, I'll give you a great opportunity to be reborn in an instant. I really don't see what kind of opportunity you can give me. Chapter 1035. Hearing Viper's murmur, the inner demon's Qin Feiyang sneered, Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't underestimate anyone, especially me, Qin Feiyang. Also, don't doubt my words. Viper's eyes trembled. A layer of green quickly crawled up his skin. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. I've been with Dan Wangkai and the others for a few hundred years. No one knows me better than them. If they see me seal the poison in my body, they will definitely be suspicious. Viper quickly explained. Not bad. Very thoughtful. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang nodded. Thank you, Master. Viper said respectfully. He then took out the image crystal and sent a message to the 10 heroes of the Azure Sea. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang retreated to the side and watched coldly. A moment later. Other than Wang Zicheng, the 10 heroes of the Azure Sea were all notified. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang also asked Viper to call the gorgeous woman back. Because the gorgeous woman was a 1-star combat emperor, she could be of help if something happened. About half an hour later. Accompanied by the sound of waves, the gorgeous woman returned with Viper number 2. Is that Ancestor Mu? Yes, that's him. Although his hair and eyes are different from before, his facial features are exactly the same. Why is he with Master Viper? When the people on the ship saw Qin Feiyang, their faces immediately changed. Greetings, Master Viper. A group of people flew up from the ship and landed in front of Viper. They then bowed respectfully. Viper nodded and pointed at Qin Feiyang. This is Qin, cough cough. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang coughed and stared at Viper. Viper's heart trembled. He quickly changed his words. This Ancestor Mu is now my master. You have to listen to him from now on. Master? What's going on? The gorgeous woman and the others were shocked. Viper's face turned cold as he shouted, What are you all standing there for? Quickly kneel down and pay your respects to the Lord. Greetings, Lord Mu. Immediately. Hundreds of people uniformly knelt in the void and shouted respectfully. The scene was extremely spectacular. Yes. The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, nodded coldly. He waved his hand and said, Except for the red snake, everyone else scram. Scram? Everyone looked at each other. Where were they going? Viper shouted, Hurry up and leave. Where are we going? Someone asked. Even if you want to get lost, shouldn't you at least tell me where to go? Go wherever you want, don't be an eyesore here. Viper roared anxiously. These were all subordinates that he had taken great pains to subdue. If he angered this fiend and killed them all, then he would really want to cry but have no tears. Yes, yes, yes. The group of people hurriedly responded. Then, they dispersed and quickly disappeared at the end of the sea. My lord, what exactly is going on? The gorgeous woman glanced at Qin Feiyang and secretly asked Viper. Viper sighed and said, It's a long story. I'll tell you when I have time. Where's Viper number 3? I've put it away. The gorgeous woman said. Viper secretly said, Okay, put away Viper number 2 as well. The gorgeous woman nodded and waved her hand. Viper number 2, which was floating on the sea below, immediately began to shrink. In the end, it turned into a black light and disappeared into her forehead. However, at this moment, the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, stretched out his hand and looked at the gorgeous woman, saying, Give it to me. The gorgeous woman was dumbfounded and looked at Viper. Viper's face was extremely ugly. It was obvious that Qin Feiyang wanted them to hand over Viper number 2. This was a genuine sacred artifact. The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, said with a cold face, Do you need me to say it again? No need, no need. Viper hurriedly waved his hand and looked at the gorgeous woman angrily. Master told you to give it to him immediately. Why are you looking at me? I've really seen a ghost today. The gorgeous woman muttered secretly. She was also quite angry, but since Viper had spoken, she didn't dare to disobey. She took out Viper number 2, erased the blood contract inside, and respectfully handed it to Qin Feiyang. And Viper number 3. Qin Feiyang said. The gorgeous woman's face stiffened. Here. Viper shouted. Hearing this, the gorgeous woman obediently took out Viper number 3 and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also immediately cut his finger and dripped blood to bind it. Purple gold blood? The gorgeous woman was stunned and retreated to Viper's side. She asked in surprise, "Master, what's with his blood? It actually has a strong dragon aura. Is he a monster?" "How would I know? Maybe he really is the reincarnation of a monster," Viper muttered. "Tell her my plan. Remember, don't fail, or don't blame me for being ruthless." At this time, Qin Feiyang looked up at Viper and said coldly. Then he put away Viper number 2 and Viper number 3, stepped back a few feet, sat cross-legged in the void, and closed his eyes to rest. Plan? The gorgeous woman was stunned and turned to look at Viper suspiciously. Viper glanced at Qin Feiyang and whispered a few words in the gorgeous woman's ear. "What?" After hearing this, the gorgeous woman couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Was this man crazy? Was he planning to subdue the 10 heroes of Qinghai? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at the two of them. "By the way, don't you know Qin Feiyang?" "Who is Qin Feiyang?" The gorgeous woman was puzzled. "Qin Feiyang is such a famous person, but you don't know him. It seems that Qinghai is really a world of its own, just as Wang Zicheng said." Qin Feiyang murmured and then closed his eyes again. Viper and the gorgeous woman looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a while. At the same time, in Qin Feiyang's inner world, the inner world was still a blood-red world as before. Moreover, blood rain fell from the sky and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. In the center of the inner world, a blood-red figure stood in the void. That figure was surrounded by a thick blood mist and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Only his eyes were closed and his body was trembling. Whoosh! Suddenly, a young man in blood-red clothes appeared in the inner world. It was Qin Feiyang's inner demons. The inner demons walked to the blood-red figure and looked at the closed eyes of the blood-red figure with a gloomy face. Alas! After a long time, the inner demon sighed and stretched out his hand to press between the eyebrows of the blood-red figure. Immediately, a blood-red evil spirit roared out from between the eyebrows of the blood-red figure and poured into the palm of the inner demons and was absorbed by the inner demons. As the evil spirit disappeared, the blood-red figure gradually became clear. Dozens of breaths later, his face was clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. It was another Qin Feiyang. But different from the inner demons, as the evil spirit disappeared, this Qin Feiyang's long hair turned black. And his skin was exactly the same as an ordinary person's. It was the original Qin Feiyang. It was such a good opportunity. Not only did I not erase his consciousness, but I also saved him. When did I become so kind? Am I still the inner demons? The inner demons retracted his arm, his face full of annoyance. At the same time, the blood rain in the sky also stopped. Just as the inner demons finished speaking, the black-haired Qin Feiyang let out a weak murmur and then slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? His eyes were as deep and bright as a black gem, but at this moment there was a trace of confusion. Inner world. The inner demons rolled his eyes. This voice is so familiar. The black-haired Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons, his confused eyes suddenly became clear, and he asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" "Why am I here?" The inner demons immediately became angry and roared, "You still have the nerve to ask me? Don't you know how to use the kill formula for the first time?" Kill formula. The black-haired Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Suddenly, pieces of memories emerged from the depths of his mind. He quickly looked at the inner demons and asked, "Is Lu Hong okay?" "She's fine. However, if I didn't stop it in time, I'm afraid not only Lu Hong but also the wolf cubs would have died in your hands," the inner demons said coldly. Phew. The black-haired Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and said with a smile, "So, you saved me?" "Nonsense, who can withstand the killing intent and evil spirit in your body except me?" The inner demons glared at him fiercely. Killing intent, evil spirit. The black-haired Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at himself. The killing intent of the kill formula is too strong, especially when you absorbed the blood of those holy beasts. It almost made you lose consciousness. But it's all right now. When you were unconscious, I had already absorbed all the killing intent and evil spirit. The inner demon said lightly. This, as if he had discovered a new continent. Qin Feiyang looked up and down at the inner demons carefully. Don't look at me like that. Just now, I was also having an ideological struggle. Should I take the opportunity to erase your consciousness and replace it? But what the hell, in the end, I unexpectedly helped you. The inner demons was furious. That's because you have feelings for me. Qin Feiyang laughed mischievously. Don't be disgusting, this time it's just my brain short-circuited. Yes, that's it, don't think too much. If there is a next time, I will definitely not be merciful. The inner demon snorted through his nose. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, no matter what, I still want to thank you for pulling me back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. TSK. The inner demons disdainfully raised his middle finger and then said with a smirk, but Lu Hong and the others all thought you were dead, and now they are crying sadly. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a dark face, you didn't take the opportunity to do something, did you? I'm not you, I'm the inner demons, and I will definitely do something a little more despicable. The inner demons laughed and then said angrily, you should have found a way to get rid of this concentric knot earlier. At the critical moment, it always comes out to make trouble. You, Qin Feiyang stared at him angrily. Although he didn't see the situation at that time, from the inner demon's words, he could imagine that he must have done something to Lu Hong. The inner demon said again, but then again, that Lu Hong is really infatuated with you. Are you really going to let her down? Can you not ask such a sharp question? Qin Feiyang frowned. Even if I don't ask, you have to face it sooner or later. You can't play dumb for the rest of your life, right? The inner demon said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and sighed, we'll talk about it when the time comes. I'll go out and tell them that I'm safe, lest they worry. Wait. Chapter 1036. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at him suspiciously. The inner demon said discontentedly, I saved you after all. Shouldn't you let me go out and have some fun? Haven't you been having fun for so long? Qin Feiyang frowned. How long has it been? At least give me a day. The inner demon said. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. I say, you can't be like this. We agreed that I would go out and get some fresh air when I have time, but it's been so long, and there's no reaction at all. If you hadn't gone mad this time, I'm afraid you wouldn't have thought of me even after a few hundred years. The inner demons were very unhappy. Qin Feiyang was quite embarrassed. Indeed. Most of the time, he simply forgot about the existence of the inner demons. The inner demons said impatiently, can you do it or not? If you can't do it, don't blame me for hitting you when you're down next time. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and nodded, okay, as you wish, but I still have to tell the white-eyed wolf first, in case they do something stupid. The inner demons sneered, they will do something stupid? You underestimate them too much. I'm afraid now, they are planning how to get rid of me. Isn't this what you asked for? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Wouldn't it be fine if he just told the white-eyed wolf the truth directly? Why did he have to tease them? TSK. I don't care about those little bastards. But then again, you'd better not use the kill formula so easily in the future. Even if you want to use it, you can't use it for more than half an hour. The inner demon said. Half an hour, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. The inner demon said, according to my observation, half an hour should be the limit. Limit? Qin Feiyang mumbled. He looked up at the inner demons and said, say, if you activate the kill formula next time, will this happen? Me? The inner demons were stunned. They had never thought about this before. Qin Feiyang pondered and said, since you can absorb killing intent and baleful aura, it means that the kill character formula is not a threat to you, right? I am the inner demons. Not only will these killing intent and evil spirits not affect me, but they will also make me stronger. The inner demons interrupted Qin Feiyang and nodded repeatedly. Then, in the future, when I need to activate the kill formula, you will be in control of this body. Qin Feiyang smiled. Although the kill formula had side effects, as long as the inner demons were present, these side effects could be completely ignored. It's my pleasure. The inner demons also laughed. Outside. Time trickled by. Whoosh. Suddenly. Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a black figure broke through the air like lightning. He's here. Viper and the gorgeous woman looked up. Wisps of light flashed in the depths of their eyes. It was a young man in black. He was very short, estimated to be only about 1.5 meters tall. His body was also very thin. He could even be described as skinny as a match. His appearance was also very ugly. He had a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. He winked like a little monkey. Moreover, his skin was extremely dark, as if he had smeared a layer of pot ash on his body. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also opened his eyes. His blood-red eyes were filled with a shocking bloody aura. Obviously. Now, the inner demons were still in control of this body. He is Dan Wangkai. When he saw the young man in black, the inner demon's Qin Feiyang's face suddenly became strange. No. He is the black monkey. Although he looks ugly, his strength is very terrifying. He ranks in the top 5 of the Qinghai 10 heroes. Viper secretly explained. Black monkey, the inner demon's Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly. This person's image and name were quite suitable. Whoosh. After a few breaths, the black monkey landed in front of Viper and glanced at the sea below. He was surprised and asked, "Where is Viper Island? Why is it gone?" "It's a long story." Viper sighed deeply. The black monkey glanced at Qin Feiyang, who was sitting not far away, and asked suspiciously, "Who is he?" "A friend." Viper said vaguely. "You, Viper, have a friend?" The black monkey seemed to have discovered a new continent. His eyes were shining and full of curiosity. Viper's face darkened. He said angrily, "What do you mean? Can't I, Viper, have a few friends?" "Yes, yes, yes." The black monkey chuckled and said, "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Viper said, "I found a treasure, but I don't know what it is. I want you to help me identify it." "Treasure?" The black monkey's eyes lit up and urged, "Take it out and let me see." "Wait." After saying that, Viper winked at the gorgeous woman and took out his chinkuan bag, pretending to look for it. The black monkey's attention was focused on Viper's chinkuan bag and did not notice that the gorgeous woman took out a dagger. "Did you find it? Are you messing with me?" Seeing that Viper did not take out the so-called treasure, the black monkey lost his patience and a ferocious aura crept up between his brows. Viper looked up at him and sighed. "Brother monkey, don't blame me. I was forced to do this." "What do you mean?" The black monkey looked at him in confusion. However, the next moment, he felt a pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a dagger piercing through his abdomen. Whoosh. He turned around and looked at the gorgeous woman with killing intent in his eyes. "I'm sorry." The gorgeous woman smiled charmingly and retreated to the side after pulling out the dagger. Immediately, blood spurted out from the black monkey's abdomen. His aura dissipated quickly and he was reduced to a cripple in the blink of an eye. The black monkey immediately turned to Viper and said angrily, "Old poison, how dare you plot against me?" Viper shrugged and said innocently, "I told you, I was forced to do this." Forced? The black monkey was shocked. Who had the ability to force the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea to do this? While the black monkey was still in shock, Viper reached out his hand and grabbed the black monkey's clothes. Like a little chick, he twisted the black monkey and walked toward Qin Feiyang. "Viper, what are you doing? Let me go." The black monkey roared in anger. However, when it glanced at Qin Feiyang from the corner of its eyes, it suddenly thought of something and stared at Qin Feiyang. Could it be him? But this person was only a 3-star battle saint. How could he force the old poison? Viper walked in front of Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, "Master, please punish me." "Master?" The black monkey was stunned. He suddenly turned to Viper and roared, "What's going on?" An 8-star battle saint, one of the Blue Sea's 10 heroes, actually called a 3-star battle saint as his master. Wasn't this too ridiculous? If he didn't hear it with his own ears, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. "You'll know what's going on later." Viper smiled coldly. "Bastard, submitting to a 3-star battle saint, do you still deserve to be one of the Blue Sea's 10 heroes? I'm really ashamed of you." The black monkey roared. Viper was also angry and roared, "Do you think I want to? But some things are destined and can't be changed." Speaking of this, Viper snorted and said disdainfully, "Don't be in a hurry to scold me. Because later you'll be like me, obediently submitting to my master." Submitting to him? Stop dreaming. Even if I die, I won't submit to a 3-star battle saint. The black monkey sneered and looked at Qin Feiyang with contempt. "Is that so?" The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, grinned and his eyes flashed. "Yes. You'd better kill me now. Otherwise, after I repair my Qi, I won't let you go." The black monkey said. "Then I'd like to see if your bones are that hard." Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands. A slave seal quickly condensed and entered the black monkey's head like lightning. "Ah!" The black monkey suddenly screamed and felt that its head was about to explode. But soon. Then, the pain disappeared. Qin Feiyang took out a spirit sea pill and threw it to the black monkey. He said playfully, "Hurry up and repair your Qi. I'm still waiting for you to kill me." "You're actually giving me a spirit sea pill? It seems like you're really not afraid of death. Haven't you heard that letting the tiger return to the mountain will cause endless trouble?" The black monkey caught the spirit sea pill and stared at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. "Letting the tiger return to the mountain? That depends on whether you're a real tiger or not." Qin Feiyang pursed his lips in disdain. "Alright, just you wait." The black monkey smiled sinisterly. He swallowed the spirit sea pill and began to repair his Qi. So. At this time. In the distance, there was another sound of breaking wind. The few of them looked towards the source of the sound and saw a white figure riding the wind and breaking the waves, speeding towards them. "He's Dan Wangkai. We can't let the black monkey stay here. Otherwise, when he sees the black monkey's injuries, Dan Wangkai will definitely be suspicious." Snake hurriedly said to Qin Feiyang. The black monkey sneered, "I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here." "That's not up to you." The inner demons, Qin Feiyang glanced at him mockingly. With a wave of his hand, he sent the black monkey to the castle. "Master, Dan Wangkai only knows how to make pills. In his eyes, other than making pills, there's nothing that can attract him. So to deal with him, you don't have to cripple his cultivation like you did with the black monkey." Snake said in a low voice. The inner demons, Qin Feiyang said, "You mean, you want me to show him my skills?" "That's right. As long as he sees your talent in alchemy, I guarantee that he'll be obedient to you." Snake said. "I'm not as patient as the real me." The inner demons, Qin Feiyang snorted from his nose, got up and said, "Same as before, cripple him." "Yes." Snake's eyes trembled and quickly nodded in response. "That's right." The current Qin Feiyang was no longer the Qin Feiyang from before. Now, the inner demons were in charge. With the inner demon's personality, how could they do such a troublesome thing? Next. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and stood behind Snake with the gorgeous woman, pretending to be Snake's subordinates. Whoosh. Soon. The white figure descended in the void in front of the three of them. It was a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall. He was wearing a white robe and appeared rather thin. His appearance was also very ordinary. And in between his eyebrows, there was an eye-catching flame symbol.